Blackmoore Sisters Cozy Mysteries Box Set, Books 1 through 5. Written by Leanne Dobbs. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Dead Wrong. Blackmoore Sisters Paranormal Cozy Mystery Series, Book 1. Written by Leanne Dobbs. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Chapter 1. Morgan Blackmoore tapped her finger lightly on the counter, her mind barely registering the low buzz of voices behind her in the crowded coffee shop as she mentally prioritized the tasks that awaited her back at her own store. "Here you go. 1 yerba mate tea and a vanilla latte." Felicity rang up the purchase as Morgan dug in the front pocket of her faded denim jeans for some cash, which she traded for the 2 paper cups. Inhaling the spicy aroma of the tea, she turned to leave, her long, silky black hair swinging behind her. Elbowing her way through the crowd, she headed toward the door. At this time of morning, the coffee shop was filled with locals, and Morgan knew almost all of them well enough to exchange a quick greeting or nod. Suddenly, a short, stout figure appeared, blocking her path. Morgan let out a sharp breath, recognizing the figure as Prudence Littlefield. Prudence had a long-running feud with the Blackmoores, which dated back to some sort of run-in she'd had with Morgan's grandmother when they were young girls. As a result, Prudence loved to harass and berate the Blackmoore girls in public. Morgan's eyes darted around the room, looking for an escape route. "Just who do you think you are?" Prudence demanded, her hands fisted on her hips, legs spaced shoulder-width apart. Morgan noticed she was wearing her usual knee-high rubber boots and an orange sunflower scarf. Morgan's brow furrowed over her ice-blue eyes as she stared at the older woman's prune-like face. "Excuse me?" "Don't you play dumb with me, Morgan Blackmoore. What kind of concoction did you give my Ed? He's been actin' plumb crazy." Morgan thought back over the previous week's customers. Ed Littlefield had come into her herbal remedies shop, but she'd be damned if she'd announced to the whole town what he was after. She narrowed her eyes at Prudence. "That's between me and Ed." Prudence's cheeks turned crimson. Her nostrils flared. "You know what I think," she said, narrowing her eyes and leaning in toward Morgan. "I think you're a witch, just like your great-great-great-grandmother." Morgan felt an angry heat course through her veins. There was nothing she hated more than being called a witch. She was a doctor of pharmacology with a master herbalist's license, not some sort of spell-casting conjurer. The coffee shop had grown silent. Morgan could feel the crowd staring at her. She leaned forward, looking wrinkled old Prudence Littlefield straight in the eye. "Well now, I think we know that's not true," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because if I was a witch, I'd have turned you into a newt long ago." Then she pushed her way past the old crone and fled out the coffee shop door. Fiona Blackmoore stared at the amethyst crystal in front of her, wondering how to work it into a pendant. On most days, she could easily figure out exactly how to cut and position the stone, but right now, her brain was in a pre-caffeine fog. Where was Morgan with her latte? She sighed, looking at her watch. It was 8:10. Morgan should be here by now, she thought impatiently. Fiona looked around the small shop, sticks and stones, she shared with her sister. An old cottage that had been in the family for generations, it sat at one of the highest points in their town of Noquit, Maine. Turning in her chair, she looked out the back window. In between the tree trunks that made up a small patch of woods, she had a bird's-eye view of the sparkling, sapphire-blue Atlantic Ocean in the distance. The cottage sat about 500 feet inland, at the top of a high cliff that plunged into the Atlantic. If the woods were cleared, like the developers wanted, the view would be even better. But Fiona would have none of that, no matter how much the developers offered them, or how much they needed the money. Her and her sisters would never sell the cottage. She turned away from the window and surveyed the inside of the shop. One side was set up as an apothecary of sorts. Antique slotted shelves loaded with various herbs lined the walls. Dried weeds hung from the rafters, and several mortars and pestles stood on the counter, ready for whatever herbal concoctions her sister was hired to make. On her side sat a variety of gemologist tools and a large assortment of crystals. 3 antique oak and glass jewelry cases displayed her creations. Fiona smiled as she looked at them. Since childhood she had been fascinated with rocks and gems, so it was no surprise to anyone when she grew up to become a gemologist and jewelry designer, creating jewelry not only for its beauty, but also for its healing properties. The two sisters' vocations suited each other perfectly, and they often worked together, providing customers with crystal and herbal healing for whatever ailed them. The jangling of the bell over the door brought her attention to the front of the shop. She breathed a sigh of relief when Morgan burst through the door, her cheeks flushed, holding 2 steaming paper cups. "What's the matter?" Fiona held her hand out, accepting the drink gratefully. Peeling back the plastic tab, she inhaled the sweet vanilla scent of the latte. "I just had a run-in with Prudence Littlefield." Morgan's eyes flashed with anger. "Oh? I saw her walking down Shore Road this morning wearing that god-awful orange sunflower scarf. What was the run-in about this time?" Fiona took the first sip of her latte, closing her eyes and waiting for the caffeine to power her bloodstream. She'd had her own run-ins with Prue Littlefield and had learned to take them in stride. "She was upset about an herbal mix I made for Ed. She called me a witch." "What did you make for him?" "Just some ginkgo, ginseng, and horny goatweed, although the latter, he said, was for Prudence." Fiona's eyes grew wide. "Aren't those herbs for impotence?" Morgan shrugged. "Well, that's what he wanted." "No wonder Prudence was mad. Although, you'd think just being married to her would have caused the impotence." Morgan burst out laughing. "No kidding. I had to question his sanity when he asked me for it. I thought maybe he had a girlfriend on the side." Fiona shook her head, trying to clear the unwanted images of Ed and Prudence Littlefield together. "Well, I wouldn't let it ruin my day. You know how she is." Morgan put her tea on the counter, then turned to her apothecary shelf and picked several herbs out of the slots. "I know, but she always seems to know how to push my buttons, especially when she calls me a witch." Fiona grimaced. "Right. Well, I wish we were witches. Then we could just conjure up some money and not be scrambling to pay the taxes on this shop and the house." Morgan sat in a tall chair behind the counter and proceeded to measure dried herbs into a mortar. "I know. I saw Eli Stark in town yesterday, and he was pestering me about selling the shop again." "What did you tell him?" "I told him we'd sell, over our dead bodies." Morgan picked up a pestle and started grinding away at the herbs. Fiona smiled. Eli Stark had been after them for almost a year to sell the small piece of land their shop sat on. He had visions of buying it, along with some adjacent lots, in order to develop the area into high-end condos. Even though their parents' early deaths had left Fiona, Morgan, and their 2 other sisters property-rich but cash-poor, the 4 of them agreed they would never sell. Both the small shop and the stately ocean home they lived in had been in the family for generations, and they didn't want their generation to be the one that lost them. The only problem was, although they owned the properties outright, the taxes were astronomical, and on their meager earnings, they were all just scraping by to make ends meet. All the more reason to get this necklace finished so I can get paid. Thankfully, the caffeine had finally cleared the cobwebs in her head, and Fiona was ready to get to work. Staring down at the amethyst, a vision of the perfect shape to cut the stone appeared in her mind. She grabbed her tools and started shaping the stone. Fiona and Morgan were both lost in their work. They worked silently, the only sounds in the little shop being the scrape of mortar on pestle and the hum of Fiona's gem-grinding tool, mixed with a few melodic tweets and chirps that floated in from the open window. Fiona didn't know how long they were working like that when the bell over the shop door chimed again. She figured it must have been an hour or two, judging by the fact that the few sips left in the bottom of her latte cup had grown cold. She smiled, looking up from her work to greet their potential customer, but the smile froze on her face when she saw who it was. Sheriff Overton stood in the door, flanked by 2 police officers. A toothpick jutted out of the side of Overton's mouth, and judging by the looks on all 3 of their faces, they weren't there to buy herbs or crystals. Fiona could almost hear her heart beating in the silence, as the men stood there, adjusting their eyes to the light and getting their bearings. "Can we help you?" Morgan asked, stopping her work to wipe her hands on a towel. Overton's head swiveled in her direction like a hawk spying a rabbit in a field. "That's her." He nodded to the 2 uniformed men who approached Morgan hesitantly. Fiona recognized one of the men as Brody Hunter, whose older brother Morgan had dated all through high school. She saw Brody look questioningly at the sheriff. The other man stood a head taller than Brody. Fiona noticed his dark hair and broad shoulders, but her assessment of him stopped there when she saw him pulling out a pair of handcuffs. Her heart lurched at the look of panic on her sister's face as the men advanced toward her. "Just what is all this about?" she demanded, standing up and taking a step toward the sheriff. There was no love lost between the sheriff and Fiona. They'd had a few run-ins, and she thought he was an egotistical bore, and probably crooked, too. He ignored her question, focusing his attention on Morgan. The next words out of his mouth chilled Fiona to the core. "Morgan Blackmoore, you're under arrest for the murder of Prudence Littlefield." Chapter 2. Just what is the meaning of this? Fiona stepped closer to the sheriff. The smell of stale cigarettes kept her a few paces from getting right in his face. She felt her stomach curdle as he turned his rheumy eyes on her. The ever-present toothpick bobbed up and down. "Mrs. Littlefield was found not 1/4 mile from here, murdered." "And what makes you think my sister did it?" she demanded, hands on hips. "Earlier this morning, Morgan was overheard telling Prudence that she wanted to turn her into a newt." Fiona wrinkled her brow. "So?" "Prudence was found with a newt stuffed in her throat. She'd been strangled." He turned to face Morgan. "Where were you 2 hours ago?" The girls exchanged glances, and Fiona looked at her watch. 2 hours ago was about when she was waiting for Morgan to come back with her coffee. "I was walking here from the coffee shop," Morgan said. "And I didn't say I wanted to turn her into a newt. I said if I was a witch, I would have already turned her into a newt." "Close enough for me," Sheriff Overton said. "Did anyone see you walking here?" "Surely you can't be serious." Morgan stared at him incredulously. That's just the kind of thing you say when someone pisses you off. You can't seriously think I actually killed her over a small argument in a coffee shop? That remains to be seen. Overton nodded at the officers. Cuff her and get her into the car. He switched the toothpick from one side of his mouth to the other, then snickered at Fiona before turning and walking out of the shop. Fiona stared at his retreating back, trying to get her mouth to work. She whirled around at the sound of snapping handcuffs, planting herself firmly in between the officers and the door. You can't just arrest her like this. You need more solid evidence. She glared at the two men. Brody looked down at the floor. That's right, Brody Hunter. You should be ashamed of yourself. She turned her steely blue gaze on the other officer. And you, whoever you are, how dare you come to our town and arrest my sister on this flimsy evidence? I'll have you brought up under charges of false arrest. Fiona was standing close to him. His height forced her to tilt her head backwards to look up into his face. She saw his gray eyes soften a little before he gently moved her aside. Sorry, ma'am. He dipped his head at her. Just doing my job. Then he brushed past her, tugging Morgan along behind him. Fiona stomped outside after them. She noticed, with annoyance, that they'd parked the police car sideways in the front lawn instead of just leaving it in the driveway. She stood at the side of the car, her fists clenched so hard that her nails dug into her palms painfully, and watched them put Morgan in the back seat. Bending down, she looked in through the window at her sister. Don't worry, Morgan. They can't do this. I'll be right down to get you out. Overton walked by, pushing her aside, and the three men piled into the car, Brody and Overton in the front, and the other officer in the back with Morgan. Overton started the car and sped off, digging up a piece of their front yard with his back tire. Fiona's heart lurched as she saw Morgan turn her head and look out the back window at her. She spun around and raced back into the store, her heart pounding in her chest. Grabbing her purse, she locked up the shop and ran to her 12-year-old pickup truck. Mumbling a prayer to the starting gods, she held her breath while she pumped the gas pedal and turned the key in the ignition. Relief flooded her when the old truck sputtered to life, and she jammed it into drive and peeled out, pointing the truck in the direction of the police station. Fiona burst through the door to the police station, her curly red hair flying wildly behind her. Storming over to the counter, she pounded on the top, catching the attention of George O'Neill, who gave her a sympathetic look. I demand to see my sister, she yelled, accentuating the words by pounding on the counter even louder. George took a step back and held his hands up, palms out. Whoa there, Fiona. I know you're upset, but you need to calm down. I'll handle this, George, someone said from behind her, and she whirled around to confront him. It was the officer that had arrested Morgan, the one she'd never seen before. Fiona had heard talk that some fancy cop from Boston had taken a job on their small-town police force, which was strange because most cops were trying to get out of Noquit and move to the big city. Not too many people moved to Noquit from other places, and Fiona had an instant distrust of anyone who did. Probably some big scandal in his past, or maybe Overton had brought him in to help corrupt the town. Just who are you? She narrowed her eyes at him. Jake Cooper. Fiona eyed the hand he stuck out at her suspiciously, then placed her own hand inside it. His handshake was firm, his hand large and calloused. She had to admit the feeling wasn't all too unpleasant, but she didn't have time to dwell on that. She was on a mission. And you are? He prompted. She ripped her hand away. Fiona Blackmoore, and I want to see my sister now. I'm sorry, but she's being processed. You can't see her until visiting hours at 5 p.m., he said softly. What do you mean I can't see her? You can't just keep her in there alone. I mean, doesn't she get a phone call or something? Fiona blinked away tears of frustration. I'm sorry. Jake spread his hands. That's the rule. I promise you she's being treated well. I mean, heck, she seems to be old friends with everyone back there. They'll take good care of her. Jake's soothing tone and words of comfort had the opposite effect on Fiona. She felt her anger rising and took a step closer to him. Look, buddy, I don't know what's going on here, or who you people think you are, but I do know that you can't arrest my sister on this flimsy evidence. Fiona wondered if they had some other evidence they had not told her about, but brushed away the thought. She knew Morgan didn't kill Prudence. She saw a flicker of something in Jake's eyes. Understanding? Guilt? Compassion? He leaned in toward her, lowering his voice. Listen, if I were you, I'd go home and calm down, get a decent lawyer, then come back this afternoon, and you should be able to get her out, he said, glancing over at the desk as if to make sure no one heard him. Fiona was taken aback. Was he trying to help her? Or was this all part of their trap? Suddenly, she felt alone, confused and helpless. Why were they trying to blame this on Morgan? I don't know what you people are up to, she said, taking a step closer to the tall officer. But if you think my sister did this, you are dead wrong. She punctuated the last two words by poking her index finger hard at his chest, her eyes widening in surprise at the solid muscle she felt. Or was that his Kevlar vest? Jerking her finger away before she could contemplate it further, she turned and fled out of the station. Flinging open the door to her truck, she tumbled inside, shaking so hard she could barely get her key in the ignition. As she drove away, she remembered what Jake had said about getting a lawyer. She knew a good one and wanted the best chance for Morgan, but lawyers didn't come cheap, nor did they work for free. Chewing her bottom lip, she wondered how on earth they would pay for a lawyer when they could barely raise the money to pay the taxes on their home. Her stomach felt like lead as she drove toward town on autopilot. Her mind was so busy trying to work a solution that she barely noticed how crowded the roads were getting now that tourist season had started, or how all the shops were now opening for the season, or Mrs. Penobscot setting up for her perpetual weekend yard sale that she stocked with random items she found in the attic of her old family home. Suddenly, Fiona had an idea of how she could get the money to hire a lawyer for Morgan. She pressed harder on the gas and headed toward home. Chapter 3. The springs on Jake's ancient police-issue chair protested loudly as he leaned back and put his feet on the desk. He knew the woman in the holding cell was no murderer. He had a gut instinct about these things, and he was usually right. Of course, getting Sheriff Overton to see it his way was another story. It was curious, though, that Overton had been so adamant about arresting her, even though any fool could see the evidence was circumstantial at best. But then, Overton rarely did things that made sense to Jake. Jake ran his hand over the stubble on his chin. He hated to admit it, but he just didn't get a warm feeling about his new boss. Something was strange about him. Jake often found him difficult to work with. Overton was the type of guy that was never wrong, and some of the things he did made Jake wonder which side of the law he was on. But Jake was the new guy, a peon, so he just nodded and did his job. Of course, he wouldn't just stand by and let Overton prosecute someone without the proper evidence, but hopefully it wouldn't come to that. Surely the various lawyers and judges involved would laugh in Overton's face if he tried to get a trial on the evidence he had, which made Jake wonder just what the sheriff was up to with this arrest. He'd almost refused to handcuff Morgan, but something told him it would be better if he played along. Still, he'd felt bad, snapping those metal shackles on her slender wrist. At least he'd made sure they were loose. She probably could have wriggled out of them if she'd tried. But she didn't. Jake smiled, thinking of the red-headed sister, and how fiercely she had tried to defend Morgan. She sure was a feisty one, whereas the dark-haired girl was more calm, serene almost. The two were so different. You'd never know they were sisters, except they both had those piercing ice-blue eyes. Jake had always been a sucker for redheads, but he had no intention of getting caught up in any kind of relationship, especially not in a small town like Noquit, where everybody knew everybody else's business. Besides, he'd had enough of relationships to last him a lifetime in Boston. Probably better off to avoid the Blackmoore sisters, and maybe even the whole case. Still, he felt bad for the woman sitting in the jail cell in the basement of the police station. She didn't have any prior arrest record, so she was probably terrified. Not to mention she was most likely there under false pretenses. Jake couldn't do anything about that, but he could do something to make her stay a little less harrowing. He slid his feet off the desk, slapping them down on the floor, and picked up his phone to dial in some takeout. The least he could do was get her something decent to eat, besides the slop they'd give her down there. He placed the order for a pot roast dinner to be delivered at 5. He planned to take it down to her himself for dinner, convincing himself he was just doing a good deed to try to make up for his role in her arrest, and it had nothing to do with the fact that her sister would be back just around supper time. Chapter 4. Fiona's heart thumped in her chest. She stared at the old door that led to the attic. Reaching for the glass knob, she turned it slowly. The squeaking of the hinges echoed loudly in the stairwell, setting her nerves on edge. The stairs loomed in front of her, stretching up into the darkness of the 4th floor. Fumbling for a light switch, she took a deep breath. It was silly to be afraid of the attic. After all, it was just a big room. Well, more than a room, as it comprised the whole 4th floor of the mansion her and her sisters lived in. But she had been warned since childhood by her mother and grandmother to stay away from there, and the place still scared her, even if she was all grown up now. Of course, Fiona and her sisters had ignored the warning on several occasions, but every time she had gone in there, she'd felt creeped out and never stayed long. Today, she had to go in. Morgan's freedom depended on it. Ascending the stairs cautiously, she cringed as the old dry wood creaked and groaned, as if protesting her presence. The temperature rose a notch with each step she took, and she felt thankful it was mid-spring and not summer, when the attic heat would be unbearable. She swiveled her head at the top of the stairs, trying to decide where to start. The attic, which had been servants' quarters hundreds of years ago, held a maze of rooms and cubbyholes, which were packed with the cast-offs of her ancestors. 275 years of household and personal belongings gathered dust up here. Did her people never throw anything away? Breathing in the smell of old wood, she started picking out a path toward the back of the house. Sunlight filtered in through the windows, highlighting the dust motes hanging in the still, dry air. She wasn't sure exactly what she was looking for. Something they could sell, pawn, or trade to raise the money for a lawyer. Even though they had made a pact to never sell any of their family heirlooms, Fiona felt certain her other sisters would agree to make the exception for Morgan. She turned her head from side to side, slowly navigating the attic. Her breath caught suddenly in her throat when she spied a human figure out of the corner of her eye. Then she released it just as quickly when she realized it was just an old dress form. Passing old trunks, rolled-up rugs, closed-up boxes, dinnerware, furniture, and even a kitchen sink, she realized she'd never really looked at any of the stuff in the attic, and slowly became mesmerized with the task. Crash! Fiona's heart exploded in her chest, and she whirled around toward the direction of the noise, her fists tight at her side. Her eyes searched rapidly for some sort of weapon. Her mind raced. Who would be up in the attic with her? Meow. Fiona let her breath out sharply. Her shoulders relaxed. Belladonna, you scared the heck out of me. She bent to pick up the cream and white cat. What are you doing up here? She asked, stroking her fur. Belladonna answered with a purr. Probably hunting for mice, Fiona mused. Setting the cat down, she noticed what had made the noise. A heavy book lay on the floor, a century of dust floating in the air around it. Belladonna must have knocked the book off. Fiona went over and picked the book off the floor, taking care not to crack the leather binding. Setting it gently on a nearby table, she stared at the pages. They looked ancient, like parchment. The ink on them faded to almost nothing. Carefully, she turned a page, hoping her touch didn't cause the fragile paper to disintegrate. The book looked like some sort of journal, the ink clearly from a quill pen, the words barely legible. Could this be one of her ancestors' sailing journals? According to family legend, the main part of their home had been built in the early 1700s by a merchant who sailed the world. The house itself sat on a large cliff, with the ocean on two sides and the entrance to Perkins Cove on the third. A perfect location for a sailing man. The house had been added to over the centuries, finally becoming a massive Victorian mansion. But the main part of the house still was within the structure, and she'd heard her mother and grandmother talk about old journals from the original builder of the house. She frowned down at the old book. She couldn't make out any dates, and it seemed a book that old would have been further toward the back. Tiny pinpricks on her leg interrupted her thoughts. She looked down to see Belladonna scratching at her. Right, I'm up here to look for something to help Morgan, not read some old journals, thanks for reminding me. She carefully closed the book and put it back in its place in the bookshelf, mentally cataloging the location so she could revisit it later when she had more time. Apparently satisfied, Belladonna wound her way around Fiona's leg and scampered off with a tiny mew. Fiona started to continue her search, but was interrupted by a series of meows. Had Belladonna gotten stuck somewhere? Was she hurt? Her meows certainly sounded pitiful to Fiona's ears. Following the sound, she came to a small cutout in the eaves. The area was well lit by a large window, through which she could see the dark blue ocean. An old rocking chair sat under the window, and Fiona felt relieved to see Belladonna was unharmed. The small cat crouched on the floor in front of the chair, batting around a shiny object. "What do you have there?" "Mew." Belladonna cast her ice-blue eyes up at Fiona before returning her attention to the shiny object, which she batted in Fiona's direction. Fiona bent to pick it up, watching it sparkle in the light. Spreading it out in her hand, she realized it was a necklace. She recognized the style as being popular in the mid-1800s, probably one of her great-great-great-grandmother's pieces that had been stored up here after her death. Fiona could tell it was well made. This was no junky piece of costume jewelry. Which was odd, because she was under the impression that nothing of real value was up here. Her mother had always said it was just a bunch of old, broken junk the family was too miserly to throw away. But where did it come from? She looked around the floor for a jewelry box or some sort of container it might have been in, but saw nothing. The glitter of light from the window reflecting off the stones in the necklace caught her eye, and she moved closer to the window to look at it in the light. Squinting, she held the necklace up to the glass, looking for the telltale signs that the stones were worthless paste or glass. Why hadn't she thought to bring a jeweler's loupe? Her training as a gemologist had given her a keen eye and the knowledge to be able to tell a gemstone from a fake. Naturally, tools helped her validate her assessment, but with the naked eye, it appeared this necklace was the real deal. Diamonds, emeralds, and gold. Fiona's heart flipped in her chest, and she felt like a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. If the necklace tested to be real, it would be worth much more than what she needed to secure a lawyer for Morgan. Clutching the jewelry in her hand, she turned and ran toward the stairs. She knew exactly what to do with the necklace to get the money they needed without having to sell off a potentially important family heirloom. She just hoped her sisters were home, so she could discuss her plan with them and get their approval in time to put the wheels in motion before it was too late to save Morgan from spending the night in jail. Chapter 5. The back stairs dumped Fiona out into the black and white tiled kitchen, where Belladonna stood at her food bowl, munching away. Fiona frowned at the cat, wondering how she had beat her to the kitchen without passing her on the stairs, as she raced over to the pantry to get her test kit. "There you are." Celeste appeared in the doorway, and Fiona noticed the worry on her face. "I heard about Morgan in town, so I put Diana in charge of the yoga studio and came right home. I yelled all over the house for you, but you didn't answer. Where were you?" Fiona turned, holding up the necklace. "In the attic." Celeste looked at the ceiling. "You went up there alone?" "It was the only way I could think of to find something we could use to secure a lawyer for Morgan. It's not so bad up there, really." Fiona shrugged. Fiona took her test kit and the necklace back into the kitchen and set them on the large island in the center. The spacious kitchen had been built sometime in the mid-1800s and still had the original dark cabinets offset by white marble counters. Stainless steel appliances were a newer addition, as was the island, which had a sink in the center. It had chairs set up on one side, and the sisters spent many hours there, chatting and eating. "So, what happened with Morgan?" Celeste plopped herself down cross-legged in the chair on the other side of the island. She ran her hand nervously through her short white blonde hair, while Fiona recounted the morning's events. "She's still in jail? Can they even do that without concrete evidence?" Celeste's ice-blue eyes narrowed, and she worried her bottom lip. "I don't know if they can, but they have. Sheriff Overton doesn't seem to like us much." "Tell me about it," Celeste said, making a face. "But the new guy, Jake, I think his name is, seems kind of nice." Fiona felt her stomach do a little flip at the mention of Jake. What was that all about? She ignored it and started cleaning off a section of the necklace, then clipped the alligator clip from her gold tester to it. "So, what's up with the necklace?" Celeste asked. "We need to get Morgan a lawyer, but since we have no money, I thought maybe we could find something in the attic we could sell." Fiona let her voice trail off and looked up to judge Celeste's reaction, but her sister retained her usual calm demeanor. "It sure is pretty," Celeste said, leaning over the island to get a better look. "I wonder which one of our relatives it belonged to." Fiona didn't have an answer, so she turned the gold tester on and filled the well with testing acid, then dipped the section of necklace in. Both sisters held their breath while they waited for the machine to tell them if it was real gold or not. Fiona felt her heart skip a beat when the machine beeped and the light lit up. The necklace was 18-karat gold. Nice! Celeste raised her hand up, and Fiona slapped her palm in a high five. So, what's your plan? Fiona looked up from the task of packing up the test kit. I think I know how we can raise the money for Morgan's lawyer without actually having to sell the necklace, but I need you and Jolene to give it the thumbs up, she said. Where is our little sister? Celeste pushed her brows together. I haven't seen her. Fiona bit her lower lip. Her youngest sister, Jolene, had been a handful since their mother had jumped to her death from the cliff behind their house 4 years ago. The poor girl had only been 14. It had affected all the girls deeply, but Jolene was hurt the most at her young age. Fiona, Celeste, and Morgan had tried to raise her as best they could, but Celeste had only been 19 herself. Morgan and Fiona had been in their late 20s and had tried to share the role of mothering between them. Jolene had been a terror in her teenage years, which likely contributed to the dislike Sheriff Overton had for the whole family. But since she'd turned 18 a few months ago, Fiona had started to see a change in her. She guessed she was finally growing up. Still, it worried her that they didn't know where Jolene was. She was supposed to either be home or let one of them know where she was if she went out. As if summoned by magic, Jolene suddenly came sauntering in from the living room, head down, bopping to the music that blared so loudly from her earbuds that Fiona could hear it on the other side of the room. Fiona felt a nudge of annoyance when the girl didn't even look up at either of them. "Jolene," she said, but the girl continued on her path to the pantry without even stopping. "Jolene!" Fiona yelled, eliciting a startled look from the teen, who swiveled her head in Fiona's direction, then reached up to pull out an earbud. "Oh, hi. Sorry, didn't see you there." Jolene shrugged in apology, then shifted her gaze between her two sisters. "What's up?" "It's about Morgan." Fiona saw Jolene's eyes grow wide. The ice blue color looked startling against her pale face and chocolate-brown hair. Fiona marveled at how all 4 of the sisters had the same color eyes, a family trait shared by many Blackmoore women, but all had different hair and coloring. "What? Did something happen to her?" Jolene swiveled her head between the two sisters. "Sort of," Fiona said. Then she repeated the story of Morgan's arrest, while Jolene listened intently, her frown growing deeper and deeper. "They're keeping her in jail? That Overton is really a jerk." Normally, Fiona would have told her not to say bad things about others, but this time she couldn't really argue. He was a jerk. "Don't worry. We're getting her out this afternoon. I want to hire Delphine Jones to represent Morgan, but she needs a $5,000 retainer just to take the case." Celeste gasped. "Where are we going to get $5,000? "That's where this comes in." Fiona held the necklace up, dangling it from her fingers. Jolene raised her eyebrows. "Where'd you get that?" "In the attic." Fiona saw Jolene shudder. "Mom always told me the most horrid ghost stories of the attic. I was always afraid to go up there." Fiona felt her heart ache at the mention of her mother. Tears pricked the backs of her eyes as she remembered the colorful stories of their ancestors, including tales of pirates, witches, and ghostly hauntings that their mother had loved to tell. Fiona knew they were all mostly made up, but as a child she had listened to each one with rapt attention. "So, you want to sell it?" Celeste interrupted her thoughts. "No, not sell it. Pawn it," Fiona said. "We can take it down to Cal Reed and see if he'll take it in exchange for the money we need. We know the charges against Morgan will never stick. She didn't do it. So we won't need to spend the whole $5,000 with Delphine. Once Morgan is cleared, we can get the rest of our deposit back, scrape up whatever we need to top it off to $5,000, and collect the necklace from Cal." "That's a great idea. We know we can trust Cal," Celeste said. Calvin Reed had been a classmate of Fiona's and good friends with all the Blackmoore girls since they were kids. He was practically like a brother to them. Fiona had no doubt he would take good care of their necklace in his pawn shop. It was the best way she could think of to raise the money and still have a chance of keeping the necklace in the family. "So, are we in agreement to do this?" Fiona asked. "Yes." "Of course." "Great." Fiona put her fisted hand out toward the other girls, her knuckles facing them, and the three did a knuckle tap. "If you need to come up with more money, I have a little socked away from my job," Jolene said. Having recently graduated, she'd taken a job at one of the local restaurants, Barnacle Bill's, until she decided what she wanted to do with her life. Fiona felt her heart melt at the offer. A year ago, it seemed like Jolene could have cared less what happened to any of them. She was distant and moody, spending most of her time in her room or arguing with them. But she really seemed to be coming around. Fiona wondered if this was how a parent felt when they realized their little child was finally growing up. "Hopefully, it won't come to that," Fiona said. "Now, let's get a move on. We still have to meet with Delphine and go over to Cal's. I don't want Morgan rotting in jail any longer than she has to." Chapter 6. "I'm going to give Overton a piece of my mind," sputtered Delphine Jones as she climbed out of her late-model Toyota. "What he's doing is barely legal." Fiona leaned against Celeste's Volkswagen, which was parked next to Delphine's, and studied the petite attorney. She wore a casual outfit consisting of an ankle-length skirt in a rainbow of colors, an orange T-shirt, and a yellow blazer. Somehow, the outfit worked on her and complemented her dark skin and cropped hair. Fiona knew she had made the right decision in hiring Delphine, even though she was a bit unconventional. The attorney was a whirlwind of energy. She didn't waste any time, got things done quickly, and most importantly, she believed that Morgan was innocent. "Shall we?" Fiona nodded her head toward the police station, and Delphine started walking. Fiona, Celeste, and Jolene followed. "I'll go up and deal with Overton," Delphine said. "You can go visit your sister." Delphine looked at her watch. "She should be released within 15 minutes. After that, I gotta run. So I'll be back in touch with you if I hear anything new. It's really just a waiting game after this. Overton has to come up with something concrete that ties Morgan to the murder scene before he can start to prosecute. Right now, he's got nothing." Fiona opened the police station door and motioned for Delphine to go in. The feisty attorney stormed up to the desk. "I need to see Sheriff Overton, pronto," she barked at the desk clerk. The clerk, a short, round woman whose head barely reached the top of the counter, looked around nervously. "He's busy now." Delphine slapped her hand on the counter. "I don't care what he's doing. You tell him if he doesn't talk to me now, the next time he sees me, it will be on opposite sides of a wrongful arrest suit." The clerk's eyes went wide, and she got up from her chair. "Yes, ma'am." "And make sure somebody takes these girls down to see my client, Morgan Blackmoore," Delphine yelled after her, leaning over the counter. Delphine turned and winked at Fiona as a uniformed officer came out from the back. "This way, ladies," He gestured for them to file through the door he held open. The girls were unusually silent as they followed the officer down a manila-tiled corridor to a steel door that opened to reveal a set of concrete stairs. They filed down the stairs, the echoes of their footsteps sounding hollow, the musty smell getting stronger with each step. Fiona's heart lurched in her chest, thinking of poor Morgan in her barren, uncomfortable jail cell, enduring this pungent mildew smell, and God only knew what else. They trudged down a long corridor, toward a door made of metal bars, which the officer pressed a button on the wall to open. He held it for the three girls. Fiona turned, and her heart skipped when she noticed the looks on her sisters' faces mirrored her own apprehensive feelings. The room had 3 cells. The officer stopped in front of the last one, and Fiona willed her feet to follow him. An iron fist squeezed her chest. She could barely breathe, picturing what she would see when she looked in the cell. Morgan, depressed and crying, curled on the cot, all alone. Then she heard a trill of laughter. Morgan's laughter. Her brow furrowed, and she increased her pace. "You have visitors, Morgan," the officer said into the cell, and then stepped back to make room for Fiona, Celeste, and Jolene to crowd around the front. Fiona's mouth dropped open when she saw what was really going on in the cell. Morgan sat on the small bed. Across from her in a chair sat Jake Cooper. A folding table in between them held what looked like the remnants of a pot roast meal, complete with mashed potatoes and vegetables. Morgan's face broke into a smile when she saw her sisters. "Hey, you guys didn't have to all come down here." She got up and walked over to the bars. "Morgan, what are you doing?" Fiona's eyes narrowed, and she tilted her head toward the table of food and Jake. Morgan looked back over her shoulder. "Oh, Jake just brought me supper. Wasn't that nice of him?" Fiona screwed up her face and scrutinized Jake as Morgan greeted her other sisters. What was he up to? "I hope you didn't tell him anything," Fiona whispered to Morgan. "Like what?" Morgan shrugged. "I don't have anything to tell." In the background, Fiona could see Jake picking up what was left of their dinner. He stood and came toward them. "Are these your sisters?" he asked. "Yep, this is Celeste, Jolene, and you already know Fiona, I think." Jake nodded to Fiona and shook hands with the others. "Well, I think we can open the door and let them in to visit," he said, nodding to the officer still standing behind them. The door slid open, and the girls rushed in to hug Morgan, while Jake stepped out of the cell. Just then, another officer appeared. "Overton says to release her," he said to Jake. "Well, looks like you're free to go." Jake nodded at Morgan, then stepped back to let the women precede him up the corridor. "I can go?" "You mean I'm cleared?" Morgan asked. "No, you're still a suspect," the officer answered. "We just don't have enough to hold you." "Oh." Morgan's face fell a little, but then she smiled. "Well, I know I'll be cleared soon enough, so it's just as good." They filed out, Morgan first, and Fiona bringing up the rear. Jake stepped in line behind them. They retraced their steps up the corridor, up the steps, then stopped at the desk to collect an envelope of Morgan's personal effects. Fiona felt her heart swell at the look of joy on Morgan's face as they headed out the door that Jake held open for them. She cleared the doorway, and Jake fell in behind her. She ignored the flip-flop of her stomach when he put his hand on the small of her back, attributing it to all the excitement and lack of dinner. "Now, I expect you girls won't do anything silly," he said, looking pointedly at Fiona. She crossed her arms over her chest. "Like what?" "Oh, you know, go poking around trying to figure out who the killer is." Fiona felt anger rising. Who was he to tell them what to do? Well, Since the police seem hell-bent on prosecuting my sister for it, I don't see we have much choice." Jake looked down at the pavement and pushed a pebble around with his shoe. When he looked back up, Fiona's heart lurched at something she saw in his eyes. Concern? Fear? She wasn't sure which, but his next words chilled her. "Look, I think we might be dealing with someone very dangerous here. You girls should stay out of it. Let the police handle it." Fiona snickered, but Morgan cut her off before she could say anything. "Of course we will. Won't we, Fee?" Fiona noticed the way Morgan raised her eyebrow at her and took that as a warning to keep quiet. "Sure." She managed to choke the words out. "Good. Then I'll wish you good luck and send you on your way." He nodded at them, turned, and strode back into the police station. Fiona stared at his retreating back. She had no intention of following his orders, especially when it seemed like the police were content to pin the murder on Morgan. She didn't feel confident that they would conduct a thorough investigation to find the real killer. For all she knew, the dangerous person she needed to be afraid of was Jake Cooper himself. Chapter 7. Morgan curled her feet under her in the oversized chair and took a sip of chamomile tea. Reaching down, she stroked the silky fur of Belladonna, who lay on her lap contentedly purring. It felt good to be home. Morgan felt safe here, in her favorite room with her sisters. It wasn't the largest one in their 24-room home, but it was the most comfortable. Decorated in grays and blues, Morgan could see her mother's touch everywhere, from the overstuffed white furniture to the giant starfish and seashells on the mantel to the chipped paint coffee table. The room sat on the east side of the house, and the large bay window offered an unobstructed view of the Atlantic Ocean a mere 200 feet away. "I feel awful that you guys had to pawn that necklace. I didn't even know there was stuff like that up there," Morgan said, glancing upwards toward the attic. "We didn't have much choice. It didn't look like they were going to let you out," Fiona said, "unless you were planning on charming Jake Cooper into springing you." Morgan laughed. "Hardly." Then she narrowed her eyes at Fiona. "He's not the enemy, you know." Fiona snorted. "Huh. He's the one that cuffed you and put you in the back of the police car." "Only because he was ordered to." Fiona glared at Morgan. "Think what you want, but I'm warning you, you'd better watch out around him. I sense that he's trouble." Morgan cocked an eyebrow at her sister, wondering why Fiona was protesting so much about Jake. She didn't think Jake was trouble. She thought Jake could be a valuable ally, and he seemed like a perfect match for Fiona. Morgan could practically see the sparks fly between them. She was certain Jake felt the same way. She'd noticed how his gaze lingered on Fiona at the jail. If only Fiona would just wake up and notice it herself. Maybe she would have to give her a special herbal tea to help things along. "I didn't want to take the necklace," Cal said, coming in from the kitchen with 2 glasses full of green juice. "I could just lend you guys the money." Morgan watched Cal hand Celeste one of the glasses and then sit next to her on the couch. He'd been sitting on their front porch when they returned home, worried about her. Cal was the closest thing they had to a brother, and she would never risk their relationship by borrowing money from him. "Don't be silly. We would never take advantage of you like that," Fiona said, echoing Morgan's thoughts. Cal made a face. "Oh, for crying out loud. I have the money. Besides, that necklace is a family heirloom, and a nice one at that. You girls should really get up in the attic and see what else is there." "What kind of stuff was up there, Fee?" Morgan asked. "Just a bunch of old junk, furniture, dishes, boxes packed full of God knows what. Fiona furrowed her brow. There was one interesting thing, though. Celeste and Cal both raised their eyebrows. "What?" they said at the same time, then fell back on the couch, laughing, and punched each other lightly in the arm. It was an old book. It looked ancient, but I couldn't find any date. A handwritten journal of some sort. "What did it say?" "I don't know. I couldn't make out the writing, and I didn't have much time to study it." "Maybe we should go up there and look around," Morgan said. Belladonna let out a loud meow and hopped down from her lap. Morgan watched her walk toward the kitchen, tail swishing high in the air. Just as the cat reached the kitchen doorway, she turned and looked right at Morgan as if to say, "Come on, what are you waiting for?" Morgan laughed to herself at her own overactive imagination. The cat wasn't trying to communicate with her. That was ridiculous. Wasn't it? Jolene's eyes went wide. "I don't think we should. Mom told us not to." Mom didn't know we'd be scrambling to come up with tax money, or trying to avoid getting charged with murder. Cal leaned back on the couch, stretching out his long legs. "Well, it's up to you guys, but if you need my help in figuring out what anything is worth, let me know." Morgan studied Cal from the other side of the room. She knew his intent was honest. He really did want to help, and he did have a lot of knowledge about antiques, since he'd been running his family pawn shop for almost a decade. She knew they could trust him, and she filed the information away for later, in case they got desperate for money. Cal was about the nicest guy she knew. Tall, dark, and handsome, he was also the most eligible bachelor in town. It was rumored that women pawned jewelry at his shop just to talk to him, hoping for a date. Morgan didn't know how true that was, but he sure would be a good catch for the right woman. Morgan herself might have been interested, but there was only one man she would ever love, and he'd left town, and her, years ago. "Okay, so what do we do now?" Celeste interrupted Morgan's thoughts. "About what?" Jolene asked. "We have to do something to help prove Morgan didn't kill Prudence Littlefield." "I don't know how much we really need to do. Don't you guys think the police will find the real killer?" Morgan asked. "Pfft." Fiona waved her hand in the air. "I don't know about you guys, but I'm not going to sit back while the police bumble their way through an investigation. There's a killer out there, and I don't care what Jake Copper says. I'm going to find out who it is." She glanced around the room, piercing each of them with her steely blue gaze. "Now, who's with me?" Chapter 8. Fiona woke the next morning in a tangle of sheets. The questions running around in her head had kept her awake all night. Who could have killed Prudence? Why? What should they do to find the killer? She swung her legs over the bed and looked out the window. Squinting, she brought her hand up to shade her eyes from the glare of the morning sun reflecting off the water. It was just shortly after sunrise, and looked like it was going to be a beautiful day. But somehow, Fiona wasn't enthusiastic about getting out of bed. Coffee. She needed coffee. She stood up and stretched, wincing at the cracking sound coming from her back. Throwing a sweatshirt on over the t-shirt and sweatpants she wore to bed, she wrapped her long red curls in a ponytail and headed down to the kitchen. The front stairs creaked as she walked down them, echoing eerily throughout the silent house. Was everyone else still asleep? They had stayed up late the night before, hashing out a plan of action. Whoever had killed Prudence must have been in the coffee shop when she had her run-in with Morgan, or at least heard about it from someone who was there. Fiona and Morgan would try to find out who was in the coffee shop that morning. Celeste's job was to find out if any of her customers at the yoga center knew anything, and Cal was going to ask some of his seedier clients at the pawn shop what they knew about it. Fiona didn't want Jolene getting involved, but Jolene had insisted on asking around to see if any of her friends had heard anything about the murder. Fiona padded into the kitchen, feeling the cold of the granite tile on her bare feet. She made her way to the coffee maker and popped in a K-cup. She really needed a large latte to get her going, but this would have to do until she could make it to the coffee shop. Meow! Belladonna jabbed at her calf, the needle-like claws raking her flesh. Ouch! Cut that out! Fiona swatted at the cat with her foot. Belladonna responded by trotting over to the kitchen door and scratching at it. Meow! Oh, you want me to let you out? Why didn't you just say so? Fiona took her cup of steaming coffee and walked over to the door. Peeking out the window, she could see the sunlight hitting the tiny plants in Morgan's herb garden. She opened the door, and Belladonna streaked out into the garden. Fiona followed, relishing the feel of the dew-soaked grass on her bare feet, even if it was a little cold. She turned her face to the sun and closed her eyes, inhaling the bitter aroma of the coffee. Meow! Fiona opened her eyes and looked toward the cat, who was scratching at the ground. Belladonna, stop that. Morgan will be mad if you dig up her plants. Belladonna didn't stop. She dug even more furiously at the ground. Fiona's brows knit together as she watched the cat. She was digging in an isolated part of the garden, one Morgan hadn't planted in yet. I hope you aren't digging up a dead mouse. Fiona walked over. Looking down at the patch of dirt Belladonna was working on, she saw something strange. She bent down for a closer look. What's this? She tugged at the bright orange fabric. Her heart froze when she recognized the sunflower scarf in her hands. Prudence Littlefield's scarf, the one she was wearing the day she was murdered. Fiona couldn't help but wonder, what was it doing in Morgan's garden? Chapter 9. If you ask me, it was Berta Crumb who done it. Fiona narrowed her eyes at Agatha Beasley, who stood on the other side of her jewelry case, trying a carnelian bracelet on her wrist. What do you mean? Well, Berta and Prudence had a long-going feud, she said, twisting her ample wrist to study the bracelet from different angles. Who didn't Prudence have a feud with? Agatha glanced around the shop, then leaned in toward Fiona, lowering her voice. Prudence stole Ed away from Berta, you know? Fiona made a face, picturing a love triangle between Prudence, Ed, and Berta, even in their younger days, was too much. She gulped down the rest of her latte, wishing the cup held something stronger. So, you think Berta might have killed Prudence because she stole Ed from her 50-some-odd years ago? It hardly seems likely she would have waited that long. Agatha nodded, returning her attention to the bracelet. They've had quite a few fights about it over the years. Maybe the opportunity just presented itself. Fiona looked across the shop at Morgan, who was busy preparing a salve of ground-up jewelweed to help someone with a bad case of poison ivy. She'd arrived late at the shop after getting their tea and coffee from the cafe and hadn't told Morgan about the scarf yet. Her stomach churned just thinking about it. She was afraid of what Morgan might say about the scarf being buried in the garden. Did she bury it there? And if so, why? I'll take this and those matching earrings. Agatha interrupted her thoughts. Fiona packaged up the jewelry and rang up the sale, thanking Agatha for her purchase and her information. The bell over the door announced Agatha's departure, and Morgan looked up, meeting Fiona's eyes. "We should at least talk to Berta," she said. Fiona nodded, "and figure out anyone else who might have wanted her dead. She was mean to almost everyone. Maybe there are other people who would have wanted to kill her. Maybe she ran into someone in the woods, was her usual nasty self, and they killed her in a fit of anger." "We should probably talk to her husband, too," Fiona said. "The spouse is the first person they usually question in the movies. And we need to come up with a list of everyone who witnessed your conversation in the cafe that morning." Morgan sighed. "Geez, almost half the town was there." She closed her eyes and chewed on her bottom lip. "I remember seeing Elle from the bakery, Katie Morgan, Sandy Shawnee, Eli Stark." Her voice trailed off. "It's no use. We could never talk to all these people. How will we narrow it down?" Fiona felt her stomach sinking. Morgan was right. Too many people had been in the cafe. Not to mention that word had probably spread all around town about their altercation. Anyone could have known what Morgan had said to Prudence that day. They sat in silence, each of them wrestling with their own thoughts. The grandfather clock, passed down by some distant relative, tick-tocked off the seconds, measuring the passage of time. Time. "That's it!" Fiona snapped her fingers. Morgan raised her eyebrows. "What?" "Maybe instead of trying to prove who did do it, we can prove that you couldn't have done it." Fiona held her breath, waiting to see Morgan's reaction. She did feel sure her sister couldn't have killed Prudence, despite the incriminating scarf in her garden. Didn't she? "How would we do that?" Morgan narrowed her eyes, tilting her head to one side. "Easy. You came here straight after you left the coffee shop, right?" Morgan nodded. "Then all we need to do is establish a timeline and prove that you didn't have time to kill Prudence." "But we don't even know exactly what time she was killed." "Maybe we can get that information from Jake." Fiona ignored the mischievous glint in Morgan's eyes and pursed her lips. "No, we can't trust him. But we can trust Delphine. I'll see if I can get the time of death from her. But we do know she was strangled in the woods in between the coffee shop and her house, which is only about 1/4 mile from here. How fast can you run 1/4 mile? "Run? You know I never run," Morgan laughed. "Well, if you just strangled someone, you might be running." Morgan shrugged. "I don't know, 5 minutes, maybe?" "But you'd have to go out of your way to get to the woods. We need to find out exactly where Prudence was killed. Visit the scene of the crime, so to speak. Then we can figure out how long it would take you to go from the cafe to the scene, strangle her, and then come here." "How long do you think it takes to strangle someone?" Morgan asked. "I have no idea. But if we can prove that you wouldn't have had time, they'll have to drop the charges." "Yes, but I still don't see how we can prove it." "Well, I remember looking at my watch when you came in because I was dying for my latte. It was just after 8:10. Maybe someone who was in the coffee shop will remember what time you left?" Morgan looked at her dubiously. "Do you really think so?" Fiona sighed. It was a long shot. They needed something more concrete. "Wait a minute. Did you get a receipt?" "Probably. I usually just stuff them in my jeans and then take them out and toss them on laundry day." Morgan's face brightened. "Hey, it might still be in here." Fiona watched Morgan dig in her pockets, a cloud passing over her face as she came up empty. "I was wearing these yesterday. They took everything out of the pockets of the jail, so if I have one, it must be in the envelope they gave me. We'll look for that tonight. It might be a great way to prove you're innocent. If the police will believe me when I tell them what time you got here, Morgan nodded. Yeah, seems like Overton might not go for that. But it's worth a try. Okay, well, anyway, back to... Fiona was interrupted by the trilling of her cell phone on the workbench behind her. She turned to look at the display, and her heart lurched. Jolene. She never called her at work unless something was wrong. She dived for the phone. Hello? Fiona, it's Jolene. You guys better get home quick. The police are here, and they're digging up the yard. Chapter 10. Skidding her truck to a stop at the edge of the driveway, Fiona jumped out, her heart pounding in her chest as she ran to the garden on the east side of the house. Her body tensed with anger when she saw what was going on. Sheriff Overton stood watch over Jake Cooper and another officer while they turned the earth over with shovels. She noticed they were in the exact area where she had found the scarf. How did they know exactly where to look? Jolene stood off to the side, her eyes wide. Morgan ran to her and put a comforting arm around her. Fiona stood frozen, staring at the men, trying to get her mouth to work, when the screech of tires in the driveway caught her attention. She turned her head in time to see Delphine running toward Overton, flapping her arms. "Just what do you think you are doing?" she demanded. Fiona felt her stomach roil with anger at the smug look on Overton's face. He stared Delphine down, his tongue switching the toothpick from side to side. "We got an anonymous tip that someone saw your client bury a crucial piece of evidence here." "What are you talking about?" Delphine turned to Morgan. "Do you know anything about this?" Morgan shook her head. Fiona noticed the perplexed look on Morgan's face. Either she'd taken acting lessons, or she really did know nothing about the scarf. "Let me see the warrant." Delphine stuck her hand out toward Overton. "Listen, missy, I don't need a warrant. I got a tip." "You most certainly do need one," Delphine countered, "and I suggest you either produce one or get off my client's property, unless you want a lawsuit. And don't call me Missy." Fiona noticed Jake carefully putting the dirt back, taking care not to disturb Morgan's tender seedlings. He looked up, and she felt a jolt go through her when their eyes met. Overton looked down at Delphine, then glared over at Morgan. "If we have to take time to get a warrant, that will give your client a chance to move the evidence." "Well, you should have thought of that before and gone through the proper channels," Delphine spit back at him. "Now, move it." Overton nodded to Jake and the other officer, who was leaning on his shovel listening to the exchange. "Let's pack it up, boys. We'll come back later. I know the evidence is here." He stared at Morgan as he said the words, then started off toward the front of the house. Fiona shrank back when he brushed past her. Delphine turned to Fiona. "Do you know what he's talking about?" Fiona's stomach flipped. Should she tell her? Her first instinct was to keep quiet. If she let Delphine know she'd found the scarf, she'd probably make her give it up to the police, and Fiona had a sneaking suspicion the police were planning to use that scarf to incriminate Morgan. "No idea," she said, mentally crossing her fingers. "Let me know if he comes here again without a warrant." "Okay. Thanks for getting here so fast." Fiona had called the lawyer as soon as she'd hung up with Jolene. Delphine must have had to break some speeding records to get there when she did. "All in a day's work," Delphine said, nodding to Fiona, then turning and trotting off toward her car. Fiona could see Jolene, almost in tears over by the house. "I didn't know the right thing to do," she was saying to Morgan. "You called us right away. That was the right thing," Morgan assured her, then ushered her into the house by the kitchen door. Fiona started over toward the door herself, noticing that Jake was still in the garden, apparently trying to put it back the way he found it. She stomped over, wanting him off the property along with the other members of the police. "You can go now, too. We'll take care of this." She stood with her hands on her hips. Jake glanced around, then leaned toward her. "Listen, I think something funny is going on. This tip, it just didn't seem right." Fiona stepped back, narrowing her eyes. Was this some sort of trick? "What do you mean?" "There's a certain procedure, but this one, it just seemed to come out of thin air." He had stepped even closer now, so that he towered over her. She could smell the spicy scent of his aftershave. His gray eyes mesmerized her, and she stepped closer. He put his hand on her arm, causing a cascade of tingles to flutter in her lower belly. He leaned closer toward her. "You'd better warn Morgan to be on her guard. Something isn't right here." Fiona blinked at his warning. Then he let her arm go abruptly, turned, and walked toward the front of the house. She stared after him, noticing how his backside filled out his uniform just perfectly. Then she shook herself. What was she thinking? Even though Jake's warning seemed sincere, she still didn't think she could trust him. His concern for Morgan made her feel a little funny. If she didn't know better, she'd swear it was jealousy. Laughing at herself, she turned toward the kitchen door. That was ridiculous. She didn't give two figs about Jake Cooper. Why would she feel jealous if he had the hots for Morgan? Chapter 11. Fiona came in the kitchen door just as Celeste came in the front door. "We're in here," Morgan called out into the front hallway. Celeste came rushing in, her face flushed. "What happened? I heard the police were here." Morgan got up to make tea, while Fiona told Celeste about the police digging in the garden. She paced the room, hands flying in the air, anger rising inside her as she relayed the events. When she was done, Morgan handed her a cup of tea. "What's this? I don't drink that stuff. I drink coffee." Fiona pushed the cup away. "Right now, you need something calming, not caffeine to ramp you up more. Just sit and drink it." Morgan pushed the cup into her hands and pulled out a chair, which Fiona obediently sat in. She took a sip and almost spit it out. "Blech! This tastes like grass. What's in here?" "Oh, a little chamomile and some other herbs to relax you." "Drink," Morgan commanded, leaning against the kitchen counter on the other side of the bar. Fiona wrinkled her nose, but took another sip. Okay, maybe it wasn't so bad. And she did feel calmer already. "I don't think I understand. What did they think was in the garden?" Celeste asked. "I'm not sure. Some sort of evidence," Morgan answered. "Fee, do you know what that was all about?" Fiona's heart tightened in her chest. She had to come clean with her sisters. "Well, actually I do," she said. Setting down her cup, she looked at Morgan, her stomach fluttering. She hoped her sister wouldn't be mad that she didn't come to her right away. "Well," Morgan lifted her shoulders, "what is it?" "There was some evidence in the garden, except I found it before they did." Celeste gasped. "What was it?" "Prudence Littlefield's scarf, the one she was wearing the day she was killed." Morgan, Celeste, and Jolene stared at her in silence. "What are you talking about?" Morgan asked. "This morning, I was the first one up. Belladonna wanted to go out, so I let her out the door here next to the garden. It was a beautiful morning, and I went out for a breath of fresh air. That's when I found the scarf. It was buried on the edge of the garden, near the tomato seedlings." "Buried? Then how did you find it?" Jolene asked. "Well, it wasn't actually me who found it. It was Belladonna. She led me right to it." Everyone turned to look at Belladonna, who lay sleeping on the wide windowsill at the back of the kitchen. She turned her head toward them, opened one sleepy blue eye, then closed it and went back to sleep. She was digging in the garden and dug it right up, Fiona added. Morgan looked away from the cat, and Fiona flinched at the anger she saw in her sister's eyes. "So, you had the scarf and didn't even tell me? We were at work together all morning and you never mentioned it. Why?" Fiona's heart squeezed. She didn't want Morgan to know she had doubted her. "I didn't really get a chance," she said, mostly telling the truth. "There was someone in the shop when I got there with the coffee, and then Agatha came in, then we got involved in talking about how to find the killer, and then Jolene called." Morgan nodded, looking away. "Where is it now?" "I hid it in my room," Fiona said, picturing the scarf tucked neatly in her secret hiding place under a floorboard in the corner. "Shouldn't we bring it to the police?" Celeste asked. "No!" Fiona, Morgan, and Jolene all shouted at once. "They'll probably just use it against Morgan," Fiona said. "Someone clearly planted the scarf there. It could be someone with ties to the police. Or maybe it isn't, but one thing is clear. Someone is out to frame Morgan." Morgan sighed. "Okay, well, since we are all here, let's use this time for something productive. Celeste, did you find anything out at the yoga studio?" "I talked to a few people that were in the coffee shop. Pretty much everyone thought it was funny what you said to Prudence. Of course, no one thinks you killed her, but I didn't hear any clues or anything." "I haven't talked to everyone in my circle yet," Jolene said, "but I did see something strange on Facebook." "Oh? What?" Morgan asked. "Josh Gray made some strange posts that made it look like he was going to invest in something expensive, which was odd, since he doesn't have any money." Fiona wrinkled a brow. "What would that have to do with Prudence's murder?" "Probably nothing. Josh is a thug, and he brags a lot. He might just be blowing steam. Or maybe he did a big drug deal." Jolene shrugged. "Probably nothing to do with the murder, but it was out of the ordinary." "Has anyone talked to Cal?" Fiona asked. "I did," Morgan said. "He hadn't heard anything." Fiona chewed the inside of her cheek. She didn't know where to start to try to figure out who the killer was. Then she remembered. They might not have to find the killer at all. "Hey, what about the receipt from the coffee shop that morning? Did you look in the envelope?" Morgan's eyebrows shot up. "No, I forgot all about that." She spun around and grabbed the envelope from the counter behind her. Opening it, she dumped the contents on the island. All four girls leaned over to examine the pile. Chapstick, a $5 bill, some change, a couple of business cards, and her shoelaces. No receipt. "It's not there," Morgan said, her face crumbling. "Are you sure you even had one?" Fiona asked. "I usually just toss mine in the barrel." "I'm pretty sure. Usually I just shove them in my pocket with the change, if I have to juggle 2 cups like I did that morning. But I can't be certain." The four girls bent down to examine the pile again, and then looked up at each other. Fiona noticed the grim look on Morgan's face as she said, "If I did have that receipt, then someone at the police station took it. I have to admit, it really does look like someone is trying to frame me for killing Prudence." Celeste's brow knit together. "It does seem that way, but why?" "I don't know," Morgan said. "But these latest developments call for some drastic action. And I think I know just the person to help us." Chapter 12. Jake stared at the Littlefield file on his desk. He'd been flipping through it for an hour, looking for inconsistencies, but nothing stuck out at him. Why was Overton so steamed about not finding that scarf? Back in Boston, Jake had followed up on his share of anonymous tips. Most of them turned out to be a dead end. Surely Overton knew this? It just didn't make sense that he would be so mad at not finding the supposed murder weapon, unless he knew without a reasonable doubt that it would be there. And how could he know that? The only way Jake could figure he would know for sure was if it had been planted on his orders, or by someone he trusted explicitly. What he couldn't figure out was why. It didn't make any sense to frame Morgan for Prudence's death. He supposed it could just be convenient. Knowing about the argument they'd had in the coffee shop, the killer could have used the newt to cast suspicion on Morgan. Maybe they took the scarf for added insurance. But then, that begged the question, why would someone kill Prudence? Jake knew the logical thing would be to find out who stood to benefit from her murder. But Overton wasn't doing that. He seemed content to pin it on Morgan. Jake was sure there was something else going on, and he'd be willing to bet that Overton was right in the middle of it. He let out a sigh and snapped the file closed. All the file really told him was that Littlefield had been strangled, and the murder weapon, presumed to be this scarf Overton was so hot to dig up, was not found at the scene, which would lead one to believe the murderer had it. But why would the murderer take it? His thoughts turned to the Blackmoore girls. He felt certain the redhead, Fiona, was going to be even more determined to find the real killer now. He could hardly blame her. His heart clenched when he thought of how alone the girls must feel. To them, it must seem like everyone is against them. But they wouldn't be alone, because Jake had already made up his mind to help find the real killer. And it had nothing to do with the silky way Fiona's skin felt under his hand, or the way he couldn't get the smell of her strawberry shampoo out of his mind. It was ingrained in him to find the truth, to serve justice. That was why he had become a cop. And he'd been a pretty good detective in Boston, before the accident. Jake got up from his chair. He'd have to do his detecting in his spare time. If Overton caught on to his extracurricular activities, it could cost him his job, so he'd have to be very careful. But he knew just where to start. Overton had rushed them through the crime scene the day of the murder. At the time, he didn't think anything of it, but now he felt like he should go back over it with a fine-tooth comb. He was sure there must be a clue there that they had overlooked before. A clue that would, hopefully, lead them to the real killer. Chapter 13. Fiona pressed the doorbell, glancing over at Morgan. It was early afternoon, and the sun had heated the day to a pleasant 75 degrees. Fiona looked around the tidy porch, already dotted with flowering plants, and listened to the chirp of the birds. A sound at the door caught her attention, and she looked back in time to see Berta's face poke through the opening. "Oh, it's you girls," she said, swinging the door wide. "Do come in." Fiona stepped back and let Morgan enter first. "I put together some herbal teas for you," Morgan said, handing a small basket to Berta. Berta lifted the cloth that was on top and peered in. "Oh, wonderful. Let's go in the kitchen and I'll fix us some tea. I have ginger cookies fresh out of the oven." Fiona furrowed her brow. Ginger cookies? Killers didn't bake cookies and invite you in for tea, did they? Fiona followed them into the tiny kitchen, which looked like something out of the 1950s. Yellow gingham curtains fluttered on either side of an open window. A small, round-cornered fridge sat at one end, and a tiny white stove sat next to it. Wooden cabinets painted a cheery yellow brightened the small room. The smell of ginger hung in the air. Berta motioned for them to sit at a yellow formica table, while she busied herself putting on the teapot and selecting some tea from the basket. Her selection made, she turned to Morgan. "I hope that nasty business with Prudence isn't affecting you too much, dear." Morgan shrugged. "Well, it is a little unsettling." Berta leaned in toward her. "Did you kill her?" she asked, with a gleam in her eye. Morgan gasped. Her eyebrows shot up. "What? No, I didn't kill her." Berta looked disappointed. "Oh, well, no one would blame you if you did. I might even thank you." "That's one reason why we are here. Do you know who might have wanted Prudence dead?" Fiona asked. Berta looked up at the ceiling. "There are so many people that hated her. But if I had to pick one person—" Fiona perched on the edge of her seat, waiting for the name, when Berta was interrupted by the whistle of the kettle. The older woman turned and grabbed it from the stove. Fiona noticed she grabbed it awkwardly with her left hand, while she kept her right hand next to her body. Morgan must have noticed, too, because she shot up out of her chair. "Let me help you with that. Did you hurt your arm?" "Thank you, dear. Yes, I sprained my wrist," she said, wincing, and pulled her arm in closer as she handed Morgan the teapot. Fiona and Morgan glanced at each other. "When did that happen?" Fiona asked, taking a ginger cookie from the plate Berta had put on the table. Berta wrinkled her brow. "Oh, sometime last week," she said, absent-mindedly waving her good arm. Fiona took a bite of her cookie. The combination of sugar and spice tingled on her taste buds. "You were saying?" she prompted, hoping to get Berta to spill out the name of the one person she thought might have killed Prudence. Berta furrowed her brow. "What, dear?" Fiona sighed. "Before you poured the tea, you were saying if you had to pick one person who might have killed Prudence—" "Oh, right. Well, that would be Josiah Littlefield, of course, Ed's brother." Fiona raised an eyebrow over her steaming mug. "His brother?" "Yes, Josiah hated Prudence from the start. She was so controlling, demanding. He hated that she wouldn't let Ed do anything, and she controlled the money with an iron fist," Berta said. Then her forehead creased into a frown. "That's why it was so strange that her and Ed were fighting about selling their property to Eli Stark. She didn't want to sell, and he did. I would have thought she would have wanted the money." "They were fighting?" Morgan asked. "Yes, well, nothing unusual." Berta narrowed her eyes. "If you're thinking Ed might have killed her, I can assure you he did not. That man is gentle as a lamb. He wouldn't hurt a flea." The wistful look on Berta's face made Fiona's heart soften. She sipped her tea and studied the older woman. It must be heart-wrenching to love someone that belonged to another all this time. "Have you seen Ed?" Berta asked, breaking into Fiona's thoughts. "Is he okay?" "I haven't seen him in years, not since the restraining order. But now that Prudence is gone, maybe—" "Restraining order?" Berta waved her arms. "Oh, it was silly. Prudy took it out on me years ago, saying I threatened her. But I think she just didn't want me near Ed. She was jealous of me, you know." Fiona and Morgan exchanged another glance. Could Berta have killed Prudence? Apparently she'd already threatened her. "Were you at home that morning?" Fiona asked. Berta looked at her blankly, then said, "Oh, you mean when Prudence was killed? I believe I was at the dentist. Oh, wait, that was Tuesday, right? That's the day I get my hair done. Why do you ask? Just wondering if you saw anything or heard anything. Oh, no. Well, I'm pretty far off the beaten path here, Berta answered. Is there anyone else you can think of who might have killed Prudence? Morgan asked. Berta pursed her lips and then shook her head. I really don't know. I hate to say it, but whoever killed her did us all a favor. Fiona wiped the cookie crumbs from her lips and stood up. Thanks for the tea and cookies. Can we help you clean up? Oh, no, dear, you girls run along. Thank you for bringing me these lovely teas. She indicated the basket Morgan had given her. Berta ushered them out through the living room and onto the porch, waving goodbye with her good arm before she shut the door. Fiona turned to Morgan on the way to the car. Do you think she did it? Morgan glanced back at the house. That nice old lady? Would she even have the strength? 50 years of pent-up hatred might give her the strength. And her wrist? What if she injured it in the struggle with Prudence? Morgan chewed her bottom lip. She could have, but she said it was sprained last week, before the murder. We need to check with Doc Brundage and see if we can verify that. And we should also make sure she really was getting her hair done that morning. I don't feel like we are any closer to figuring out who killed Prudence. In fact, it sounds like Berta, Josiah, and maybe even Ed would have had a motive. Morgan opened the passenger door to the truck and turned to look at Fiona as she crossed in front of it to the driver's side. Yeah, it does. Maybe all three of them teamed up and did it together. Fiona raised her brows as she swung herself up into the driver's seat. I guess there's only one way to find out. Interview the others and see who has an alibi for that morning. Chapter 14. Fiona pulled up in front of Sticks and Stones and cut the engine in her truck. The mid-afternoon sun filtered through the trees, creating a fairy tale-like atmosphere. She leaned back in her seat, listening to the bees buzzing and the birds chirping, while she admired the azaleas in full bloom on either side of the cottage. A stone pathway led up to the porch in front, where Morgan had put out several rocking chairs. One of which, she noticed with a start, was rocking on its own. No, not on its own. Belladonna lay curled on the seat, her white fur almost blending with the white wicker of the chair. "Did you leave Belladonna out this morning?" she asked Morgan. "No. You know I always lock her inside. Why?" Fiona pointed, and Morgan followed the direction of her finger, her eyes widening when she noticed the cat. How the heck did she get here? Fiona shrugged, opening her door. I thought I'd seen her darting around town before. I have no idea how she gets out. Maybe Jolene lets her out. Or maybe she has some secret escape route through the basement, Morgan mused as the girls slid out of the truck. One we didn't find as kids? Fiona's lips turned up in a smile as she remembered the fun they used to have as kids, exploring the nooks and crannies of the giant basement in their old home. They had always fantasized about secret tunnels that led to the ocean, but of course they never found any. A memory tugged at the corner of her mind, one that did involve secret tunnels and caverns in the cliffs under her home. Just a silly childhood fantasy, she figured, even though the memory did seem very real, if a bit fuzzy. Meow. Belladonna hopped down from the chair and wound her way in between Morgan's legs. Don't try to get in my good graces. You're a bad kitty for straying so far from home. You could get hurt. Morgan bent to pick the cat up, while Fiona unlocked the door to their shop. Once inside, Morgan gave Belladonna a kiss on the forehead. Then the cat squirmed away, jumping down to the floor, where she proceeded to slink her way around the shop, sniffing and exploring, while Morgan and Fiona got to work. The rest of the afternoon was a whirlwind of activity. Fiona had worried that Morgan's arrest would be bad for business, but in fact, the opposite was true. It seemed everyone in the area wanted to stop in and get an herbal remedy, tea, or buy some crystals or jewelry as an excuse to talk about the murder. Morgan mixed up herbal remedies to treat seasickness, insect bites, arthritis pain, and flatulence. Fiona sold several crystal spheres, 2 of her best geodes, and 3 pairs of earrings. Belladonna lounged on top of the bookshelf by the door, where Morgan kept her books on herbs, stretched out along the top with her tail curled over the edge as if she didn't have a care in the world. By 5:30, both girls were exhausted and ready to close up for the day. Fiona was doing one last adjustment to her jewelry display, which meant she was bent over the case, her back side high in the air, when the bell above the door chimed. My, what an outstanding view. Fiona's heart jerked, and she whirled around at the sound of the raspy voice. Eli Stark stood in the doorway, his beady black eyes still staring at the spot where her back side had been just seconds before. What do you want? Morgan narrowed her eyes at him. Belladonna took one look at him, arched her back, and hissed from the top of the bookshelf, causing Stark to jerk sideways. What's that? Morgan laughed. It's our cat. Seems she doesn't like you. Stark gave Belladonna a long glare, then turned his attention back to Morgan. I just came by to see if you ladies had changed your mind about selling this property. I figured you might need money with your new lawyer bills and all. He smirked. Morgan tilted her chin in the air. We have no intention of selling. Right, Fee? Stark turned his leering gaze on Fiona, who straightened up in front of the case. That's right, and if we were going to sell, it certainly wouldn't be to you. Stark walked toward Fiona, stopping a mere inch from where she stood. She backed up a step, bumping into the display case, which prevented her from getting further away. Stark leaned into her, his greasy black hair dangling down beside his face. Well, I hope you girls change your mind. I'd hate to see you struggle for money in order to get your sister's name cleared. Fiona's stomach dropped when he reached out to touch a lock of her hair. She slapped his hand away, shrinking back. Get out! Suddenly, someone grabbed Stark from behind and spun him around. Fiona's eyes widened in surprise when she saw Jake Cooper standing there, looking down at Stark. You heard the lady, Jake said, pointing toward the door. Get out. Stark straightened his back and sidestepped away from Jake, making his way to the door. He paused at it and turned. If you ladies change your minds, you know where to find me. He opened the door, but before he could escape, Belladonna hissed and batted him with her claws. Stark swatted at her, but she was too quick for him. He turned back to glare at Fiona, then disappeared through the door. What was that all about? Jake swiveled his head, looking first at Fiona, then at Morgan. Fiona let out a long breath. That's Eli Stark, a real estate developer. He's been after us to sell this piece of land so he can build condos or something. Thanks for scaring him off, Morgan said to Jake. We could have taken care of him ourselves. Fiona crossed her arms against her chest. What can we help you with? Jake raised his eyebrows and looked back at Morgan. Fiona noticed that he wasn't wearing his cop uniform, which hopefully meant he wasn't there on police business. But then, why was he there? She let her eyes wander over the plain gray T-shirt he wore and noticed uncomfortably that the shirt accentuated his broad shoulders and extra-large biceps, making her wonder what was under the rest of it. Her gaze seemed to have a mind of its own and made its way down to his trim waist He was wearing faded jeans, and Fiona felt her cheeks grow hot when she started to imagine what was under them. "I asked him to come here. Jake's going to help us." Morgan's words caused Fiona to rip her gaze from Jake and focus it on her sister. "What? Why?" she sputtered. "I thought we needed some help finding the killer," Morgan said. Fiona narrowed her eyes. "I don't think we can trust anyone but ourselves to do that. Look, it's clear that Overton wants to pin this on me. I have no idea why, but I'm pretty sure having someone on the inside can't hurt." Fiona nodded her head toward Jake. "But he could be feeding everything you tell him to Overton." Morgan looked over at Jake, who stood quietly in the middle of the room, swiveling his head back and forth as if at a tennis match, while he watched the two sisters battle it out. Fiona noticed Belladonna had wandered over to make his acquaintance, which consisted of weaving in and out between his ankles. "I don't think so. My gut instincts tell me we can trust him. Besides, Jake has plenty of detective experience from his last job. He could be an invaluable asset." Fiona felt butterflies in her stomach. The trouble was, she couldn't be sure if it was trepidation at letting Jake help them, or the fact that she kept noticing that he looked pretty good out of his cop clothes. Finally, she took a deep breath and let it out. "Okay, fine. It's your ass on the line." She waved a hand in the air. "Great. Now that we have that settled, let's talk about what we plan to do," Jake said, bending down to pet Belladonna, who mewed appreciatively. Fiona finished putting her tools away and flipped the sign on the shop door to closed, while Morgan told Jake about their visit to Berta Crum. Jake leaned against the counter in front of Morgan. Fiona could tell he was listening intently. Maybe he would be helpful. Morgan's gut instincts about people were usually right. But Fiona couldn't help but feel a little nervous about letting a stranger try to help with something so important. "Those sound like good leads to follow up on," Jake said. "I could check with the hospital to see when Berta was treated for that sprain." "I also think we need to go look at the place where Prudence was killed," Morgan said. "I was thinking the very same thing," Jake answered. "I'm sure there must be something there we missed. Overton didn't give us a lot of time there." "Why do you think Overton is so hot to arrest Morgan for this?" Fiona asked, walking over to join them at the counter. Jake shrugged. "I have no idea. Either he is just really lazy and going with the Newt theory, or there is something else that we don't know about." "And what about the scarf?" Morgan asked, glancing at Fiona out of the corner of her eye. Fiona shook her head. She didn't trust Jake enough to tell him they had it, yet. "I don't know about that either. She was strangled with something, and it wasn't found at the crime scene. But did the killer take it, or did someone else get to the crime scene before the police? And why the anonymous tip about your garden? I have no idea." Jake spread his hands. "So, when would be a good time to look over the crime scene?" Morgan asked. Jake squinted one eye. "I have Saturday morning off. Maybe we could meet there early. I want to minimize the chance of people seeing us. It won't help our cause to have Overton know we went and looked at the scene together." "Okay, we can open the shop a little late that day." Morgan looked at Fiona, who nodded. "But exactly where is it?" Jake pointed out the window toward the woods. "About a quarter mile that way, in between East Fraser pasture and Stearns Road. Just meet me at the end of East Fraser's, and we can walk up." He looked at his watch. "Say, around 6 a.m.? "Sounds good to me," Morgan said, looking at Fiona. "Fine by me." "Okay. See you girls later, then." Jake smiled at Morgan and nodded at Fiona, then headed out the door. Fiona stared after him. She couldn't help but wonder what his motivation was for helping them. She still had concerns about trusting him, but she had to admit that it would be nice to have someone on the police force on their side. That is, if he actually really was on their side. Chapter 15. Fiona stood on the porch, looking toward Perkins Cove. Craning her neck, she leaned against the railing to get a better view. Her home was located on the point of land that shielded the cove from the Atlantic Ocean, and if she squinted, she could make out which boats were docked in the cove less than 1/4 mile away. "I think I see Josiah Littlefield on his boat." Fiona turned to Morgan, who shooed Belladonna back inside as she stepped onto the porch. "Well, now would be a perfect time to talk to him, shall we?" Morgan spread her arms out, indicating the steps that led down to the gravel driveway. Fiona skipped down the steps, and the sisters walked the length of the driveway side by side. As they stepped onto the pavement, Fiona breathed in the smell of fried clams. "They're making clam rolls this early?" She looked at her watch. It was barely 8 a.m. Walking by the row of quaint shops, she peeked in the clam shack and saw they were already hard at work. "I guess tourists like their clams for breakfast," Morgan shrugged as they continued past the tiny shops. The cove consisted of a modest harbor for boats and a small loop of about 15 shops. Most of the shops were housed in tiny buildings that were once fishermen's shacks. It was a quaint, old Maine shopping and dining destination that tourists flocked to in the summer, which made it rather crowded and impossible to find a parking spot. Walking past the bait wharf, Fiona took a deep breath and reveled in the smell of dead fish and diesel. Most people found the two smells offensive, but to Fiona it evoked childhood memories of fishing trips and lazy days. She followed Morgan down the ramp to the dock. The tide was low. The smell of seaweed and clams hung in the air. Josiah Littlefield was busy cleaning off the deck of his lobster boat, which was tied up to the dock. "Hey, Josiah, we saw you down here and wanted to come and give our condolences about your sister-in-law." Fiona put her hand up to shade her eyes from the early morning sun as she looked up at Josiah on his boat. "Yeah." He kept cleaning the deck, not even looking up at them. "I hope Ed is doing okay?" Fiona ventured. Josiah turned and lifted a wooden lobster trap onto a stack of traps he had in the back of the boat. Fiona noticed the bulging muscles in his arms. He was strong for someone well into his 70s. Strong enough to strangle Prudence? He came over to the side of the boat next to the girls. Leaning against the railing, he lifted his cap up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "I was out lobstering when it happened. Felt bad. I couldn't be with Ed right away. He's a mite broken up about it. He doesn't like a-talking much about it, though. Seems to me he'd be much better off without her. No matter who killed her." He raised his eyebrows at Morgan. "Oh, really? Why would he be better off?" Morgan asked. Josiah shrugged. "She was a hard woman, never letting Ed do nothing fun. She kept a tight fist on the money in that house." Fiona nodded. "That can be hard on a man." "Yeah, but she must have been letting up some. He told me, just the other day, about how he was going to get himself a boat." "So Prudence was loosening her grip on the money? Maybe she felt it was about time Ed had some fun in life," Fiona said. Josiah squinted up into the sun. "Dunno. All's he said was he had some sort of plan." He turned from the side of the boat, went over to the cabin, and started the boat up. "Just one more thing, Josiah," Fiona shouted over the roar of the engine. Josiah turned and cocked an eyebrow at her. "Was anyone with you when you were fishing that day?" Josiah narrowed his eyes. Straightening his shoulders, he said, "I don't know what you're getting at, Miss Blackmoore, but my deckhand, Gaudy Tuttle, was with me same as he is every day. Now, if you'll excuse me." He untied the boat from the dock and motored off. Morgan turned to Fiona. "We'll have to double-check with Gordy, but if he was out fishing, he couldn't have killed Prudence." "True. But one thing he said really worries me. He said that Ed had a plan. I wonder if that plan included killing his wife." Chapter 16. "I'll drop you at the shop and then go talk to Ed by myself." Fiona glanced toward the passenger seat, in time to see Morgan's jaw tighten. "I think I should talk to him too. I don't think that's such a good idea. I mean, what if he's buying into this crap about you being the killer? It might not be good for you to show up on his doorstep." Morgan sighed. "I guess you're right." She slumped back into the seat, biting her thumbnail. "Don't worry, I'll get whatever I can out of him," Fiona said, pulling up in front of sticks and stones. Morgan slid out of the passenger seat, then shut the door and turned to look back in the window. "Good luck, and be careful. Ed might be a killer." "Thanks, I will." Fiona put the truck in gear and headed east, toward Ed Littlefield's house. She shuddered as she passed the wooded area where Prudence was strangled. Practically a stone's throw from their shop, the heavily wooded patch lay in between sticks and stones and the Littlefield's house, which was on the street parallel to theirs. Turning down the road, she saw a black SUV heading her way. Eli Stark. He glared at her through his open window when their cars passed each other. Fiona felt her stomach tighten as she watched the back of his car in her rearview mirror. What was he doing here? Had he been to see Ed? And if so, why? She pulled up in front of a small cottage whose wooden shades were weathered to a dull gray by the harsh environment of sun and salt air. Fiona got out of the truck, her heartbeat picking up a few notches. Taking the homemade banana bread Celeste had given her, she made her way across the pine needle-covered yard to the front door. Raising her fist, she knocked on the weathered wood. Inside, the creaking of floorboards announced someone coming to the door. She shuffled her feet while she waited for it to open. "Well, who is it now?" A harsh voice bellowed from inside the house. "It's Fiona Blackmoore." The door opened, and Ed spoke to her from the other side of the screen. "What do you want? Haven't your people done enough?" Fiona straightened her back. "I just wanted to give my condolences, and my sister, Celeste, baked this banana bread for you." She held up the bread, and Ed opened the door and grabbed it from her. Eyeing it suspiciously, he said, "One sister is a killer, and the other sends bread to the victim's family?" "Come on, Ed. You've known Morgan since she was a little girl. You were in the shop just days ago buying something from her. Sure, her and Prudence had their differences, but you know she's not a killer." "I don't know anything anymore. Overton seems sure she did it." Fiona noticed his eyes were red. Had he been crying? Maybe he really was broken up about Prudence's death. Morgan's just as sorry about it as anyone. Ed snorted. "Huh, bullshit. I don't trust any of you Blackmoore girls. You need to get off of my property." Fiona felt her cheeks grow warm. "Now, wait just a minute, Ed. There's no proof Morgan killed her. It could have been anyone, even you." "You better git, girl, afore I make you." Fiona was too mad to heed his warning. "Where were you when Prudence was killed?" she blurted out. Instead of answering, Ed reached over and grabbed something on the other side of the door. Fiona heard a click. Her heart froze when she realized she was staring down the business end of a shotgun. She held up both hands, palms out. "Whoa there, Ed." Ed opened the screen door, advancing toward her. "I said, git." Fiona backed down the steps, her hands still out in front of her, heart racing like a thoroughbred in the Kentucky Derby. "Hey, I didn't mean to upset you." Fiona cautiously backed toward the direction of her truck. She remembered how Berta had said Ed was gentle as a lamb. Gentle my ass. With a temper like that, she could picture him easily strangling Prudence in a fit of rage. Fiona whipped around, ready to break into a run, but her escape was blocked when she smacked into a brick wall that she swore hadn't been there before. At least it felt like a brick wall, but it wasn't. It was a solid, unmovable mass of muscle. Jake Cooper. Fiona's heart jerked in her chest. Jake put his hands on her waist to steady her, and her stomach flip-flopped. Their eyes met, just as she put her hand on his chest to push him away, and she felt like time stood still. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Fiona saw something flicker in his gray eyes. Amusement? Annoyance? Or was it something else? I was just giving my condolences to Ed," Fiona sputtered. Why did she feel like a child who got caught doing something wrong? Jake bent down, lowering his voice so that Ed couldn't hear him. "Listen, Red, I know you were trying to get information from Ed, but I think it's best if you leave the interrogation to the experts." Fiona's body tensed. There was nothing she hated more than someone trying to tell her what to do. She squirmed out of Jake's grip and took a step back. "I don't need you telling me what to do. I have every right to extend my condolences to my neighbor." She stomped off toward her truck, ignoring Ed, who was yelling at her not to come back. When she got to the truck, she turned to see Jake staring after her. "And don't call me Red," she yelled over her shoulder as she jumped into the driver's seat, cranked the engine, and sped off. Jake stared after Fiona with an amused smile. She certainly was feisty. He liked that. His arms still tingled from when he had held her and looked down into her blue eyes. He wondered how those eyes could look both tough and vulnerable at the same time. "What do you want?" A voice shook him out of his thoughts, and he turned to see Ed pointing the shotgun in his direction. Jake felt a jolt of adrenaline rush through his veins. He held up his hands. "Now, Ed, put that thing down. I'm here on police business." Ed narrowed his eyes at him, then, noticing Jake was in uniform, lowered the gun to his side. "I brought Prudence's effects for you," Jake said solemnly. "Oh." Ed lowered his head, and Jake got a small box out of his car. "Can we go inside?" Ed nodded, leading the way up the steps and into the house. The living room was simple but clean. A plaid sofa sat against one wall, a lazy boy on the other. A small TV flickered images at the far end of the room. The coffee table held a cardboard pizza box and a bag of chips. Ed motioned for Jake to sit on the couch, and he did, gently placing the box on an empty spot on the coffee table in front of him. Jake's stomach tightened as he took out his notebook. He always hated this part. You never knew how people were going to react. Jake thought about all the people he'd questioned as a detective in Boston. When he took this job, he figured those days were over. But the small town didn't have a proper detective, so the job fell to him, even if he didn't have the title. "I have a few questions to ask you, if you don't mind." Ed sat in the chair on the other side of the room, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, and surprised Jake with a question of his own. "That Morgan Blackmoore, did she really kill my Prudy?" Ed wrinkled his brow at Jake. Jake shrugged. "We don't know." "Do you think she did it? What would her motive be?" Ed looked down at the floor. "Well, I don't rightly know. I've known those Blackmoore girls since they were knee-high. Morgan's always been sweet as pie. That redhead, though, Fiona, she's a mite bit meddlesome." He glanced back at the front door, and Jake couldn't help but smile at his description of Fiona. "I'm afraid I might have lost my temper a bit with her, but she was asking some personal questions." Ed turned back to Jake. "Prudy had her differences with the Blackmoore family, but that's been going on since their grandma was around." "There's no hard evidence that connects Morgan to the murder," Jake said. "But that Newt?" "Everyone said they argued in the cafe, and Morgan said she'd a turned Prudy into a newt." Ed rubbed his stubble-covered chin and narrowed his eyes at Jake. "Do you think that Morgan really is a witch?" Jake laughed. "Of course not." That was ridiculous, wasn't it? Ed chuckled and looked down at his feet. "Yeah, I guess that's silly. But if not Morgan, then who?" "That's what we are trying to find out. Do you know of anyone that might have wanted Prudence dead?" Ed looked up at Jake and scrunched his wrinkled face while he thought for a minute. "No, not really. I mean, she wasn't the easiest woman to get along with, but I don't think that's a reason to kill someone. If 'twere, someone would have killed her a long time ago." "How were the two of you getting along?" Ed's eyes went wide. "Hey, what are you trying to say?" Jake held up his hands. "These are standard questions, Ed," he said in a soothing voice. "I don't mean anything by them. I have to ask." "Oh, okay then. We got along fine. Fighting like most couples at times." "What did you fight about?" Ed swatted the air with his hand. "We argued about selling this place. Eli Stark wants to knock it down and build condos. I say take the money and enjoy it in our golden years. But Prudence wouldn't hear of it. It was an ongoing battle, but nothing I'd kill her over, if that's what you're thinking." Ed looked up pointedly at Jake. "Besides, I was over at Cuddy Marina when it happened. You can double-check with them if you want." Jake scratched a note in his notebook. "Ed, do you know why Prudence was in the woods that morning?" "That wasn't unusual. She did it every morning like clockwork, went for a walk down Shore Road, got a coffee at the cafe, then cut through the woods to get back home." "So anyone would have known she would be there at that time of the morning?" Ed looked at Jake, nodding slowly. "Yeah, I guess so. But why would someone want to kill her?" "That's what I intend to find out." Jake motioned to the box on the table. "I need you to sign for this. You should probably make sure everything is there." Ed stared at the box for a few seconds before slowly reaching over to pick it up. Jake could see his eyes filling with tears as he opened the lid. Ed did seem truly upset about his wife's death, but he'd seen many killers that were good actors. He couldn't cross him off the suspect list yet. Lifting the lid of the small cardboard box, Ed reached in and took the items out one by one, laying them on the floor beside his chair. Shirt, pants, shoes, wristwatch, socks. Ed pushed the rest of the items around in the box, then jerked his head up to look at Jake. "What's going on here?" Jake wrinkled his brow. "Huh? What do you mean?" "Everything's not here." Jake got up, crossing over to look in the box. "What's missing?" "Prue's scarf. She always wore it. It had orange sunflowers on it." Jake remembered the anonymous tip about the scarf buried in Morgan's garden. "And her necklace." "Necklace? What did it look like?" "It was the letter P for Prudence, in script. Darn thing was 18-karat gold. I gave it to her for her birthday. Cost me a pretty penny." "Are you sure she had it on that day?" Ed nodded. "She wore it every day. Wouldn't leave the house without it." Ed narrowed his eyes at Jake, his face turning cloudy. "Do you think someone at the station stole it?" Jake took a step back. "I'll surely check," he said in his best soothing voice, which seemed to calm Ed down a bit. "But if they aren't at the station, and you don't have them here, there's only one possible explanation." "What's that?" "The killer has them." Chapter 17. Fiona ripped open the door to sticks and stones. Inside, Morgan looked over at her expectantly, her brow creasing when she noticed Fiona's distress. "What's the matter?"
"Oh, nothing. Well, it's that damn Jake Cooper," she said, storming into the shop and handing Morgan a tea from the cafe.
"What about him?"
"He showed up at Ed's and told me to stay out of police business."
Fiona's voice rose along with her anger as she paced the small shop. "Come on, Fee. I'm sure he didn't mean it the way you're taking it," Morgan said soothingly while she searched her herb rack. Fiona let out a sigh. Brushing the hair from her forehead, she whirled to face Morgan.
"He did. And he called me Red. You know how I hate that."
Her sister's laughter only made Fiona angrier. She stood in the middle of the room, her feet planted firmly apart, glaring at Morgan. "Sorry," Morgan said, covering her mouth with her hand, "but you're acting like a child. Are you sure there isn't something else going on?" Fiona thought about her sister's words as she took a sip of her latte. She did seem to get unusually angry at Jake.
But that was because the man was annoying. What else could it be?
Her brow furrowed as she remembered the warm tingle in her lower stomach when she had turned around to find herself practically in his arms. "Here, drink some of this." Morgan took the latte from Fiona's hand, replacing it with a cup of herbal tea. Fiona opened her mouth to protest, but Morgan raised her hand. "Shush, this will help calm you. You can have the latte back later. Now, tell me what you found out from Ed." Fiona felt her stomach drop. She leaned against the counter, while Morgan went back behind it and took a seat.
"I'm sorry, Morgan. I didn't really get any good information from him. He chased me out of there, almost shot me for crying out loud."
"He did? Why?" Morgan's ice-blue eyes were big as plates.
"Well, it might have been because I asked him where he was when Prudence was strangled," Fiona said sheepishly.
Morgan nodded. "Let me guess, you did that with your usual lack of tact?" Fiona grimaced.
"Yeah. That's when he chased me out with his shotgun. I literally ran into Jake on the way out."
Morgan blew out a breath and pulled her long ebony hair back off her neck. "Well, if Jake was there after you, maybe he got something useful from Ed."
"Maybe. I still don't know if I trust him.
Why do you think he'll be so helpful to us?"
"Don't tell me you have the hots for him."
Fiona stared at Morgan, wondering why her stomach was twisted in knots, waiting for her answer. "Must be this tea," she thought, looking down into the cup. "No, I almost wish I was. But since Luke, well, I just haven't felt." Morgan turned and looked out the window. Fiona's heart ripped apart at the sadness on her sister's face. Luke Hunter had been Morgan's high school sweetheart. They'd been a perfect couple from high school through their mid-20s. Everyone assumed they would get married, but then Luke felt the need to join the military to fight in the Middle East, and he'd left Morgan back here with a broken heart. Fiona wished her sister could move on, but part of her was glad that it wasn't going to be with Jake Cooper, which she convinced herself was because she didn't quite trust him yet. Morgan's eyes narrowed in on something she saw at the window. "Hey, is that Belladonna?" Fiona came over to the window, looking in the direction of Morgan's gaze. She saw a white blur streak by. "I don't know. Is it? What would she be doing here?" "I have no idea. She does seem to keep turning up here, though. I'll have to talk to Jolene about it. I'm worried Belladonna could get hurt coming all the way from our house with the traffic and all." Fiona's stomach clenched, picturing Belladonna dodging traffic on the busy main road. Their house was about a mile away. Was that a long way for a cat to go?
"Unless she comes down the marginal way," Fiona said. The marginal way was a footpath that went along the ocean's edge. The scenic route followed the cliffs from Perkins Cove, where their house was, to the center of Noquit, and was very popular with tourists. Belladonna could easily follow it to Sticks and Stones, which was about midway on the path, without ever seeing a car. Maybe. I hope so. Morgan opened the window wider and stuck her head out. "Belladonna! Bella!" "Meow." "Oh, I guess that is her," Fiona said, opening the door. The cat shot inside, then looked at the sisters innocently. "Mew." She used a quiet, kitten-like voice that would melt even the coldest heart. Fiona figured it was on purpose, so as to avoid getting yelled at. She narrowed her eyes at the cat, who proceeded to purr up at her and rub her head against her ankles. The girls looked at each other, shaking their heads. Well, at least she's safe in here now. Fiona watched Belladonna curl up in a sunny spot, marveling at how the cat could drop off to sleep in a second. "Can I have my latte now?" She held out the teacup for a trade. Morgan laughed and handed over the latte, which Fiona took over to the microwave. "Don't forget tomorrow we are going to check out the scene of the crime, so it would be great if you and Jake weren't at each other's throats." Morgan's blue eyes studied Fiona over the rim of her teacup. Fiona felt her heart clench. Morgan was right. She had to trust Jake to help them. It might be Morgan's only chance. "I know, I just don't understand why you trust him so much." "Why don't you trust him?" "I don't know." "Why would he help us? We're strangers to him." "Maybe he just wants to do the right thing. He said he doesn't trust Overton and doesn't think the investigation is being run properly." "Or maybe Overton has him helping us as a plant, to find out what we know or get some evidence to incriminate you." Morgan bit her lower lip. "I don't think so. I have a gut feeling about Jake Cooper, and my gut feelings are usually right." Morgan stared at Fiona so long that Fiona started to squirm. "What?" "I was wondering if maybe your resistance to Jake is something else. How long has it been since you broke up with Kevin?" Fiona felt her heart jerk at the mention of her ex-fiancé. She'd been engaged to Kevin O'Loughlin for 4 years, until she found him cheating on her 2 years ago. It had been heartbreaking, and she'd vowed never to let anyone hurt her like that again. "What's that got to do with anything?" She crossed her arms across her chest. "Maybe nothing, but I've seen the way Jake looks at you, and I was wondering if maybe the resistance you feel is actually an attraction." "What?" Fiona felt her face grow warm. Could Morgan be right? Her sister had an uncanny way of digging to the root of people's feelings. Morgan just shrugged and started grinding some herbs with her pestle. Fiona felt flustered. She went over to her workbench and fiddled with her jeweler's tools. "It's not." "Huh?" Morgan looked up at her. "An attraction. I mean, I barely know the guy," Fiona answered. "Of course," Morgan said. "Just as long as you guys get along, I don't really care what it is. I saw Overton at the cafe, and he made some remark about how I should still be in jail. I really hope Jake can help us find something to put us on the track of the real killer and get Overton off my back." Fiona stared down at the necklace she was working on without really seeing it. Her mind was too busy thinking about Overton and why he was so hot to frame Morgan. Maybe if they could figure that out, it would lead them in the direction of the real killer. She raked her fingers through her red curls and made a vow to give Jake Cooper a chance, for Morgan's sake, and nothing else. What Morgan had said earlier about her resistance really being an attraction was ridiculous. And even if it was true, she had no intention of following through with it, no matter how deep his gray eyes were or how good he smelled. Chapter 18. The next morning started out unusually hot for mid-spring. Fiona dressed in khaki capris, a black tank top, and black and white polka dot keds for their trip to the woods, pulling her red curls into a ponytail that sat high on her head and hung halfway down her back. She trotted down to the kitchen to meet Morgan. Her older sister was already in the kitchen, holding a tea bag in her hand as she watched the microwave heat a cup of water. Her jet black hair hung from a similar ponytail. She had on a similar pair of keds in navy blue to top off her outfit of denim capris and white tank top. Fiona looked down at her outfit, then at Morgan. "I guess this is standard crime scene visiting garb." Morgan laughed. "I guess so. It seems like it's going to be hot today, so I didn't want to get overheated." Fiona nodded. "Are you ready?" "Yep. Let's take my car." Morgan grabbed her cup. "Okay, but I need to stop at the cafe and get a latte." 5 minutes later, Morgan pulled her Toyota up to the prearranged meeting spot at the end of East Fraser Pasture Road. Jake was already there, leaning casually against a beat-up gold and black Suburban. Fiona tried not to notice that his T-shirt was just a bit tight against his muscular chest. She gulped down her latte and got out of the car. "You guys ready?" He pushed himself off the car, starting toward them. "Ready as we'll ever be," Morgan said. The three fell in line, walking the short distance to an opening in the wood. "It's through here." Jake gestured to a barely visible path. As they walked further into the woods, the trees became more dense, and Fiona felt the temperature drop a few degrees. They had walked about a quarter mile when they came to an area still marked with yellow crime scene tape. Inside the tape, a large area of leaves and pine needles were disturbed, where an obvious struggle had gone on. Fiona looked around to get her bearings. They were in the deepest part of the woods, with no houses visible. "So, Prudence's house is in that direction?" She pointed to the north. Jake nodded. "And the cafe is in that direction," he said, pointing west. Morgan turned in a circle inside the taped-off area. "Where did the killer come from?" Jake shrugged. "Well, Sticks and Stones must be over there," Morgan said, pointing to the south. "But that morning I was coming from the cafe, so if I killed her, I would have had to walk up the same path Prudence did, strangle her, then run off that way." "You wouldn't have had enough time to do that," Jake said. "I mean, if the time you said you got to Sticks and Stones is right." Fiona glared at Jake. "Of course it is. We know the exact time she got there. Plus, my latte was warm." Jake held up his hands. "I know, Red. Just saying what a prosecuting lawyer might say." Fiona pursed her lips together. Did he just call her Red again? But instead of getting angry, she just smiled. He was right, of course. They had to consider what a prosecutor might use against them. "I don't know how any of that will help us now." Morgan pushed some of the leaves aside with her foot. "We need to be looking for clues the police might have missed." "Speaking of which, I took the box of Prudence's effects to Ed yesterday, and a couple of things were missing. We don't have them down at the station, so we should be on the lookout for them here. If they aren't here, then the killer likely has them." "What are they?" Fiona looked up at Jake, who had his head down, scanning the ground. "A gold necklace with the letter P, and a scarf with sunflowers on it." Fiona's heart clenched. She looked over at Morgan. Should they tell him about the scarf? Morgan widened her eyes and nodded her head toward Jake. Fiona knew exactly what she meant. They had to tell him. Fiona cleared her throat, and Jake narrowed his eyes at her. "What?" We know where one of those is. He raised his eyebrows, looking from Morgan to Fiona. The scarf, it really was buried in the garden.
So the tip was real?
I guess so. It just so happened I found it earlier that day, so when you guys came to dig up the garden, I had already removed it.
Jake sighed. So, you tampered with evidence.
Fiona bit her bottom lip. Well, technically. But I didn't know it was evidence when I dug it up.
Sort of. Sort of?
Jake looked at her incredulously. What she means is that she knew it was Prudence's scarf, but didn't realize that was what she had been strangled with. Jake ran his hands through his short-cropped hair.
Do you know how it got there?
No idea.
I'm going to need to see it. There could be evidence on there.
Okay. Fiona felt her stomach sinking. She hoped she hadn't done anything to harm Morgan's case.
The only problem is that now we can't really turn it into the police.
Maybe we shouldn't have told you, Fiona said. We don't want you to get in trouble. Now that you do know about it, if you don't tell the police, that could look bad for you, Morgan added, her blue eyes full of concern.
Jake just shrugged. Well, what I'm doing now doesn't look so good, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Besides, I'm on the side of finding out the truth. I'm not sure what side Overton is on.
We don't have the other item, Morgan added in a small voice.
Is there anything else you guys need to tell me?
Both girls shook their heads. Well, just one tiny thing. Fiona winced at Jake's look of exasperation.
What?
We talked to Ed's brother, Josiah, yesterday, and he said Ed was planning on buying a boat, Fiona said. I wonder if he had a big insurance policy on Prudence?
Ed didn't mention that to me yesterday, but it didn't really come up in the conversation either. He claims he was at Cuddy Marina when she was killed, so he has an alibi I can check.
Josiah claims to have an alibi, too. Says he was out lobstering and his deckhand can verify it.
Okay, I'll check into that, Jake said. Let's just get on with searching this area.
They put their heads down and started looking. Fiona pushed the leaves around with her feet, disturbing a few little orange fire newts that were hanging around underneath. There's lots of newts here. Do you guys think one could have just crawled into Prudence's mouth on its own?
That would be quite a coincidence, wouldn't it? Jake asked.
Yes, Morgan answered. Then she laughed. That would also be really bad luck, because if it wasn't for the newt, I don't think I would have been implicated. Fiona wrinkled her brow. That would really be a bummer if it was just a coincidence. They passed the next half hour in silence, each of them busy with their heads bent toward the ground, sweeping the area with their feet. Fiona concentrated on trying to avoid stepping on newts, while she focused on looking for anything out of the ordinary. Meow. Fiona whirled toward the direction of the sound. She felt her stomach lurch when she saw Belladonna standing about 10 feet away, out of the crime scene taped area. This was getting kind of creepy. The cat was showing up everywhere. Belladonna! Morgan rushed over to the cat, who looked up at her adoringly, then head-butted her shin, while Morgan bent down to pet her.
Is that your cat?
Jake asked.
Yep. She seems to like to wander around outside, even though we try to keep her in the house.
Fiona joined Jake in walking over to where Morgan and Belladonna were. The three of them stood laughing at the cat as she played in the leaves. First, she batted some leaves with her paw, and as they were swirling around, she pounced on them, sliding this way and that. She leaped in the air, pouncing on a pile of leaves, then batted something at the bottom which slid out of the pile. Fiona saw a reflection of sunlight glint off the object. Hey, wait a minute, She bent down and grabbed it before Belladonna could bat at it again. Straightening up, she stared at the nickel-sized object. Shaped like a crescent moon, with a tiny black jewel on each end, it was some sort of silver-colored metal. "What's that?" Morgan wrinkled her brow, holding out her hand. Fiona handed it over. "I don't know." Jake looked down at the ring. "I'm not sure, but I think it might be some sort of jewelry people wear in a piercing." "Ew." Morgan dropped it, wiping her hands on her pants. "Wait, that could be evidence." Jake bent down to pick it up. "It's too small for fingerprints, but maybe if we can find out who owns it, they might know something about the murder." Fiona took another look at it. "If it's for a piercing, I bet Celeste knows more about it. I'll ask her." She held out her hand, palm up, and Jake dropped the ring into it. She gave it one final look and slid it into her front pocket. "Oh, crap, I'm late." Morgan stared at the watch on her slim wrist. "Late?" Fiona screwed up her face, looking at her sister. "Yes, I have an important appointment." She turned to Jake. "Jake, can you drop Fiona at the shop when you guys are done?" Jake cocked an eyebrow at Morgan, then turned to Fiona. "Sure." "What? Wait a minute." But Fiona's protests were cut off by Morgan, who raised her hand. "Sorry, gotta run." Fiona watched open-mouthed as her sister swooped up the cat and took off down the path. Swiveling around to face Jake, Fiona realized he had the same deer-in-the-headlights look on his face that she had on hers. The woods seemed oddly quiet. No birds chirping, no squirrels scurrying in the leaves. Fiona suddenly became very aware that she was alone with Jake. She felt awkward and excited, like a schoolgirl on her first date. She shook her head to clear the thoughts. She was no schoolgirl, and this was no date. Finally, Jake cleared his throat. "We should search more over here. I don't know if that jewelry has anything to do with the murder, but if it does, there could be something more." Fiona nodded and resumed the task of scuffling through the leaves. After a while, the sun started to warm the woods to an unbearable heat. Her skin was slick with sweat, and black flies buzzed around her head. "I haven't found anything else." Jake straightened up, his slightly damp shirt clinging to him. Fiona tried not to stare as she swatted a swarm of black flies away from her face. "Me either." Jake slapped the side of his neck where a black fly had bitten him. "These flies are getting nasty. How about we call it quits and get an ice cream?" Fiona looked at him uncertainly. "Ice cream?" "Yeah. You know, that cold, sweet stuff. Come on, it'll taste good. And I promise not to call you Red." Fiona laughed. "Okay, that sounds good, but I need to get to the shop by 11. "No problem." Fiona's stomach felt like butterflies had hatched inside it as she led the way down the path. She didn't know if it was because she still didn't trust Jake, or if the butterflies were caused by something else. He had certainly been working hard to help them find something this morning, and he was risking his job to do it. Surely that meant that he was on their side? Chapter 19. Fiona savored the cold, creamy sweetness of the maple walnut ice cream on her tongue. She looked across the redwood picnic table at Jake, who worked on his own cone, a double scoop of mint chocolate chip. Watching his tongue deftly carve a trough in the side of the extra-large scoop, she felt her mouth water, and not for the ice cream either. She jerked her eyes away and tried to distract herself with conversation. "So, what did you do in Boston?" Jake blotted the ice cream off his lips with a small napkin before he replied. "I was a detective." "Oh, Well, things must seem awfully dull up here to you, then. Jake shrugged. It's not that bad. Things in Boston can be a lot more dangerous, as my partner found out.
Oh?
Fiona cocked an eyebrow at him. Jake shifted his gaze. A dark cloud crept into his eyes as he looked out over the parking lot. He was killed while we were working on a case. Fiona's stomach dropped at the look of sadness on his face. She noticed a tick in his cheek before his face softened and he turned back to her.
Do you like it here?
She asked, scraping a mound of ice cream into her mouth with her teeth. Sure, I like the small-town atmosphere. The guys at the station are all nice, except Overton. It's more laid back here. Boston was hectic. He held his cone up and licked a few drops of ice cream that were racing toward his hand. What about you? You've lived here all your life, right? Fiona smiled. Yep, and my parents and their parents and their parents. My ancestors were the first ones to build a house in this town. You never wanted to live anywhere else? Fiona crunched into her cone. No, I've never even thought about it. I love being on the ocean, and of course my sisters are all here. The only time I've ever lived away was for a few months in New York, when I got my gemologist license. I learned I'm not much of a city girl. Jake nodded, shoving the rest of his cone in his mouth, then wiping the drips from his hands with a napkin. Fiona daintily munched her cone down. You don't think Overton will be able to pin Prudence's murder on Morgan, do you? Jake shrugged. I don't think so. But what I would really like to know is why he would even want to. Did Morgan piss him off somehow? Not that I know of. He only came to town about 4 years ago, but he's had it in for us ever since. My youngest sister, Jolene, got into a bit of trouble with the law in high school, but nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing to make him hate us. I guess we'll just have to outsmart him. That shouldn't be too hard. Fiona pushed the tip of the cone into her mouth and chewed. We do have another lead to follow up on, too. The necklace with the P. Jake pressed his lips together and looked out toward the road. We just need to figure out a way to find out who has it. Or had it, Fiona said, snapping her fingers. What? What would the killer want with it? Would they keep it? Well, some of them keep things as a souvenir, but that's usually serial killers, and I don't think we're dealing with that here. So they probably took it for the monetary value, which means they would try to sell it, and it just so happens that one of my oldest friends owns a pawn shop in town. Jake raised his eyebrows. We should check that out. We can talk to him tonight if you want. Fiona's heart skipped in anticipation of his answer. Sounds good. Jake looked at his watch. We better go. Then he narrowed his eyes at her and pointed to his mouth. Huh? Fiona's brows knit together. Her heart stopped when Jake reached over the table to wipe a smudge of ice cream from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes widened in shock when he licked the ice cream off his thumb. The maple walnut is good here. I'll have to get that next time. Then he stood and led the way to his Suburban. Jake's Suburban sat high off the ground, but Fiona's long legs allowed her to swing herself easily into the passenger side. She rolled down the window, preferring the feel and smell of the ocean breeze to air conditioning. The truck gave a smooth ride, despite its dilapidated appearance, and she liked the way the Suburban sat high on the road, even if it was a bit beat up inside. She was surprised to discover she felt a little sad when Jake pulled up in front of Sticks and Stones. Thanks for the ice cream. She unbuckled her seatbelt and grappled with the door handle. She pulled and tugged, shoved her shoulder against the door, but it wouldn't open. Sorry, that door sticks sometimes. Let me help. Her heart rate kicked into overdrive as Jake leaned across her to push the handle. He was close, his chest almost touching hers. The smell of warm spice, salt, and mint teased her nostrils. He looked down at the handle, fiddled with it, then turned to look at her, his face mere inches from hers. She saw a spark of lust in his eyes and held her breath. His eyes locked on hers for a few seconds, then dropped to her lips. Was he going to kiss her? She was surprised to realize every nerve in her body wanted him to. He took a deep breath and shoved the door open, pulling back to his side of the truck. Fiona slid out, letting out her own breath in a whoosh. She shut the door and turned to look back through the window. See you tonight, then? Yep. I also want to take a look at that scarf. Jake ran a hand through his hair. Okay. You want to come by my house around 6? I'll talk to Cal and make sure he'll be open. Great. See you then. Jake turned the key in the ignition, and Fiona walked up the path to the shop, cursing her hormones and her heart for the way they were acting. Her mind drifted back to what Morgan had said about how it had been a long time since the whole mess with Kevin. Maybe it was time to move on. Fiona looked back to see Jake staring after her. She gave a final wave, then turned back up the path to the shop. Chapter 20. Fiona fidgeted at the front door, checking her watch and peering down the long gravel road. You don't have to stand watch. He'll get here when he gets here. The voice made her jump. Morgan had snuck up behind her in the large foyer. I was just nervous about showing him the scarf. Fiona cursed her pale coloring as she felt her cheeks grow warm. Morgan let out a trill of laughter. Right. I'm sure that's it. Oh, here he is. Fiona opened the door and walked out onto the porch, watching Jake pull his truck to a stop and get out. Hi. Jake's long legs carried him up on the porch. Morgan appeared in the doorway. Hi, Jake. Hey, Morgan. Did you guys talk to your pawn shop friend? I called him, but he's in Aruba with one of his many lady friends. Won't be back till the day after tomorrow, but he said he'd be happy to talk to us then, Fiona said, then turned to Morgan. I thought Cal might know if someone pawned Prudence's necklace. Morgan nodded. Good idea. Can I see the scarf? Jake lowered his voice at the last word and glanced over his shoulder. Sure, coming in. Fiona opened the door, ushered Jake in, and the three of them went up the wide front staircase and down the east hall to Fiona's room. Fiona noticed that Jake looked out of place amidst the Victorian floral wallpaper and bedding. For a second, she considered redecorating, then pushed the thought aside. She'd laid the scarf out on the bed, and the three of them stood there staring at it. I don't see any blood or anything. Can fabric hold a fingerprint? Unfortunately, no. Jake lifted the scarf gently, then let it flutter back to the bed. Are you sure she was wearing this? Morgan nodded. She had it on in the cafe. And I saw it on her when she was walking that morning, Fiona said. It's pretty hard not to notice it. Jake looked out the window at the Atlantic Ocean. So, it must have been the killer, or the police that planted it. No one else would have had access to it, unless she went home, took it off, and then went out again. I don't think she'd have had the time. No, me either. Well, apparently staring at the scarf isn't going to give us any clues. Jake turned to Fiona. Did you ask your sister about that jewelry we found in the woods? Not yet. She was meditating when we got home, but she's probably done now. They started to leave the room. Then Jake grabbed Fiona's elbow, sending tingles up and down her arm. You should hide the scarf, just in case something crazy happens and they get a search warrant. Fiona's stomach clenched. A search warrant? Could they do that? Jake shrugged. You never know. Better to be safe than sorry. Fiona looked back at the scarf, making a mental note to put it back under the floorboard after everyone was gone. She didn't want to give away her hiding spot. It had been her secret place since she was a kid, and no one knew about it, not even Morgan. They went down the side stairs, heading toward the back of the house. Fiona peeked into the library where Celeste preferred to meditate and found it empty except for the shelves filled with antique leather-bound books. "She's probably in the kitchen," she said, continuing forward. In the kitchen, they found Celeste, dressed in yoga pants and a stretchy top, running what looked like grass through the juicer into a small glass. "Oh, hi," Celeste smiled at them. "Want some?" She held up the glass full of murky green goo, and the three of them shook their heads. "Celeste, you remember Jake Cooper? He's helping us figure out who framed me," Morgan said. Celeste eyed Jake suspiciously, then nodded a greeting. Fiona slipped the jewelry out of her pocket. "Celeste, do you know what this is?" Celeste leaned over and took a quick look at the item. "Sure, it's a nose ring." "Nose ring?" Fiona stared at the ring as Celeste handed it back. "Really? It looks too big." "It's not for the side. It goes in the middle, in your septum." "Ew, in the middle of your nose? Like a bull? That seems like it would hurt." Fiona wrinkled her brow at the piece of jewelry. "Who wears those? I don't see too many people with a nose ring like that around town." "Mostly young kids." "Yeah, a few of my friends from high school have them," Jolene said from the doorway. "Personally, I think they're gross." "What would it be doing in the woods?" "The kids spend a lot of time in there, drinking and avoiding the police. It might not have anything to do with Prudence's murder, especially since we didn't find it near the scene. Maybe some kid just lost it while they were partying," Jake said. "That could happen, but it's actually pretty hard to get those things out." Jolene came closer to take a look at the ring. Fiona put it on the counter. "Okay, well, this may or may not be a clue. So now, where does that leave us?" "We don't have much. An old scarf and a nose ring. I'm not sure how any of those point to our main suspects, Berta, Josiah, and Ed." Morgan raised her eyebrows and looked at the others. "It doesn't look promising." "Actually, it's even worse," Jake said. The girls swiveled their heads in his direction, and he continued. "I checked with the hospital, and Berta did sprain her wrist last week, so I don't think she would have physically been able to strangle Prudence. Plus, she was at the hairdresser at the time of death. Josiah's deckhand verifies they were out fishing that day, and 2 other lobstermen also saw his boat off the point at the time of the murder. Ed's alibi with Cuddy Marine checks out too. So, looks like none of them could have done it." Fiona felt her stomach drop. She stared at Jake incredulously. "Well, if Berta didn't do it, Josiah didn't do it, and Ed didn't do it, then who the hell did?" Chapter 21. Anastasia LePage fluttered into Sticks and Stones in a flurry of chiffon and gemstones. "I do hope you girls can help me." She stared over her magenta bifocals, aiming her gaze first at Morgan and then Fiona. "Of course we can, Annie." Fiona smiled at their eccentric customer. The wealthy octogenarian had discovered Sticks and Stones on a vacation to Noquit several years ago. Being a true believer in the healing power of herbs and crystals, she usually made many purchases a year. Fiona and Morgan were happy to give her exactly what she needed. "What is it you need?" Morgan came around to the other side of the counter and pulled out a chair, motioning for Anastasia to sit. "Well, as you girls know, I'm getting on in years. I'll be 82 in December." She winked at Fiona. "And I'm just dying to have a great-grandchild." Fiona raised an eyebrow at her. "How can we help?" "My granddaughter's been married for 2 years, and I'm very disappointed that she hasn't produced a child." Anastasia leaned closer toward the girls and lowered her voice. "I'm afraid she might need some help." At the perplexed look on the girls' faces, she continued, "Do you girls have herbs and crystals that help with fertility?" She waved her bejeweled fingers around the room, indicating the shelves of herbs and cases of crystals. "Oh, yes, of course," Fiona laughed. "Then that's what I need for my granddaughter. Can we package them up like gifts? I don't want her feelings to be hurt." "Of course." Morgan went over to her herb rack. "I can make a bottle of evening primrose oil she could use for skincare, and I can make some custom tea bags with dong quai and false unicorn root. Those are great for fertility. I can create a necklace, earring, and bracelet set with moonstones, rose quartz, and amethyst. Those stones go perfectly together, and they will help with fertility, too." Anastasia clapped her hands together. "Perfect! I knew I could count on you girls." Stabbing her cane onto the floor, she pulled herself up. "When can I pick them up?" "I'll probably need a couple of days. What about you, Fee?" "I have a few other orders to work on, so about 4 days. Could you pick them up on Friday?" "Certainly. I'm here for the entire summer, so no rush," Anastasia said graciously as she turned toward the door. "I hope you dear girls haven't been hurt by all that dreadful business with the Littlefield woman." She half turned to face them. "Not too much. We'll be fine." "It was quite disturbing. My cottage is only a stone's throw from where it happened." Anastasia shuddered. "Oh, that must have been scary for you." Fiona narrowed her eyes. "You didn't see or hear anything, did you?" "As a matter of fact, I did." Morgan's eyes widened. "You did? What?" "I was having tea on my porch, as is my custom in the morning, when a young man burst out of the woods and ran off down the road toward the ocean. It quite startled me. I nearly had a heart attack." "What time was that?" Anastasia wrinkled her brow, looking up at the ceiling. "Well, it must have been around 8:15, or a bit earlier. I usually take my tea between 8 and 8:30. Fiona felt her heartbeat racing. That was just about when Prudence was killed. "Did you see what he looked like?" "My eyes aren't too good these days, dear. All I saw was that he had one of those hooded sweatshirts. But as he ran by, the hood fell back, and I noticed he had one of those awful tattoos." "A tattoo? Of what?" "I'm not sure. It looked like a lightning bolt or something." "Anastasia, did you tell the police about this man?" "The police? No. They didn't even bother to talk to me," she said, waving her hand in dismissal. Then she turned the knob and opened the door. "Well, you girls have a lovely day." Fiona shot Morgan a raised eyebrow look. A young man running out of the woods right at the time of Prudence's death? Maybe he saw something? Or killed her? Fiona felt a chill run up her spine. Either way, one thing is for sure. We need to find out who has a lightning tattoo on their neck and pay them a visit. Chapter 22. Fiona liberated the steamed clam from its shell and carefully peeled the membrane from its neck. She dunked it in broth, then butter, and popped it in her mouth, making nummy noises as the sweet, salty steamer slid down her throat. "These are awesome. Thanks for bringing them home from work," she said to Jolene, seated across from her at the wrought iron table. "Yes, thanks," Morgan and Celeste echoed her words. Jolene looked up from dunking her own clam and smiled. "You're welcome." The four of them sat on the back patio in the fading evening sun. Situated high on a cliff, the patio sat at the point where the water from the Atlantic flowed into Perkins Cove, giving them a three-sided view of the ocean. The sound of seagulls and the sting of the salt air were a perfect backdrop for the sisters to indulge themselves in the ritual of eating steamed clams. She loved simple times like this with her sisters, which reminded her there might not be more of them if Morgan ended up in jail. "We got another lead in Prudence's murder today," Fiona said. Celeste raised her brows. "You did? What?" "A customer is staying in one of the cottages near the woods where Prudence was killed, and she saw someone run out from there. We might need help in identifying him." Fiona looked down at Belladonna, who had appeared at Morgan's side, begging for a clam. "Sure, anything. Do you think he's from town? What does he look like?" "I don't know if he's from town, but the woman said he had a very distinctive tattoo on the side of his neck. I was hoping that, if we all ask around, we can figure out who he is." Morgan threw Belladonna a clam. Fiona watched the cat pounce on it, sniff it, then flick her tail and walk away. She said it looked like a lightning bolt. Fiona looked up to see Jolene's eyes grow wide. "I think I know who that is," Jolene said, dropping her clam. "Joshua Gray." She looked around the table. "I told you guys about him before, remember? He's kind of a bad apple. He also wears one of those nose rings like you had last night." The table went silent. Fiona's heart stopped. "Do you know where he lives?" "Over in Wells, right on the town line. He lives in a mobile home, but not in the trailer park, about a mile past it." Fiona's chair scraped the concrete patio as she got up. "Where are you going?" Morgan squinted up at her. "To pay Mr. Gray a visit." Fiona sprinted into the kitchen and grabbed her keys. Morgan ran in behind her. "Wait, don't you think we should call Jake before we go?" Fiona slowed down. "They probably should, but that would waste time. Then again, if Joshua Gray was a killer, it might not be very smart to go there by themselves." "You can call him in the car on the way over," Fiona yelled over her shoulder at Morgan as she sprinted for the front door. The decades-old single-wide trailer sat in the shadow of the woods, its door slightly ajar and angled on its hinges. Grimy curtains fluttered out the kitchen window as if trying to escape. Fiona's heartbeat raced as she approached it. "Joshua?" She was met with silence, unusual silence. No chirping birds, no scurrying squirrels. The only sound was the door squeaking as the breeze moved it back and forth. Fiona found the silence unnerving. Her heartbeat kicked up another notch as she stepped up to the trailer door and knocked on it. "Joshua Gray, are you in there?" Nothing. Over to her left, Morgan had ventured to the end of the trailer and was rounding the corner. Fiona's chest tightened as she put her foot on the step and poked her head into the trailer through the open door. "Hello?" The 60-inch flat-screen television that took up one whole end of the living room space was at odds with the rest of the decor, which could only be described as junk. The floor was strewn with beer bottles and trash. Dirty clothes were draped on a stained lazy-boy chair, and the sink and counters were hidden by piles of dirty dishes. "Josh, are you in here?" Fiona called out again, just in case he was in one of the other rooms. "I don't think he's going to answer." Fiona's heart lurched. She wheeled around to see Morgan, white-faced and shaking. "Why? What happened?" Morgan pointed to the side of the trailer, and Fiona walked in the direction she indicated, her legs getting heavier with each step. She rounded the corner. Her heart lurched when she saw it. A body lay on the ground amidst a pile of leaves that were stained dark red. Fiona gasped as she took it all in. Legs splayed at an impossible angle. Torso drenched in blood. Sightless eyes staring up at the sky. And a lightning bolt tattoo clearly visible on the neck. Fiona gasped. Her hands flew to her mouth. Then she turned and ran back to join Morgan. Josh Gray wouldn't be answering any questions for them, after all. Fiona sat on the trailer steps with her head between her knees. She was barely aware of the blaring sirens and sound of cars pulling into the driveway. The clams that tasted so good going down earlier in the evening were threatening to make a comeback, and she was certain they wouldn't be as tasty on the way up. A cool hand on the back of her neck caused her to jerk her head up. "Are you okay?" Jake looked down at her with concern in his eyes. She nodded, too queasy to speak. He massaged her neck, while Overton barked orders behind the trailer. Finally, the nausea subsided, and she lifted her head to see a flurry of police activity going on around her. Jake squatted down so that his face was level with hers. "What are you doing here?" "A customer at the shop said she saw a guy with a tattoo on his neck run out of the woods the morning Prudence was killed. It just so happened Jolene recognized the description of the tattoo and pointed us here." "So you came here to confront him by yourselves? Do you know how dangerous that is?" A cloud of anger passed over Jake's face. "We called you on the way," Fiona winced. Her impulsive actions often got her into trouble. Jake scrubbed his hands through his hair. "It's just that you could have gotten hurt. This guy could be a killer." He touched her arm, and her stomach did a somersault, making her feel a little queasy again, but for a different reason. "I'd never forgive myself if something happened to you." Fiona's heart clenched. She opened her mouth to say something. "Cooper, get over here," Overton bellowed from the side of the trailer. Jake did a half shrug and put his hand on her knee. "I guess we'll talk later." He stood up and walked toward Overton. Fiona stared after him. Talk later? She was busy wondering just what that meant when Overton strolled by on his way to Morgan, who was giving a statement to Brody Hunter. "Well, well, look who seems to be mixed up in another murder." Overton stood in front of Morgan, a smug look plastered on his face. Fiona stood up and crossed the yard, putting her arm around her sister. "What are you talking about? We came to visit and found a body. Morgan called 911 for crying out loud." Overton took the toothpick out of his mouth. "A perfect way to cover up that you're the killer." "That's ridiculous." "Is it? I think it gives me enough to bring your sister in and question her." "What?" Fiona sputtered. "Why would Morgan want to kill Josh?" Overton narrowed his eyes. "I don't know. Maybe he saw her kill Prudence and she was trying to silence him. Which means you're probably in on it with her. Looks like I'll have to bring you both in." Overton crooked his fingers at another one of the uniforms, who scurried over. "Cuff these two and put them in the car." Brody eyed Morgan uncertainly. The officer grabbed Fiona's elbow and she jerked it away. "Unhand my clients." Delphine Jones came flying up the driveway, her purple and orange caftan billowing out like the mainsail of a frigate. Brody and the other officer stopped in mid-cuff, looking between Delphine and Overton in confusion. "You again." Overton shoved the toothpick back in his mouth. "What's going on here?" Delphine demanded. "We came to visit and found him dead, then called 911. Fiona nodded toward the side of the trailer where Josh's body lay. Delphine turned to Overton. "My clients were simply reporting that they found the body, like any law-abiding citizen. I hardly see how that gives you cause to handcuff them." Overton swooshed the toothpick around in his mouth and glared at Delphine. Fiona watched the two of them stare each other down. Delphine must have won, because Overton eventually said, "Let them go. We can take their statements here." Then he turned on his heel and stormed back behind the trailer. Fiona and Morgan suffered through a battery of questions. By the time they were done, Fiona wanted to take Overton's toothpick and shove it down his throat. Thankfully, Delphine stayed by their side to make sure the interrogation didn't veer off track. In between the questions, the medical examiner had arrived and was updating Overton with information, like the size of the knife, the fact it was serrated only 3/4 of the way, and that it had a distinctive scrolled hilt. Fiona filed it all away for later use, figuring it might come in handy to identify the killer. Fiona caught herself looking for Jake several times. Overton had kept him busy investigating the scene, but the few times their eyes met, Fiona had felt a familiar zing in the pit of her stomach. Her heart warmed, knowing Jake was looking out for them. "Looks like we're done, for now." Overton snapped his notebook shut and glared at the girls. "So, my clients are free to go then, right?" Delphine said it as more of a statement than a question. Overton gave her a look of pure hatred, and Fiona knew that if it wasn't for Delphine, she and Morgan might be spending the night in a cell. She wondered if Delphine had something on Overton that caused him to tread carefully around her and toe the line. "They can go," he said to Delphine, then turned to Morgan and Fiona. "But don't leave town." Fiona made a face behind his back. "Don't leave town? How cliché can you get?" Morgan and Delphine laughed. "My job here is done, so I'll be on my way. If Overton harasses you about this anymore, call me right away." Delphine turned and headed toward her car. Fiona watched Delphine flutter down the driveway. The woman had really come in handy. Fiona congratulated herself for having the good sense to hire her, even as her mind tried to calculate how much of the $5,000 retainer they'd already blown through. "Let's go home. I'm exhausted." Morgan covered a yawn with her hand. Fiona glanced around the yard. Only a few cops remained. "Jake already left with Brody," Morgan said, looking at Fiona out of the corner of her eye. Fiona's cheeks burned. "I wasn't looking for Jake." "Right." Morgan led the way to the car. "It's kind of scary. I've lived here my whole life, and I don't think there's been more than 4 or 5 murders the whole time. Now, there have been 2 in less than a week. They have to be related." Morgan snapped the seatbelt into place. "It would seem that way, but why would someone want to kill Josh?" Fiona backed her truck out onto the road and put it into drive for the short trip home. "I was thinking about that. I wonder if he did witness Prudence's murder, and the murderer killed him so he wouldn't talk. Or maybe he was the one who killed her, and then someone killed him for revenge. Like who? Maybe Ed? Maybe he really did love her?" Morgan pursed her lips. "Maybe. Or it might not have anything to do with Prudence's murder. Jolene said he was a bad apple and into some shady stuff. Maybe one of his deals went bad. I can't believe Overton was trying to pin it on us. He really has it in for us. Well, mostly for you. Why do you think that is?" Morgan shrugged. "Who knows? I get the feeling he's had his eyes on us, watching us, since he came to town and investigated Mom's death. It's creepy." Fiona sighed as she pulled into their driveway. "Well, I guess there is nothing we can do except try to get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow I have to get some of my projects at the shop out of the way so I can get Anastasia's set done by Friday. Tomorrow night, Jake and I are supposed to meet with Cal to see if anyone has tried to pawn or sell Prudence's necklace. Want to come?"
Fiona glanced sideways at her, a smile tugging the corners of her lips. "Oh, I'd love to, but I can't." Fiona's brow creased, wondering what Morgan found so amusing. "Okay, I'll just go with him then. Maybe Cal will have a lead on the jewelry, and Jake will have a better idea of who killed Josh Gray and why." Chapter 23. Fiona felt a blast of cold air as Jake held the door of Reed Pawn and Antiques open for her. She slipped inside, rubbing her arms for warmth. Her gaze went immediately to the front of the shop, where she could see Cal squinting into a magnifying glass that he held about 2 inches away from a coin sitting on the glass display case that doubled as a counter. Cal looked up, smiling when he recognized her. His dimples and sparkling blue eyes highlighted the boyish good looks. "Geez, Cal, it's so cold in here I can see my breath." She made a big show of blowing out for effect. Cal laughed. "Sorry, sometimes it can get pretty heated in here when I'm negotiating, so I like to keep it frosty." "How was your trip? Who was it this time? Sophie? Janice? Amanda?" "Actually, none of the above." Cal grimaced at Fiona's raised brows. "Hey, I can't help it if my social calendar is too full. It's a real problem trying to fit all the ladies in, you know?" Jake laughed. "Sounds like a problem I wouldn't mind having." Fiona felt a momentary pang in her stomach. Jealousy? No, probably just indigestion from wolfing down a jalapeno burger at home before Jake picked her up. "Cal, this is my friend Jake." Fiona ignored Cal's raised eyebrow and watched the two shake hands. "So, what exactly is it you guys are looking for?" "Well, apparently, a necklace was taken from Prudence Littlefield when she was murdered. It was an initial necklace, a gold P. We were wondering if you had heard of anyone trying to sell it. We're hoping to get a line on the killer to help out Morgan's case." Cal looked out the window, his brow creased in thought. "You know, I think something like that came in while I was out. Let me check out back." Cal disappeared through a door and returned a split second later with a small, transparent bag in his hand. "Is this it? These 2 items came in together the other day." Jake held the bag up, and Fiona stood on her tiptoes to peer into it over his shoulder. She felt her breath catch when she saw it held a gold chain with a large P in script and a chunky ring. "Looks like it could be, but I'm not sure about the ring," Jake said. Cal put a black velvet jeweler's square on the top of the glass display case and emptied the pieces out onto it. "The necklace and charm are both 18-karat gold, and the ring is 14K. Cal read from the slip that had been in the bag. "Ed said Prudence's necklace was 18K. Who consigned these?" Cal glanced at the slip. "Joshua Gray." Fiona gasped. "Then he must have killed Prudence." "Maybe," Jake said. "But what about the ring? It's way too big for Prudence, and Ed didn't say anything about a ring being missing." Fiona bent down to get a better look at the ring. It had what looked like a family crest on it, a shield, a crow, and 2 sheaves of wheat crossed in an X. "Maybe he stole it from someone else." "Maybe. I'll call into the station and see if anything like that has been reported stolen." Jake looked at Cal. "You'd better set these aside. They may be part of a police investigation." Calvin raised his brows, and Jake added, "Besides, your consignor was found dead last night, so I don't think he'll be needing the money." "But why would Josh Gray want to kill Prudence Littlefield?" Fiona asked Jake, as he pulled his Suburban away from the curb in front of Cal's store.
I'm not sure. That's what we need to figure out. But now that we have this evidence, Morgan will be in the clear, right? Not necessarily. What? But Josh had the necklace. That doesn't really prove anything. Someone could have given him the necklace, or he could have found it in the woods after the murder. Fiona's heart dropped. She looked out the window at the passing scenery of downtown Noquit. It was prime tourist season now, and the streets were loaded with people walking down the sidewalks and browsing through the shops. But Fiona didn't see any of it. She was busy worrying about what was going to happen to Morgan. Jake startled her out of her reverie by putting his hand on her knee. "Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this and find the real killer." Fiona's heart melted when she saw the genuine concern in his gray eyes. "Thanks." She noticed he didn't remove his hand, and her heart started beating a little faster. A few minutes later, Morgan was the furthest thing from her mind as Jake pulled the truck into her driveway. Fiona pushed the door handle. It opened smoothly this time, much to her disappointment. She was surprised when Jake turned off the engine. Should she invite him in? "I'll walk you to the door," Jake said. "With all the things that are happening around you girls, you can't be too safe." Fiona nodded and slipped out of the car, waiting for Jake to come round the front. Her heart skittered in her chest when he put his hand on the small of her back to lead her up the walkway to the porch. They climbed the steps, and she stopped at the door. She turned to say good night and realized he was standing close. Very close. Her stomach flip-flopped. The urge to run away swept over her. She felt like a teenager on her first date, awkward and unsure of what to do. Jake must have been sure of what to do, though. He gently captured her slender wrists in his large hands, kicking her pulse into overload. She wondered if he could feel it beating through her veins. "Fiona, I want you to promise me that you and Morgan won't do anything. You know, like go to question a possible killer without calling me first." Fiona's mouth was too dry to speak, so she simply nodded. He ran his hands from her wrists to her upper arms, and she could feel the electricity buzzing between them. Slowly, Jake leaned toward her. He gently brushed his lips against hers. Casual, at first, as if he wasn't sure how she would react. Fiona's breath caught in the back of her throat. The cool breeze of the ocean air, the chirping of peepers, and the spicy, sweet smell of Jake flooded her senses. She pressed closer to him, parting her lips. Jake teased her lower lip with his tongue, then slid it in further to meet her own, sending jolts of pleasure through her body. She moaned and snaked her arms around his neck, pressing closer to him. How long had it been since someone had kissed her like this? Too long, Fiona thought, hoping Jake couldn't sense how badly she wanted him. The feel of Fiona's body against his drove Jake almost to the brink of no return. The scent of her strawberry shampoo, silky feel of her skin, and eager thrust of her tongue heated his veins. He wrapped his arms around her waist and melded their bodies together, crushing his lips against hers almost hard enough to bruise them. His hands caressed her back as their tongues wrestled. She moved her hips closer to his, and his hand instinctively cupped her bottom, grinding her even closer. A deep moan ripped from his throat. Jake knew he better back off before he couldn't stop himself. He was well aware of the disasters of taking things too far too soon, and he wanted Fiona too badly to screw things up now. He slid his hands back up to her hips. Pulling back, he looked down at her upturned face. Her eyes still closed, lips swollen from their kiss. Feeling things stir in him that had lain dormant for a long time, he brushed a long red curl back from her face. She opened her icy blue eyes, and Jake felt like he could get lost in them. He traced the curve of her jaw with his thumb. "Maybe next time we could have a more traditional date, instead of doing detective work to track down a killer," Jake said. She laughed, and Jake placed a quick kiss on her forehead, then turned down the steps. He looked back at her over his shoulder. "Don't forget, no detecting on your own." She nodded, and he watched her open the door and disappear into the house before he trotted to the Suburban. Jake got in his truck and stared back at the house, his lips still burning from the kiss. He thought about the 2 murders and how Overton was hell-bent on implicating one or more of the Blackmoore girls, and his gut churned with worry. He knew Fiona must be just as worried, maybe more. He hoped she'd remember her promise not to investigate on her own, but he doubted her feisty, impulsive nature would let her. That was one of the things that attracted him to her, even though, in this case, it could prove to be quite dangerous. Jake sighed as he started the truck and put it into gear. All the more reason to step up his own investigation and find the real killer, fast. The stakes were too high for him to fail. Chapter 24. Fiona floated through the next day, completing several orders for custom jewelry and dodging Morgan's probing questions. When she and Morgan arrived home that evening, she felt like she was on top of the world. Well, except for the little matter of 2 murders that the police seemed hell-bent on accusing Morgan of. "Let's order pizza and eat it out on the patio," Morgan said, as they breezed through the large foyer, down the hall, and into the kitchen. "Sounds great." Fiona's words froze in her throat when she saw the look on Celeste's face. Her sister was standing at the sink holding a letter, her skin almost as pale as the paper. "What's wrong?" Morgan rushed over to Celeste. "The tax bill came." Fiona's heart lurched. With everything else going on, she'd forgotten about the property taxes, which were due in June. Their house, and the cottage which housed Sticks and Stones, had been handed down through the generations, so they had no mortgage, but the property taxes were a killer, especially for the 24-room Oceanside property. "How much is it?" Celeste handed the paper over. Fiona's heart squeezed when she saw the amount. "Do we have that much saved?" Fiona shook her head. "I knew taxes were going up, but this is a big jump. We need another 5,000. The girls stared at each other. "How are we going to get $5,000 in the next 4 weeks?" The girls made enough to get by, pay the utilities, put food on the table, and usually pay the taxes. But they had to scrape to save enough money for all that. There was no way they could come up with that much extra in such a short time. Fiona felt tears prick the backs of her eyes. Would they have to sell one of their properties to pay the taxes? Meow! Belladonna appeared at the bottom of the back stairs, staring at them with her ice-blue eyes. Fiona looked over, expecting the cat to trot to her food dish and demand someone fill it, but she stayed on the stairs, performing various gyrations of head-butting and purring on the bottom step, before looking back at the girls, then running back up the stairs. "That's it!" Morgan snapped her fingers. Celeste and Fiona looked at her with raised brows. "We'll just go up into the attic and find something we can use to pay the taxes. You found that necklace up there, Fee. There's bound to be more valuable stuff up there." "I don't know." Celeste glanced up at the ceiling. "I feel awful selling off our family heirlooms." "Well, it's either that or sell the house. I say we take a look." Morgan started for the stairs. Fiona exchanged a look with Celeste, shrugged, and then followed Morgan. "Let's look around the area where you found the necklace. Maybe there is more jewelry near it." Morgan stepped aside for Fiona to lead the way. "I think it was over here." Fiona started off toward the right. Belladonna let out a meow over to their left, and Fiona spun around. "No, wait. It was over there." She recognized the window and rocking chair. The girls picked their way over, then started rummaging through boxes. They pawed through boxes of linens, old scrapbooks, and even a pile of old newspapers. "Is any of this stuff valuable?" Celeste pulled a lace doily out of a box. "I don't know. Maybe we should get Cal to come and look through some of it. He has a good idea about antiques." Fiona sneezed as a dust cloud flew up into her nose from an old wooden box. Too bad that was all that was in it. "I don't see any more jewelry," she said, her heart sinking as she turned around to scan the area. Belladonna weaved her way from sister to sister, meowing and purring. She made her way over to Celeste, then scratched at her leg and took off into the depths of the attic. "Ouch!" Celeste bent down to rub her leg. "Meow!" Belladonna brought their attention to an old bookshelf over by the wall. "Hey, is that where you found that old book?" Fiona craned her neck, looking around the various boxes and pieces of furniture to where Celeste stood. "Yes, that's it on the shelf, the one without a layer of dust." She turned back to the task of looking for valuable jewelry, while Celeste picked the book out and set it on the table. Fiona and Morgan picked their way over toward Celeste, stopping to look in any boxes that piqued their interest. "This book seems to be a journal from the 1700s, Celeste said. "That's pretty darn old. It must be from the original relative that built this house." Morgan bent down, picking up a small wooden box. "Yeah, it looks like a journal of his sailing trips and some of the stuff he brought back. There's even some entries about building this house, at least, I think. It's hard to decipher the writing." Fiona had made her way over to Celeste. She glanced over her shoulder at the book. "I wonder what that is worth." Celeste jerked her head up, a look of horror on her face. "We would never sell something like this. This is our family history." Fiona glanced back at the bookshelf. "Well, there's a ton of them here." She squatted down, looking at the titles. "This case is full of journals, ledgers, town history books. Hey, this one looks interesting." She pulled out a book on the families of Noquit and started to leaf through it. "Hey, guys, don't forget we are up here to find something we can sell to pay the taxes." Morgan pulled an oak bureau away from the wall and started opening the drawers. Fiona was about to put the book back and help Morgan when something caught her eye. A family crest, exactly like the one on the ring Josh had consigned to Cal. She stared at it, her photographic memory bringing up the image of the ring she had looked at just the day before. Her eyes flew to the top of the page. Her heart jerked in her chest when she saw whose family crest it was. Stark. Why would Joshua Gray have a ring with the Stark family crest on it? She looked up at her sisters, who shrugged in unison. A noise at the entrance to the attic caught their attention. All three of them swiveled their heads in that direction. Jolene stood at the top of the stairs, a piece of paper in her hand. "I think I have a pretty good idea." Chapter 25. Jake bent over the plain manila envelope that held Josh Gray's autopsy report and studied the notes from the medical examiner. Josh had been killed with a 7-inch knife, just like the ME had said on the scene. But what he didn't say on the scene was that Josh's septum had been ripped, like someone had pulled something out of his nose, like the nose ring they had found at the scene of Prudence's murder. Jake rubbed the stubble on his face, wishing he had found that nose ring in an official capacity. The nose ring, combined with the jewelry Josh had consigned to Cal, would have made powerful evidence that Josh killed Prudence. But now it was too late to admit the nose ring, unless he went back and planted it at the scene and somehow got Overton to agree to going over there again. That wasn't likely to happen. At least he'd been able to log the jewelry from Cal's, using the proper procedures. Too bad that ring hadn't been reported stolen. Knowing where the ring came from could be a vital clue. With the evidence, Jake was sure Gray had killed Prudence. But why? And then, who had killed Gray, and why? Jake flipped the folder shut, with a sigh. He got up from his desk, making his way over to the coffee station just outside Overton's office. He had been trying to keep tabs on Overton, and had discovered the best way was to linger at the coffee area. Since Overton had such a big mouth, he could be heard easily outside his office. Jake peeked through an opening in the blinds that shielded Overton's office from the squad room. The sheriff sat in his chair, feet up on the desk, toothpick in his mouth, and phone pressed to his ear. Jake slowly poured thick, black sludge from the coffee pot into his mug. "I'm telling you, those girls have something to do with these murders." Overton's voice wafted out of his office. Jake strained to hear while he slowly opened the creamer and poured it into his coffee. "I think the oldest one killed Littlefield, but Gray must have seen her, and she had to silence him. Her and the redhead were probably in on that one together." Jake poured some sugar into his cup. "I don't care how long their family has been in town." Jake picked up a wooden stirrer and stirred his coffee, mindless of everything else except Overton's voice. "I want a search warrant issued ASAP. I'm sure they have vital evidence hidden somewhere on that property." Jake thought about the nose ring on the kitchen counter and the scarf in Fiona's room. If Overton got that warrant, the girls could be screwed. He pulled out his cell phone and bolted for his office. Fiona didn't answer, so he tried Morgan. No answer. He slammed the phone shut, his heart pounding in his chest. Where were they? His eyes darted around the office. He was on duty and, technically, not supposed to leave the station unless he was dispatched on a call. But screw it. He had to warn Fiona and Morgan. He grabbed his gun, shoved his chair back, and ran out to his car. Chapter 26. "I don't know if this is such a good idea," Morgan whispered to Fiona. "If what Jolene found on the computer is true, then this is our best bet for catching the killer and finally proving you didn't do it." "It seems pretty dangerous. Maybe we should have waited until Jake could come." The promise she made to Jake flitted across Fiona's mind, but she knew he was on duty tonight, and this couldn't wait. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to come and arrest her for what she was about to do. The back door to the house opened, highlighting the silhouette of Eli Stark in the light streaming out from the kitchen. Fiona crouched down even lower behind the bush, holding her breath, praying Eli wouldn't spot her and Morgan on the other side of the driveway. Glancing over at her sister, who wore an all-black outfit, hair stuffed up under a black baseball cap identical to hers, she realized she needn't have worried. It was a moonless night, and the girls were all but invisible. Stark got in his black Lexus SUV and drove away. Fiona crept out from behind the bush, quietly making her way over to the door. Taking a set of jeweler's tools from her pocket, she worked on the lock. Just how do you know how to pick a lock, anyway? Morgan glanced around the yard nervously. "I looked it up on the internet." Fiona shrugged. She'd never tried to pick a lock before, but it had looked easy, and she already had the tools. The door clicked, then swung open, and Fiona let out her breath. They tiptoed into the house, carefully closing the door. The house was dark. Fiona turned on her small flashlight, sweeping it around the room. The kitchen of the small bungalow smelled like greasy fried food, but was neat and tidy. Who knew Eli was such a neatnik? A small table sat in one corner, and the counters were bare. A dinner plate, silverware, and a glass were stacked neatly in the sink. Fiona made her way over to the knife rack, while Morgan opened the drawers. "Find anything?" Morgan asked. "No, but I guess it's probably not the kind of knife he would keep in the kitchen." "Yeah, let's look for an office or something. That seems like a more likely place." Fiona placed the knife rack exactly where she had found it and followed Morgan into the living room, then up the stairs, her heart leaping up into her throat at every creak and groan of the steps. They found his office on the right. Morgan went over to the window and pulled the shades shut so no one would see their flashlights from outside. The girls started opening drawers and searching surfaces. Fiona swept her flashlight across the room. The light fell on a big oak filing cabinet on the far wall. "I'm going to check out this filing cabinet." "I'll go through the bookshelf over there by the door. Maybe he hid the knife behind a book or something." Fiona grasped the filing cabinet handle and pulled, relieved when it opened smoothly. She pushed the files to the back of the drawer and looked underneath them. Nothing. Then she started to fan through the files. The knife could be inside any one of them. Her heartbeat picked up as she glanced at the file tabs. One was labeled Blackmoore. Was Eli keeping a file on them? She saw another one labeled Overton. Clearly, Eli was up to something. She started to flip through Overton's file, trying to figure out what it was. She was so engrossed in her task that she was oblivious to everything else. A frightened squeak sounded behind her. She whirled around. Her heart froze. Eli was standing just inside the doorway, his hand over Morgan's mouth, a knife to her throat. A 7-inch serrated knife with a fancy hilt, just like the one that had killed Josh Gray. "You'd love to see what's in that file, wouldn't you?" he sneered at Fiona. Fiona's heart pounded in her chest as he advanced toward her, dragging Morgan with him. Morgan's eyes darted around the room in panic. She dropped the file, holding up her hands. "Let Morgan go." Eli snickered. "Let her go? I don't think so." He tightened his grip on Morgan, and Fiona's heart jerked at the muffled noise her sister made behind his hand. Fiona's back was against the filing cabinet, and she had nowhere to go. Her eyes searched the room frantically for some sort of weapon. "Get the duct tape out of the bottom drawer." Eli indicated the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet with his foot. Fiona bent down, as slow as she could, stalling for time. "Hurry up." Eli kicked the drawer, causing Fiona to jump back. Instead of intimidating her, as he intended, it only served to piss her off. Apparently, Eli didn't know not to mess with a redhead that had a feisty temper. She narrowed her eyes up at him. "Is that the knife you killed Josh Gray with?" Eli snickered. "Well, aren't you the clever one? How did you figure it out? I suppose it doesn't matter now, since I'll be killing you and your sister with the knife, too." "So, you did kill him?" Eli nodded. "Little shit thought he could blackmail me. I showed him what for." Fiona thought he almost looked proud of himself. "You hired him to kill Prudence, and he threatened to tell." "I paid him good money,
but he kept coming back for more over and over. I just couldn't have that, so I took care of business. Well, it won't do you much good. The police know all about everything, and they have proof, so even if you kill us, you'll get caught. Eli pushed his chest out. Ha! That's your mistake. I've got Overton in my pocket. He'll never prosecute me. I wasn't talking about Overton. I sent the information to the feds, and they are very interested in what you have been doing, Fiona lied. Her heart pounded against her ribcage. This was her only chance. Eli narrowed his eyes. She could almost see the wheels turning inside his head, wondering if she told the truth. Fiona saw him loosen his grip on Morgan. Adrenaline shot through her body. She grappled behind her, grabbing on to the cast-iron doorstop she'd seen earlier. She swung her hand up, shooting up from her squatting position at the same time to put as much force behind it as she could. Eli threw his arm up instinctively to defend himself. Morgan jerked away to the side. Fiona felt the doorstop connect with Eli's forearm. Disappointment shot through her. She had aimed for his head. Hitting his forearm wouldn't be enough to knock him out. She had the doorstop raised high over her head for another attempt when a voice yelled from the doorway. "Drop it and put your hands up." Fiona dropped the doorstop like a hot potato and put her hands up in the air, palms out. "Not you." Jake stood in the doorway, Brody Hunter behind him, their guns raised and trained on Eli. "Him," he said, jerking his head toward Eli. "Him," he said, jerking his head toward Eli, who had already dropped the knife and had his arms raised. Fiona felt the tension drain from her body. She put her hands down and rushed over to Morgan, who stood on the other side of the room rubbing a small nick on her neck. "Are you okay?" her heart clenching at the small drop of blood. "I'm fine," Morgan smiled at her. "I can't believe you got him to admit everything." Behind them, Brody and Jake were subduing a frantic Eli. Eli kicked and yelled about Overton and lawyers while they struggled to get him into the handcuffs. Fiona's stomach dropped when Overton appeared in the doorway. Would he ignore the evidence and make them let Eli go? Fiona pointed to the knife on the floor. "Eli had the knife he used to kill Josh Gray, and he was planning on using it on us." Overton's eyes went from the knife to Eli. His face looked haggard and worn. His shoulders sagged. He motioned for someone to put the knife in an evidence bag. "Eli Stark, you're under arrest for the murder of Joshua Gray." Overton turned to Brody. "Get him out of here." Eli stared at Overton, rage filling his beady black eyes. "You won't get away with this. I'll tell them everything I know about you. I'm not going down alone," he screamed as Brody dragged him from the room. Overton looked at Fiona and Morgan with disgust. "I guess you girls got your way. This time." He shoved a toothpick into his mouth, turned on his heel, and headed out of the room. Morgan looked at Fiona. I guess an apology was too much to expect. Fiona's heart clenched when she saw Jake coming toward them. "Are you okay?" His gray eyes studied both women with concern. Fiona and Morgan nodded. Jake sighed. "Thank God." Fiona's heart skittered in her chest as he gathered her into his arms, bending to kiss her forehead. "How did you know to come here?" Morgan asked. "I went to your house. Jolene told me everything. She's pretty good with a computer. We could use someone like her down at the station, if I'm even still employed there." "I hope you didn't put your job at risk for us." "We caught the bad guy, and that's what counts. I don't think we'd have been able to do that if it wasn't for you and your sisters." Jake loosened his grip on Fiona. Tilting her head back,
He looked straight into her eyes. "But I am a little miffed that you didn't keep that promise to call me." Fiona blanched. "Sorry, I wanted to call, but I knew you were on duty." Jake just nodded, then pulled her close again. "Well, I could see I'm going to have to keep a very close eye on you from now on." Fiona snuggled closer. A warm, satisfied glow spread through her veins. Having Jake Cooper keep a close eye on her was something she wouldn't mind one bit. Epilogue. Morgan Blackmoore tapped her finger lightly on the counter, barely registering the low buzz of voices behind her in the crowded coffee shop as her mind raced over the events of the past few days. "Here you go." Felicity handed Morgan a tray full of hot coffee and tea. Morgan turned and walked toward the large table where Fiona, Jake, Jolene, Celeste, and Cal were seated. "I still don't understand why Eli wanted to frame Morgan," Celeste said to Jake as she accepted the tea from Morgan with a nod of thanks. "Actually, he was killing two birds with one stone, so to speak. He wanted Prudence out of the way, so Ed would sell him their land. And he figured if Morgan went to jail, the rest of the Blackmoores would be eager to sell him the land where Sticks and Stones is, since they'd have less income and more legal fees." Jake took a latte from the tray, handing it to Fiona before grabbing a coffee for himself. "But what about the newt?" "That was just luck on Eli's part. He was in the cafe and heard the exchange between Morgan and Prudence. He had already arranged for Josh to kill Prudence, and he knew newts were plentiful in the woods, so he simply called Josh and had him add that little twist. He'd already planned to plant the scarf, so the newt was just a bonus," Fiona added. "The whole town knows about our ongoing feud with Prudence, so he figured they'd just think Morgan finally got fed up and snapped." "So, if Eli thought putting me in jail would cause financial hardship, he must have known about our trouble with the taxes." Morgan's brow creased as she wondered how he knew. "Sure. It's easy enough to figure out what we make for income and do the math." Jolene shrugged. "Speaking of which," Cal pulled a check out of his shirt pocket and pushed it across the table to Morgan. "I found someone who was happy to buy that necklace." Morgan's eyes widened when she looked at the check. "That's almost twice what we need for the taxes." Cal leaned back in his chair, smiling around the coffee stirrer he was chewing on. Morgan looked at him suspiciously. "Cal, I hope this generous buyer isn't really you just giving us money." The deep timbre of Cal's laugh echoed across the restaurant, causing 4 women at the next table to glance over and ogle him, which wasn't really any surprise to Morgan. Since they were teens, Cal had been like a magnet to women. He had quite a reputation as a playboy, but along with being handsome, smart, and funny, Cal was also a nice guy that would do anything for his friends, including disguising a gift of money as a sale of jewelry to make sure those friends didn't object. He held his hands up. "No, it wasn't me, I swear. It was a real buyer, and she's interested in buying more, if you have it. Any time you guys want to take another peek in the attic, I'd be happy to help you identify some of the good stuff." Morgan glanced around at her sisters. They had made a pact to keep as much of the family junk as possible. They wouldn't be venturing into the attic unless they got desperate again. "We'll keep you in mind. Hopefully, we won't need to resort to that. I'm just glad we can put this whole thing behind us." "We have Jolene to thank for that," Fiona said, looking at her younger sister proudly. "If she didn't hack into Josh's accounts and trace the money to Eli, we might never have put it together." "That took some skill. I think Jolene has quite a talent for computer work and detective work." Jake turned to Jolene. You should really think about pursuing that." Morgan watched a pink blush creep over Jolene's cheeks. "Well, actually, I did sign up for a class in computer forensics over the summer." "That's great." Morgan felt proud of her younger sister. She really was growing up. "I've been wanting to get into law enforcement since I saw what a crappy investigation Overton did with Mom's death. And I love computers, so—" She shrugged, taking a sip of coffee. "Speaking of Overton, I noticed Eli had a file on him in his office. Do you know what was in there?" Fiona asked Jake. Jake shook his head. "The files from his office mysteriously disappeared." He lowered his voice and leaned in closer to the table. "I know Overton is up to something, but I just can't put my finger on it." "Eli did say he had Overton in his pocket, whatever that means," Morgan said. Jake narrowed his eyes. "It's more than just Eli. Something is off about him, and I'm not going to stop until I find out what it is. Well, after I get back from administrative leave, that is." Morgan felt her stomach churn. Overton had put Jake on administrative leave for 2 weeks because he had left the station without getting dispatched on a call first. If Jake hadn't left when he did, Morgan and Fiona might be dead. "That's so unfair he did that," Morgan said, shaking her head. "That's okay. It'll give me some extra time to spend relaxing." Jake put his hand over Fiona's. The pointed look he gave Fiona and the subsequent blush on her cheeks left little room to wonder what he meant by relaxing. Morgan felt a tug in her gut. She used to be that happy with Luke. Would she ever feel that again? She was glad Fiona had moved on from her heartbreak with Kevin and found someone else. If she could do it, maybe Morgan could too. She glanced out the window at the main street of Noquit, busy with cars and pedestrian traffic. Her eyes went wide, her heart jerking in her chest, when she thought she saw a familiar figure. Could it be? She leaned closer to the window, squinting to get a better look, but he had disappeared into the crowd. "What's the matter? You look like you saw a ghost." Fiona's voice, laced with concern, pulled her attention back to the table. "Oh, it's just... I thought I saw Luke Hunter." She glanced back out the window. "What? I thought he was off fighting bad guys or capturing pirates or something." Celeste craned her neck to look in the direction of Morgan's attention. "Yeah, it was probably just someone that looked like him." Morgan settled back in her chair, not sure if the odd feeling in her gut was anger, relief, or disappointment. "Well, here's a toast to freedom and an uneventful and relaxing summer." Fiona raised her coffee cup to the middle of the table. The rest of them joined in, everyone tapping the lips of their paper cups together. Morgan was all for having an uneventful summer. She'd had enough excitement these past 2 weeks to last a lifetime. The only problem was, she had a tingle in her gut that told her the rest of the summer was going to be anything but uneventful. And her gut feelings were usually right. She brought the teacup up to her lips. The cinnamon scent of herbal tea soothed her senses. Sitting back in her chair, she looked around the table at her smiling family and friends. Maybe this time her gut would be wrong. She certainly hoped so. After all, what more could possibly happen? The end. Dead Wrong. Blackmoore Sisters Paranormal Cozy Mystery Series, Book 1. Written by Leanne Dobbs. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Dead and Buried. Blackmoore Sisters Cozy Mystery Series, Volume 2. Written by Leanne Dobbs. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Produced by Star Cloud Audio. Chapter 1. Morgan Blackmoore slipped out the kitchen door of the seaside mansion she shared with her sisters in the sleepy town of Noquit, Maine. Stretching her arms over her head, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, relishing the sting of the salty sea air and the warmth of the early morning sun on her face. She turned east toward the Atlantic Ocean, where the sun was just coming up. Her cat, Belladonna, rustled in the leaves at her feet, and a group of seagulls made a cacophony of sound to her right. There seemed to be more gulls than usual this morning. Morgan opened her eyes, turning toward the sound. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw the flock of gulls circling. There were way too many birds. Something must have attracted them, and Morgan had a feeling it wasn't anything good. She picked her way through her herb garden toward the edge of the cliff, Belladonna trotting along at her side, while the seagulls circled and flapped noisily above. Her stomach felt like she'd swallowed a lead ball, and her mind conjured up a scene from the old Hitchcock classic, The Birds, as she approached the point of land where the channel leading to the cove on the right of her house met with the ocean on the left. Belladonna sprinted ahead of her and poked her head over the side of the cliff, then looked up at Morgan with her ice-blue eyes. "Meow." "What is it?" Morgan craned her neck over the side, but whatever was attracting the seagulls was hidden behind an outcropping of rock about 7 feet down. She sighed, rubbed her palms on her faded jeans, and put one foot tentatively on the slope of the cliff. Unlike the ocean side of the cliff, which was a straight drop, the point was more gradual, with outcroppings of rock that she could navigate on the way down. She balanced herself by grabbing onto a rock while her foot grappled for placement. Her heart jerked wildly as she dislodged some small stones, creating a mini rock slide. Holding her breath, she watched the rocks plunge almost 100 feet into the turbulent ocean below. If she fell, it would mean a painful and certain death. "Meow." Morgan looked up at the white cat, who was staring down at her. "Yeah, easy for you to say. How come you're not down here with your perfect balance and 9 lives?" Belladonna just blinked at her lazily from above, then trotted off. "Okay, fine. I get it. I'm on my own." Morgan grabbed onto a tree that was growing sideways on the slope and inched over to the outcropping, her free arm grabbing onto the rock and pulling herself along until she was far enough to peer over. She sucked in a breath, a jolt of electricity piercing her heart, when her eyes found the object of the seagull's attention. Lying on the rocks was a man, his legs and neck bent at impossible angles. His dead eyes stared straight through her. His right arm was twisted underneath him. His left was visible, and Morgan noticed an unusual black mark on the palm. She jerked back, then whirled around and scrambled back up the slope, kicking loose stones that pinged against the rocks below in her wake. Pushing herself up onto the grass, she turned to run in the direction of her house at full speed. But instead of moving forward, she smacked straight into her biggest enemy, Sheriff Overton. "Leaving the scene of the crime?" Overton glared down at her, his large belly bulging over the belt of his brown pants. Sweat trickled down his forehead under the brim of his hat. Morgan pushed herself away from him and looked back in the direction of the cliff. "What are you talking about? I saw the seagulls and went down to see why they were gathered there. It is, after all, my property." Overton narrowed his eyes at her. The toothpick jutting out of the side of his mouth wiggled back and forth as his teeth ground on it. "Or you could have been down there covering something up." Morgan's eyebrows knit together as she turned back to face him. She spread her hands. "What would I be covering up? And how did you get here before I even called the police?" "Gordy Wright saw the body on his way out to pull his lobster traps this morning. He called it in." Morgan looked at the channel that led to Perkins Cove, where most of the fishermen docked their boats. Her house sat at the very end of the channel, the point where it emptied out into the ocean, so, naturally, the boats had to sail by her house to get out. Gordy always went out at sunrise, and would certainly have noticed the gulls and body on the cliff.
"It's awfully suspicious in my book that a body shows up in your yard after the whole Littlefield incident," Overton said.
Morgan crossed her arms over her chest, struggling to stay calm. "You know I had nothing to do with that." Earlier in the summer, Overton had accused Morgan of killing the town shrew, Prudence Littlefield. It had taken some clever detective work on the part of her and her sisters to find the real killer and clear Morgan's name. Even so, it seemed Overton had it in for them, and Morgan could think of no good reason why. Which was why she had to tread carefully with this dead body on the cliff. If Overton could find a way to pin it on her, or one of her sisters, she was sure he would. A noise over by the house captured her attention, and she glanced over to see her sister Fiona hurrying toward them, her long red curls flying behind her as she walked. "What's going on?" "There's a body on the cliff." Morgan nodded her chin toward the point. Fiona gasped, her eyes growing wide. "A body? Who?" "I don't know. I saw the seagulls and went over to investigate. Never saw him before."
Overton snorted. "We'll see about that. I doubt you girls are as innocent as you want me to believe."
Fiona took a step closer to him, pulling herself up as tall as she could. "Now you see here, Overton, you can't go around accusing us of everything that happens in this town."
"Sheriff, where's the body?"
Several members of their small-town police force had come up behind them, and the girls turned in their direction.
"Over here."
Overton started toward the cliff, then turned back toward Morgan and Fiona.
"I have a sneaky suspicion there's more to this than meets the eye, and I bet the two of you are right in the middle of it."
He glanced back at the officers, who had continued on and were halfway to the cliff's edge. Removing the toothpick from his mouth, he jabbed it in Morgan's direction.
"You might want to call your fancy lawyer, because if I find evidence you had anything to do with this, I'm going to make sure you feel the full force of the law. This time, you won't get away so easy."
Morgan watched him shove the toothpick back in his mouth and lumber off toward the cliff. She half hoped he would trip and fall right over, then caught herself, realizing that would be a terrible fate, even for him. The two girls watched him while he approached the cliff's edge, when, out of nowhere, Belladonna streaked in front of him, causing him to stumble and almost pitch over the side.
"Damn cat! The thing should be shot."
He glared after the cat, who had disappeared into the bushes. Morgan and Fiona had to clamp their hands over their mouths to keep from laughing out loud as they walked back toward the house. Morgan opened the kitchen door, and Belladonna appeared from nowhere, scooting inside ahead of them. Fiona reached down to pet the cat. "Good girl. You want a treat?" Belladonna walked over to her bowl and sat in front of it, licking her paw, as if she were ambivalent about the treat, while Fiona got a can of tuna from the cupboard. "I see Overton is still as big a jerk as ever," Fiona said. "Yep, he worries me. There's no telling what he might do." "Yep, he worries me. There's no telling what he might do." Morgan peered out the back door window toward the cliff, where she could see the police department turning out in full force. "What's going on out there?" Morgan's sister Celeste stood in the doorway, her concerned gaze directed at the corner of the yard where the police were now swarming. "There's a body on the cliff," Fiona said, as she flipped open the tuna can, then bent to scoop the fish into Belladonna's dish. "Excuse me?" Celeste ruffled her short blonde hair, still wet from showering, as she walked over to the window. "Yeah, it was weird. I saw a bunch of seagulls over by the cliff and went over to investigate, and there was a guy lying on the rocks, dead. Morgan felt a shiver go up her spine. It had only been 4 years since her mother had taken her own life near that same spot. This one was too close for comfort. Why would a dead body be in our yard? Celeste turned her wide, ice-blue eyes on Morgan. That's a good question. What would someone be doing on the cliff? Morgan's eyebrows creased in the middle. And why would someone kill him there? Fiona asked. Or did he die from falling off the cliff? Morgan pursed her lips together. You know, I'm not exactly sure. He wasn't far down, so I don't see how he could have died from a fall. But in the dark, I guess he might have tripped and hit his head or something. I didn't really look at him that close. Maybe they killed him somewhere else and dumped him there, Celeste said, as she opened the double-wide refrigerator and took out some spinach. But why? I don't know, Fiona said. I'll ask Jake later today what he knows. Yeah, I'm surprised he's not here. Morgan glanced out the window, looking for the handsome former detective and newest member of the No-Quit Police Department. Jake Cooper had proved to be an invaluable ally when Morgan had been accused of murdering Prudence Littlefield. Morgan smiled at the way Fiona's ice-blue eyes got all dreamy when she said Jake's name. Jake and Fiona had gotten close during the Littlefield investigation, and now they were practically inseparable. Morgan tried to push down the pang of sadness she felt for herself. Would she ever be able to find love like that again? She'd had that kind of love once with her high school sweetheart, Luke Hunter. They'd dated into their early 20s. But Luke had decided he wanted to join the military and had broken it off with her. She hadn't seen him in over a decade, and hadn't found anyone else that sparked her interest either. Morgan remembered several weeks earlier when she'd thought she'd seen Luke downtown. But it hadn't been him, just someone who looked like him. Still, it had raised all those old feelings of love and betrayal. She should be over him by now, but... Morgan, Celeste interrupted her thoughts. Sorry, what? Did you say it was a man? What did the guy look like? Celeste stood in front of the juicer, a cup full of spinach and some green sprouted stuff in her hand. Morgan's heart clenched as she thought back to the body on the cliff. He was a big guy, blond and muscular, rough-looking. One thing was strange, though. Celeste raised the blonde eyebrow. What was that? He had a black mark on his hand, like a big circle. It just struck me as odd. Celeste stood looking at Morgan, chewing her bottom lip, her brows creased with worry. Celeste, is something wrong? Fiona asked. It's just that I had a dream about something similar. Celeste shrugged and turned back to the juicer. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. Morgan watched her sister, a strange feeling of foreboding starting to spread in her stomach. Meow. Belladonna flopped down over by the back stairs that led to the attic, which was once servants' quarters and now housed several generations of Blackmoore family cast-offs, and proceeded to clean her snow-white fur. I guess Belladonna agrees. Morgan opened the cupboard, sifting through the herbal tea bags for chamomile. She could use something to soothe her nerves. Do you think we should call Delphine? Fiona asked, referring to the lawyer who had been instrumental in shielding the girls from the threats of Overton earlier that summer. I think Overton was just trying to scare us. I mean, he doesn't have anything to tie us to the body, since we didn't kill him. Morgan plunked her teacup into the microwave. We don't even know if he actually was murdered. Yeah, I guess you're right, Fiona nodded. Hey, where's Jolene? Celeste rolled her eyes. Still sleeping. Jolene, Morgan's youngest sister, had only been 14 when their mother jumped to her death.
The 3 older sisters had tried to raise her as best they could. She'd been a handful, but was recently starting to come around. Still, like most teens, she loved sleeping in. "Celeste, will you let her know what's going on out there?" Fiona nodded toward the cliff. "I don't want her to wake up and panic when she sees the No-Quit police department in the backyard." "Sure. I don't go into the yoga studio until noon." Celeste ran her greens through the juicer, producing a cup full of thick, green goo. "I guess we better go open the shop." Fiona turned to Morgan, car keys in her hand. "There's nothing for us to do, anyway. I'll call Jake later and find out what Overton's game plan is, and if we should be worried." Morgan shrugged. "I guess you're right." She grabbed her tea and headed for the door, the feeling of foreboding growing stronger. Whatever Overton's game plan was, Morgan was pretty sure she wasn't going to like it. Chapter 2. Morgan felt her spirits lift as Fiona pulled her truck up to their shop, Sticks and Stones. The old cottage that had been in the family for generations sat at one of the highest points in their town of No-Quit, Maine. It was quaint, with antique weathered cedar clapboards, crisp white trim, and an abundance of flowers. Set back in the woods, the shop was just slightly off the beaten path, but not so out of the way that it discouraged customers. In fact, the wooded location helped add to the mystique of the herbs and crystals the girls sold. Morgan finished the last of her tea, then hopped out of the truck, eager to get inside and start the day's work. She always felt content in the little cottage, and she needed a little bit of contentment after the morning's events. "We need to cut some of these roses." Fiona pointed to a thick red rose bush to the right of the porch steps, which was loaded with a carpet of blooms. "I'll do that later." Morgan bent over to smell a rose. She loved having vases full of fresh-cut flowers from their garden in the shop, and cutting off the blooms would keep the plant flowering all summer. As she straightened, she felt a prickle at the back of her neck. She spun around, her stomach sinking. Was someone watching her? Narrowing her eyes, she scanned the woods around the shop, but didn't see anything. "What's the matter?" Fiona was standing on the porch, her hand poised in front of the electric keypad that disarmed the alarm. "Oh, nothing," Morgan shrugged. "I guess I'm just jittery from finding that body." "No doubt." Fiona punched in the code and went inside. Morgan followed her in, taking one last backward glance out into the woods before she turned the sign to open and closed the door. Inside, the earthy smell of old wood and herbs soothed her senses. Fiona went straight to her workbench, where an array of jeweler's tools lay surrounding her latest piece, a moonstone and peridot necklace commissioned by one of their regular customers. Morgan turned to the left, where tall wooden racks with small cubby-holes housed a variety of herbs. She picked out some chamomile, loaded it into a tea infuser, and heated some water on her small gas burner. On the other side of the shop, Fiona let out a sigh. "I can't stop wondering why someone would turn up dead on our cliff. I mean, what was he doing there in the first place?" "That's a good question. I don't think he got there by boat. It's too treacherous to land anywhere near there. He must have walked in." Morgan felt a chill run up her spine, thinking of a random stranger walking around in their yard while they slept. "Well, maybe we'll get some answers once we find out who the guy was and why he was killed. Until then, there's not much we can do, except work." Fiona turned her attention back to the necklace. Morgan looked at the stack of orders she had for herbal mixtures. Picking one from the top, she gathered various herbs from her stock, placing small amounts into a stone mortar for grinding. The girls worked in silence, and time passed slowly, measured by the ticking of the grandfather clock in the back of the store.
Morgan was almost in a trance, grinding together a mixture of ginger, black horehound, raspberry leaf, and mint for a seasickness remedy, when the bell over the shop door announced a customer.
"Hello, girls."
Amelia Budding, one of their elderly regulars, shuffled into the shop. Her magenta polyester shirt and shorts somehow made her 4-foot frame seem even smaller. "Hey, Amelia." Fiona put down the moonstone cabochon she was working with and stood up. "What can we do for you?"
"Oh, I'm looking for some black onyx, to protect myself in case evil descends on the town."
Amelia shuffled toward Fiona's antique oak jewelry display case, which she was barely tall enough to look down into. Morgan and Fiona exchanged raised eyebrow looks over her head. "Evil?" Morgan ventured.
"Well, I heard about the trouble out at your place."
"And you think some evil menace is involved?" Fiona bent down on the other side of the case and removed a black bracelet.
"Well, I heard tell it might have something to do with pirates, and you know how nasty they can be."
"Pirates? I thought they died out 200 years ago." Morgan narrowed her eyes at Amelia. Surely the woman couldn't be serious. Amelia shrugged and looked across the room at Morgan over the tops of her eyeglasses.
"Believe what you want. If your great-grandma were alive, she'd have some tales to tell you."
The girls exchanged another look. Morgan was 3 years older than Fiona and only had the vaguest memories of their great-grandmother. She wasn't even sure if they were real memories or just from pictures and stories she'd been told. She didn't remember anything about pirates in those stories. Fiona laid the black bracelet on a purple velvet cushion. "This one is all black onyx with a sterling silver clasp." She unhooked the bracelet, laying it over her wrist to demonstrate how it would look.
"And black onyx will protect me, right?"
"That's one of its powers. It will also make you stronger and alleviate worry," Fiona said, then raised her head to look at Morgan. "And it can also help you let go of past relationships and move on with your life." Morgan ignored the pointed look from her sister. Since Fiona had gotten involved with Jake, she'd been on a mission to get Morgan to forget about Luke and find someone new. It's not like Morgan didn't want to. She glanced over at the jewelry case warily. Maybe she should consider wearing some black onyx. "It's perfect." Amelia unsnapped her purse and dug out an overstuffed wallet, squinting into it as she retrieved some bills. Fiona rang up the sale, and they watched Amelia shuffle toward the door. Just as she reached for the handle, she turned back dramatically, pointing her bespectacled gaze at Fiona and then Morgan.
"You girls, be careful now."
"I think dangerous times are upon us," she said, then opened the door and shuffled out. "Is she for real?" Morgan squinted at the door, then looked at Fiona. "Pirates? Seriously?" "I don't think so," Fiona laughed. "She's almost 100 years old, for crying out loud. She's probably senile." Morgan laughed. "Yeah, she's probably just inventing danger to make her life more interesting. After all, what else is there to do when you get to be in your 90s? "Right. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for the body on the cliff that has nothing to do with pirates or some evil menace that's going to descend on the town." "Of course, that would be ridiculous," Morgan agreed. But as she turned back to her work, she had to wonder, if it was so ridiculous, why did she have that nagging feeling of doom in the pit of her stomach? Chapter 3. Luke stared at Morgan through his high-powered binoculars. She was even more beautiful than he remembered. He was glad to see she still had that long ebony hair he'd found so appealing. His pulse quickened as he remembered the silky feel of it in his hands. And even though he couldn't see them, His heart clenched, remembering her ice-blue eyes that could make him melt with a single look. He put the binoculars down with a sigh. He was better off not remembering. He'd chosen the military over her. It really wasn't a decision he had much control over. It was more of a calling he couldn't ignore, to do his part for the country. He didn't think it was fair to expect her to wait for him. What if he got maimed or killed in action? He loved her too much to put her through that. So he'd broken things off. It had nearly killed him to do it, but he felt she deserved a chance to find someone who could be there for her. His gut churned as he wondered if she'd found that someone. Seeing her after all these years stirred up feelings that he hadn't had in a long time. Feelings that he thought were dead and buried. Feelings that he had no time for now. Luke used his Special Forces training to shut off his thoughts. It wouldn't do him any good to start pining over something he couldn't have. True, he was no longer in the Special Forces. Now he had a different job, a more dangerous job. That was why he had to push aside his longing to see Morgan. He'd do everything he could to protect her, while he ensured the success of the job he had come here for. But he had to do that all from afar. He was afraid of what might happen if he let himself talk to Morgan. Afraid of his feelings, but also of what he might tell her. Morgan always had a way of getting him to spill his guts, and he knew he wouldn't be able to lie to her. He picked up his binoculars and scanned the forest while pushing all thoughts of Morgan from his mind. The sooner he forgot about their past relationship, the better. He'd have to take care to keep his distance. Her safety and the success of his mission depended on it. No matter how much he wanted to talk to her, Morgan Blackmoore was off limits. He couldn't take any chances on her discovering the secret of why he was really back in town. Chapter 4. What do you mean you can't find anything on him? Can't you trace him by his fingerprints or dental records or something? Morgan looked across the table at Jake as she took a sip from her beer bottle. Only if they have records on file. This guy apparently didn't, and he had no ID on him, so... Jake bent down to scratch Belladonna, who had flopped down adoringly at his feet. Surely you guys must have other ways of identifying a body, Fiona asked. Well, the Noquip PD isn't exactly on the cutting edge of technology, and Overton seems to be dragging his feet with this one. Jake creased his brow. For some strange reason, he's not really putting a big effort into figuring out who this guy is. Morgan glanced across their yard at the crisp blue Atlantic Ocean, her eyes falling on the section of cliff still marred by yellow police tape. She wondered why Overton wouldn't be pulling out all the stops to find the identity of the man who died there. She could think of only one reason. He knew something they didn't. Anyway, he's keeping me as far from the case as he possibly can. Jake's words pulled Morgan's attention back to the patio table on the edge of their backyard, where she sat with Jake and her sisters. Even though Jake and Fiona had tried to keep their relationship a secret from the sheriff, this was a small town, and everyone knew everyone else's business. Morgan figured Overton probably had it in for Jake now, too. She looked at the beer bottle in front of her. Condensation running down the sides created a puddle on the table. The evening sun was low in the sky, and the day had cooled slightly, but it was still hot and humid. A typical Maine summer night. She took a deep breath of salty ocean air, mingled with the smell of fried clams, and drained the rest of her beer. Grabbing another one from the cooler, she picked nervously at the edge of the label. Was he murdered? Morgan asked. Jake shrugged. All I could find out was that he was killed by a blow to the head. He might have fallen and cracked his head on the rock, but he would have had to have fallen pretty hard for it to be fatal. Is Overton going to try to blame us somehow? Celeste asked from the edge of the patio where she had been watering the colorful flowers they had set in large pots and containers. Jake ran his hands through his short-cropped hair. I think he'd like to, but without knowing who the guy is, he can't come up with a plausible motive. Although I did hear him mention that you all had means and opportunity.
Well, that's crazy. It doesn't have anything to do with us. Fiona's blue eyes sparked with anger. I'm not so sure, Morgan said, handing Fiona a beer. I mean, I know none of us killed him, but I'm not so sure his being on our cliff had nothing to do with us. I have a funny feeling about this. Celeste joined them at the table. Oh, that's right. Nana wanted me to tell you that you should trust your feelings, Morgan. Everyone's head swiveled in Celeste's direction, even Jolene, who'd had her head buried in her smartphone the whole time they'd been sitting there. What? A tingle ran up Morgan's spine, and she narrowed her eyes at her sister. Celeste shrugged. When I meditate, sometimes she comes and talks to me. It's nothing unusual. Sounds pretty unusual to me. Nana's been dead for 10 years. Jolene lifted her sunglasses to stare at Celeste. Fiona and Jake stared at her as if she'd announced she could walk on water, but Morgan noticed that didn't seem to faze Celeste at all. Celeste had always been spiritually minded, and Morgan knew she took her yoga and meditation seriously. But she'd never heard Celeste mention anything about talking to dead people before. Morgan didn't know what to think. She wasn't sure she actually believed in any of that stuff, but Celeste had never been one to act all woo-woo. Anyway, she had more important things to worry about right now. And what about that black hand thing Celeste was saying? I feel like that might be some kind of clue. Don't you think, Morgan? Morgan wrinkled her brow. The black mark was odd. She had no idea what it meant, but it was the only thing they had to go on at this point. Black hand thing? Jolene shifted her gaze between Morgan and Celeste. Yeah, the victim had a round black mark on his hand, kind of like a tattoo. Jolene raised her eyebrows and picked up her smartphone. Maybe we can find something on the internet about that. Morgan leaned back in her chair. They'd discovered a few months ago that Jolene was something of a whiz with computers when she'd uncovered some vital information that led them to find the real killer of Prudence Littlefield and clear Morgan's name. Morgan's chest swelled with pride, especially since they had been worried that Jolene might not find any positive direction in life, given some of her shenanigans in high school. She'd matured a lot since she had graduated, and was even taking a computer forensics class during the summer. Maybe she'd have a career in law enforcement? God knows Morgan could use her help, given the trouble Overton seemed hell-bent on causing them. Jolene's laughter pulled her out of her thoughts. Did you find something? Not hardly. The only thing I could find is that pirates use a black mark to indicate doom or death. If a pirate is marked with it, his days are numbered. Jolene looked up at Morgan, a smirk on her face. Isn't that ridiculous? Morgan's heart jerked in her chest, and she looked up at Fiona, who was staring back at her wide-eyed. Amelia Budding's warning about pirates and evil echoed in her head. Jolene's brow creased. What? That's silly, right? There's no such thing as pirates anymore. Morgan was about to answer when Belladonna leapt up on the table, let out a screech, and then ran off into the bushes on the side of the house. Everyone jumped back, their chairs scraping on the patio, beer spilling on the table. Morgan blotted beer from the crotch of her jeans, staring in the direction of the disappearing cat. An icy tingle crept up her spine at the cat's unlikely timing. It was almost as if she had reacted to the discussion of pirates.
Morgan laughed at herself. That was ridiculous. Belladonna didn't have uncanny powers, and the days of pirates died out long ago. But at this point, she couldn't afford to ignore any clues, no matter how silly they seemed. And since she didn't have much else to go on, it might be worth her while to learn a little bit more about pirates. Luckily, she knew exactly the right person to help her. Chapter 5. The day was heating up to be a scorcher, Morgan thought, as she and Celeste walked down Main Street toward Reed Pawn and Antiques. The pawn shop was located in the city, about 20 miles from their small town, and Morgan didn't come to the city too often. They'd taken her car, because Celeste's was loaded with yoga mats and various pieces of odd-looking exercise equipment, including her latest obsession, kettlebells. Morgan had forgotten how busy and crowded it could be, and how hard it would be to find a parking spot. "I'm glad we parked a few blocks away. The morning is gorgeous, and it's not too hot yet," Celeste echoed her thoughts. "Yeah, I can use the exercise after those beers last night." Morgan looked down at her slim hips and stomach. Were they getting bigger, or was it just her imagination? Maybe she should cut back on the beer and ice cream. The girls stopped in front of the upscale pawn shop, owned by their childhood friend, Cal Reed. Cal was a history buff and antique expert. If anyone could tell them about pirates, it was him. Celeste held the door open, and a blast of cold air hit Morgan as soon as she stepped over the threshold. "Brr, it's freezing in here." Morgan rubbed her bare shoulders, wishing she'd brought a sweater. "Well, if it isn't my favorite girls." Cal stood behind the glass display case. A genuine smile highlighted the dimples on his handsome face. Just seeing Cal always cheered Morgan up. They'd been friends since they were kids, and he was a frequent visitor to the Blackmoore house. He was practically like a brother to them, which probably explained why he'd never dated any of them. Cal was considered one of the most charming, handsome, and eligible bachelors in the county, and literally had women swooning at his feet. He was well known for being a playboy, but he was also a really nice guy, and Morgan was glad he hadn't ruined the special friendship he had with the Blackmoore girls by getting romantically involved with any of them. Cal's romances never lasted very long. "What brings you guys here?" he asked, coming out from behind the case to envelop them both in a big hug. "We need a history lesson," Celeste said. Cal raised an eyebrow and looked from Celeste to Morgan. "About what?" "Pirates," Morgan offered. "Pirates?" Cal cocked an eyebrow at Morgan. "What's going on?" "Well, you heard about the guy on our cliff, right?" Celeste ventured. "What?" "No, I just got back from Barbados." Cal stared at her, concern clouding his deep blue eyes. "What guy?" Morgan sighed. "A guy ended up dead on the cliff in our backyard. I discovered him yesterday morning." "How did he die?" Cal alternated his gaze between Morgan and Celeste. "What was he doing on the cliff?" "That's what we're trying to figure out," Celeste said. "And you have no idea who he is?" "Nope, and Overton can't seem to figure it out either." Cal snorted. "I'm not surprised. Overton's an idiot. It's a miracle he can find his way to the police station every morning. No wonder you guys have to investigate it on your own." He rubbed his chin, then narrowed his eyes at Morgan. "But how do pirates figure into it?" "The only clue we have is that the guy had a large black circle on his hand. Jolene looked it up, and it's supposed to be some kind of pirate sign of doom or something." Morgan laughed. "I know, it's silly. There's no such thing as pirates anymore. But we figure it was worth talking about. Maybe we'll tie into something useful. And we always like to have an excuse to come and talk to you." "Aw, you guys know you don't need an excuse to see me." "But the pirate angle might not be as far-fetched as you think." Cal leaned back against the display case. Really? Morgan's brow creased, her stomach fluttering. Well, there are modern-day pirates, but I don't think that would tie into your dead guy. Modern pirates hijack cargo ships and steal the goods or hold them for ransom, but they don't do that around here. Cal walked over to one of the bookshelves that lined the store and pulled out a thick leather-bound book, then leafed through it. The black mark really is a pirate warning. I believe it's mostly fictional, though. It was used to mark a pirate for death, a warning of sorts. Well, the guy on the cliff sure did end up dead, Celeste said, looking over Cal's shoulder at the page of the book he was holding open. I still don't get what that has to do with us, Morgan said. It might not have anything to do with you, but it could be that the guy thought your cliff was a likely place for pirates to have buried their treasure. Morgan laughed. What? They only did that in the Caribbean. There's no pirate treasure around here. Cal shook his head. Legend has it, many pirates buried treasure all over the Maine coast. The most famous is Captain William Kidd, but there were others. In fact, a cache of gold and silver Spanish coins were dug up just over in Biddeford in the 1930s that many believe was buried there by pirates. Morgan felt her eyes grow wider. Seriously? But why our cliff? Cal shrugged. Who knows? I do know there are people who make a living out of trying to find this type of treasure. Maybe someone's research led them to your location. Morgan looked at Celeste. Boy, finding a chest full of pirate treasure would sure solve all our money problems. Morgan and Fiona made a modest living with sticks and stones, and Celeste did fairly well with her yoga studio, but it was barely enough to put food on the table and pay the taxes on their property, which, for a waterfront mansion, was a small fortune. The house had been built generations ago, so luckily they had no mortgage. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to afford to keep the house. Celeste laughed. Yeah, I'm sure there's a bunch of pirate treasure just buried all over our yard, and no one found it in the 300-some-odd years people have been living there. So who are these people that search for treasure? Do you mean like that guy who has the boat that looks for old shipwrecks? Morgan rubbed her forehead. What was that guy's name? She snapped her fingers. Ballard. Sort of, except these guys aren't nearly as nice. Ballard is legit. The guys I'm talking about do it under the radar. They want to steal the treasure and keep all of it, without paying taxes or giving any to the rightful owners it was originally stolen from. And they'll do whatever they have to do to keep from getting caught. Cal's blue eyes drilled into Morgan's. They're very dangerous people. Morgan felt her stomach clench. But he's dead now, so we probably don't have to worry, right? Cal shook his head. I wish, but they usually travel in groups. There are probably others, and if that guy thought your property had treasure, then the others might too. Morgan and Celeste exchanged worried glances. When was your house built? Cal asked. Morgan wrinkled her brow and looked at Celeste uncertainly. I don't know, sometime in the early 1700s, I think. At least, that's when the first part was built, and then they added to it over the years. Did your family own the land before that? There were pirates back in that time. Maybe... You don't really think there would be pirate treasure there, do you? You never know, Cal shrugged. What did you say your ancestor that built the house did for a living? He was a merchant, Celeste said. Then her eyes went wide. A sailing merchant. Cal raised his eyebrows. Didn't you guys find some old journals of his in your attic? We found old journals, but we're not sure what year they are from, Celeste said. They did look very old, but I don't know if they could be 300 years old. Well, maybe it's worth going up there and taking a look. Who knows? You might find an old treasure map or something. Cal winked at Morgan. A treasure map would be great, Morgan laughed. But even if he was there looking for treasure, which I highly doubt, how did he end up dead? Well, you said he had that black mark on his hand. Legend has it that when a pirate woke up with that mark on his hand, he'd better watch out, because it meant he was marked for death. And that's exactly what happened to him. Cal wiggled his eyebrows at Morgan and Celeste. So you see, it makes perfect sense. Pfft. Morgan waved her hand in the air. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for all of it. There has to be. Because believing a pirate ended up dead on our cliff because of some old curse is just too crazy for anyone to believe. Even me. Chapter 6. All this pirate stuff is nonsense, don't you think? Morgan asked, as they left the pawn shop and headed down the sidewalk. It is rather fanciful, but anything is possible, Morgan. Morgan sighed. Leave it to Celeste to believe in something like pirates and curses. Hey, you want to stop in at Riley's for lunch? Morgan glanced at her watch. Fee isn't expecting me back at Sticks and Stones until noon, and all this pirate talk made me hungry. Sure, I love their veggie burgers. They took a right down the side street that was a shortcut to Riley's, one of the city's most popular burger places. The route wasn't the most scenic, and would take them through an undesirable section of town, but it cut a half-mile out of the walk, so it was a good trade-off. An uneasy feeling came over Morgan as they walked, like a heavy feeling of doom deep in the pit of her stomach. Probably all this pirate talk has me unsettled. She tried pushing the feeling away, but it insisted on staying, like an unwanted house guest that won't leave no matter how many hints you give them. Dying to read more of that journal, Celeste was saying. What? Morgan asked, the strange feeling deepening as they turned down an out-of-the-way street that housed a few abandoned buildings. I was saying, ever since we discovered that journal in the attic, I've been dying to go back up there and try to figure out what it says. Celeste stopped in her tracks, her face a mask of concern. Is something wrong? No, Morgan shook her head. This street just kind of gives me the creeps. Morgan's thoughts drifted to the journal they had found in the attic as the girls walked a little faster down the street. None of them ever went in the attic. Ever. Their mother had told them it was off limits when they were little girls, and the threat had carried over into adulthood. None of them wanted to go in there. The place creeped Morgan out, and she was sure her sisters felt the same way. But when Morgan had been arrested for Prudence Littlefield's murder earlier that summer, Fiona had been forced to go up there in the hopes that she could find something of value to hire a lawyer. After all, the place was loaded with several generations of Blackmoore family stuff, so there was bound to be something of value. And that's when they'd found the journal, an old handwritten leather-bound book tucked in a bookshelf. Celeste had tried to make sense of it, but the writing was old and faded. They hadn't been back up there since. Morgan's thoughts were interrupted by a prickly sensation running through her body, like a current of electricity that started deep in the pit of her stomach and put her senses on edge. It was like her usual gut feeling, times 20. Morgan's attention was drawn to a narrow alley that opened up onto the street about 10 feet ahead of them. She could feel the hairs on the back of her neck stand up, and she had an overwhelming urge to run back in the direction they had come from. She glanced down the street in either direction. It was empty. No one would run to their rescue or hear them scream. This is silly. She tried to push her feelings away, but they wouldn't budge. Just as they approached the alley, Celeste's message from her grandmother echoed in her mind. Trust your feelings. Morgan reacted without thinking. She pulled Celeste back just as a man lunged out from the alley. Her quick reaction caused him to just miss grabbing Celeste. In a second, Celeste crouched down and kicked her foot up, connecting with the guy's jaw and sending him staggering backwards, but not before a second man made a grab for her. Morgan watched, amazed, as Celeste's elbow shot out into the man's face. She heard a crunch and saw a spray of blood. The man fell back into the alley, holding his nose. The first guy had recovered quickly and made a grab for Morgan while Celeste was giving the second guy a bloody nose. Morgan kicked out, connecting with his crotch, and the man went down in a heap. A noise in the alley across the street caught Morgan's attention. She saw men running toward them. The two men they'd been dealing with were rolling on the ground, and she didn't feel like taking on any more, so she grabbed Celeste. "Run!" They ran back the way they had come, toward their car. Morgan glanced back over her shoulder and saw the men coming out of the alley weren't running for them. They went straight after the men that had attacked them. That didn't stop her from running, though. Her gut told her to get the hell out of there, and from now on, she was going to trust her feelings. It wasn't until they were safely locked inside the car that Morgan realized one of the men who had come running out of the alley across from them looked an awful lot like Luke Hunter. Morgan gasped for breath as her white-knuckled fists clutched the steering wheel. "Are you okay?" Celeste maneuvered her arm to inspect her elbow for damage. Morgan noticed her sister didn't seem nearly out of breath as she was. Maybe she should take up yoga and kettlebells? Yeah, what was that all about? Morgan twisted in her seat to look down the street. It looked like a normal sunny day in the city. People were window shopping casually. No one was coming after them. It was hard to believe they had just been attacked. Apparently, those guys were meaning to grab us. For what? I don't know. Celeste shuddered visibly in her seat. Morgan narrowed her eyes at her sister. "Where'd you learn to fight like that?" "Oh, I take karate in self-defense." Celeste turned concerned eyes on Morgan. "You might want to think about taking a class or two yourself. Although you do have a mean crotch kick." The girls giggled. Then Celeste turned serious. "What made you grab me like that, at that very second?" Morgan saw Celeste's brow furrow. "I trusted my feelings." Celeste smiled. "So you did listen. And it's a good thing, too, because if you hadn't pulled me back when you did, this whole incident might have had a different ending." "Speaking of endings, did you see those guys that came running from the other alley?" Celeste nodded. "At first, I thought they were after us, but I think they were trying to help us. Or at least they were going after the guys that tried to grab us." Celeste turned to look out the back window. "Maybe we should go back and thank them?" "I don't know. It's strange, but one of those guys looked just like Luke Hunter." Morgan felt her stomach clench. Could Luke be back in town? Celeste swiveled around to face Morgan. "Luke? What would he be doing here? Besides, wouldn't he contact you if he was back in town?" Morgan's heart tightened in her chest. "I don't know. We broke up almost 10 years ago, so he certainly doesn't have to tell me where he goes. Besides, he's probably married with kids by now." "I thought he was still in the military." Morgan shrugged. "Yeah, it was probably just someone who looked like him." "Didn't you see someone you thought looked like him a couple of weeks ago?" Celeste raised a brow at Morgan. "I think maybe you need to start dating again." Morgan laughed as she started up the car. "Yeah, you can say that again." "Do you think we should tell the cops?" Morgan bit her lower lip. Given her experiences with Overton, she didn't have much confidence in the police. "Nah, we're not hurt, and I'm sure those thugs are gone by now. What would the police do?" "Yeah,
I guess there's not much they can do. Do you think this has something to do with the guy on the cliff? Morgan's stomach churned. Did it? No. How could it? I mean, we're not even near home. That was probably just a couple of thugs who are waiting around to mug the next person that walked down the street. Yeah, probably. Celeste looked in the side view mirror uncertainly. But let's not tell Fiona or Jolene. I don't want them to get all worried. Okay, Celeste agreed. Morgan eased out of the parking spot, glancing nervously behind her one last time. Did she really believe it was just a random mugging? Her logical brain told her it was, but her gut was telling her something else entirely. And if her gut instincts were right, she'd have to find out who the dead guy was and what he wanted quickly, before something worse happened. Morgan sipped a steaming cup of chamomile and valerian tea to calm her nerves as she sat at her work table at Sticks and Stones and filled Fiona in on the meeting with Cal. Do you really think he was after some sort of treasure? Fiona looked at Morgan with wide blue eyes. No. Don't you think if our family had a treasure, we'd know about it? Maybe it was buried there before any Blackmoores got here. You did say that pirates were rumored to bury treasure all up and down the coast, right? Yeah, but that's reaching pretty far, to think treasure could be on our land. Well, if it is, I want us to find it, not some treasure hunters. Morgan laughed. Me too. But even if that was why he was there, it doesn't explain why he ended up dead. True. Well, maybe it was just one of those things, and we'll never hear anything about it again. I wish, Morgan said, looking out the front window of Sticks and Stones, where she could see Sheriff Overton's car pulling up to the shop. She watched him get out, hitch up his pants, and stomp to the door, which he yanked open, then stood in the opening, silhouetted in the sunlight. Good afternoon, Sheriff. Come on in, Morgan said, with feigned cheerfulness. Overton glared in her direction, stepped inside, and shut the door. What brings you here? Fiona stood up from her workbench and narrowed her eyes at Overton. I have some questions for you girls. You can answer them here, or I can take you down to the station. Morgan shot Fiona a warning glance and shrugged. We can answer them here. Overton looked disappointed. He switched the toothpick from the right side of his mouth to the left and leaned back on his heels. All righty, then. He pulled a notebook and pencil out of his pocket and licked the tip of the pencil, causing Fiona to make a face. How long did you know the deceased? Huh? You mean the man I found on the cliff? Morgan's brows mashed together. We didn't know him at all. Overton looked at her from under his shaggy eyebrows. Really? You expect me to believe that? It's the truth. Morgan struggled to remain calm. She knew Overton was looking for them to overreact. He was probably trying to incite them, hoping they'd do something crazy so he could arrest them. She refused to play his game. Well, now how could a big man like that walk all the way past your house and out onto the cliff without anyone noticing? Morgan's stomach clenched. She'd been wondering the same thing. He must have snuck out there in the middle of the night. Overton cocked an eyebrow at her. Now why would someone do that? We have no idea. Are you accusing us of something? Fiona cut in from across the room. Overton smirked at her. Not yet, but I know you girls are involved somehow. Morgan drew in a deep breath. Really, Sheriff, we're not involved in every crime that happens in this town. Overton turned to Morgan, the toothpick wiggling back and forth as he talked. With your track record and the fact that the deceased was found on your property,
I'm sure it's only a matter of time before I'm able to charge you with something."
Morgan walked over to the door and held it open, gesturing for Overton to leave. "I doubt that. You won't find anything relating us to that guy's murder, because we didn't have anything to do with it." She punctuated the last words by leaning forward, almost in his face. Morgan felt a wave of triumph when Overton started to leave, but the triumph was soon replaced with a twinge of worry when she saw the satisfied smirk on his face. He turned just inside the doorway, and his words caused Morgan's stomach to twist into a knot.
"Oh, really? Then why did we find a copy of the Ocean's Revenge ship's manifest from 1722 showing Isaiah Blackmoore as the captain in his pocket?"
Chapter 7. Celeste sat cross-legged on the floor of the library. She always meditated in this room. It was her favorite. She loved the dusty smell of antique furniture and old leather books, and the way the sun spilled in through the 9-foot-tall windows, highlighting rich colored slices of the antique Persian rugs. She didn't know if it was the hand-carved oak bookcases, or the centuries-old leather couches and chairs, or the gigantic marble fireplace, but somehow the room felt both awe-inspiring and cozy at the same time. The room also seemed spiritual somehow, maybe because of all the old books and furniture that were once read and used by ancestors long dead, or maybe because it was so quiet, especially now when no one else was home. She settled herself in a patch of sun and closed her eyes, breathing slowly in through her nose and out through her mouth. Slowly in and slowly out. She cleared all thoughts from her mind. Every time a conscious thought tried to invade, she dismissed it, promising her conscious mind she would deal with it later. Slowly, she counted backwards, clearing her mind of any thoughts that tugged at it, waiting for her subconscious to take over. She could feel herself drift off, still conscious, but not really. It was almost as if she could go to some other land inside her mind. She was getting better at entering this special land the more she meditated. It was coming to her faster and faster. And now she was even hearing the voices. At first she could only hear a few whispered words from her spirit guide, Andrew. But that gradually progressed to full conversations, and the past few times she'd meditated, she'd also talked to her grandmother. At first it had freaked her out a little, but now she was starting to look forward to her meditations and these little visits from the other side.
"Well, don't you think you should be up in the attic, looking for that book?"
Celeste jumped at her grandmother's voice. She'd heard it before, of course, but this time, instead of being inside her head, it sounded like it was right in the room beside her. Celeste focused on thinking up a response in her head. "I'm not sure. My sisters don't seem too keen on going up there."
"Nonsense, why not? There's lots of neat family stuff up there. And, of course, the journals."
"Mom always told us to stay away. Is it okay with her?"
"How would I know?"
"Isn't she there with you?"
"No."
Celeste felt her brows knit together. Her mother had died 4 years ago. If she wasn't over there with Nana, then where was she? She found herself wishing she could see her grandmother and not just hear her disembodied voice in her thoughts.
"Well, why don't you just open your eyes if you want to see me?"
Celeste's heart skipped a beat. See her? She tentatively cracked open one eyelid. She didn't see her Nana. She did see Belladonna, though. The cat was over by the window, swatting at the haze that drifted in from the late afternoon sun. No, wait, it was more of a mist, and the mist
was bending down to pet the cat. Celeste opened her other eye and watched, open-mouthed, as the cat rolled over on her back, the mist taking the shape of a human, bending over, its arm extended toward the cat and rubbing her belly. The mist stood up and turned to her.
"See, dear, you can see me and hear me."
Celeste squinted. The figure was fuzzy, but she could just make out some of her grandmother's features, her eyeglasses, and her hair in a bun on top of her head. She was even wearing an apron that Celeste remembered from her childhood, or at least that she'd seen Nana wearing in pictures. Celeste stared at the apparition, speechless.
"What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" Nana laughed, and Belladonna let out a meow.
Celeste wondered if she'd fallen asleep and was dreaming. The misty figure looked at its watch.
"Well, I've got to run, but I wanted to put a bee in your bonnet about the attic. There's important stuff up there that you girls are going to need."
"Okay," Celeste stammered.
"Well then, ta-ta."
Nana bent to scratch Belladonna behind the ears and then vanished in a misty swirl. Celeste sat still for a few minutes, her heart pounding against her ribs. Did that really just happen? Belladonna came over and rubbed herself against Celeste's legs. She scratched the cat's head in return. Meow. Belladonna flopped down on her side and aimed her ice-blue eyes at Celeste, then flicked them up towards the ceiling, where the attic was. She heard the front door open and glanced at the green onyx Art Deco clock on the mantel. It was 5:30, which meant it must be Morgan and Fiona coming home. Celeste took a deep breath and stood up on shaky legs. All indications pointed toward the attic, and if that's where the powers that be wanted her to go, then who was she to argue? She just hoped she would have as easy a time convincing her sisters of that as her grandmother had had convincing her. Morgan shut the front door and proceeded down the hall toward the kitchen, her heart skittering when she saw a pale and shaken Celeste coming out of the library. "What's the matter? You look like you've seen a ghost." Morgan wrinkled her brow in concern as she studied her sister's face. "Oh," Celeste ran her fingers through her perky blonde hair. "Sorry, I was napping, and I'm still half asleep, I guess." Morgan put her arm around Celeste's shoulders and led her into the kitchen. "Come on, we'll make some supper and tell you all about our visit from Overton." "Sheriff Overton? Oh, no. Is he going to arrest one of us or something?" "I'm sure he'd like to, but fortunately, he doesn't have any evidence. He did, however, let it slip that he found something very interesting on the dead guy." The girls stepped into the spacious black and white tiled kitchen. The kitchen itself had been built during one of the many home renovations in the 1800s and still had the original dark wood cabinets, which were offset by white marble countertops. The stainless steel appliances were a newer addition to the kitchen, as was the large island in the center. The smell of shrimp, garlic, and fresh herbs hit Morgan's nose, causing her mouth to water. Fiona turned from the stove and looked at them as they each took a seat at the island. "So, what's this interesting thing that Overton told you about?" Celeste reminded Morgan. "You won't believe it." Morgan felt her heart speed up with a flitter of excitement, despite the logical part of her brain telling her this all had nothing to do with pirate treasure. Overton said the guy had a copy of some sort of ship's manifest that one of our relatives was the captain of in his pocket. "What?" Celeste's eyes widened as she divided her attention between Morgan and Fiona. "Yep," Fiona said, swirling the shrimp in the pan. "Jake's going to see if he can snag a copy of it and bring it over for us to look at." "So, what does that mean? The guy really was looking for a treasure?" Celeste asked. "Maybe,"
Morgan got up and grabbed a large bowl of salad from the fridge, placing it on the island. That doesn't mean there really is treasure, though. It will be kind of cool to see what sorts of things were on the ship of our great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, though. Fiona poured the shrimp concoction over a bowl of pasta, tossed it together, and set it on the island next to the salad. "Are you sure that's enough grates?" Morgan asked, grabbing plates from the cupboard. Fiona laughed, waving her hand in the air. "Well, who knows how many? I know there's a lot. The guy lived over 300 years ago." Morgan filled her plate and sat at the island beside her sisters. She had a forkful of food halfway to her mouth when a knock sounded on the front door. Fiona jumped up. "That must be Jake." "I'm sure it is. He has an uncanny way of showing up just when the food is ready to eat," Morgan said good-naturedly. The truth was, she adored Jake, as did all the sisters. Fiona ran off to open the door, and Morgan used the opportunity to dig into her supper. She was almost done by the time Fiona ushered Jake into the kitchen. "Did you get a copy?" Morgan asked, handing a plate to Jake. "Yeah, I got one of the other cops to sneak me one. Overton is keeping me far away from the case, putting me on crap jobs like traffic detail." Jake made a face as he dug in his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He opened it and spread it on the island. The three girls bent their heads over the paper to examine it. "This is pretty cool," Celeste said. "The Ocean's Revenge. I never heard of it, but I like the name. Kind of sinister for a merchant ship, though, don't you think?" Morgan looked at the paper. The copy was blurry, the writing faint. She could see the original manifest itself had rough edges and many folds and creases. At the top was the date, ship's name, and captain's name, Isaiah Blackmoore. Below that, columns with lists of items and numbers. She ran her finger down the left column and read off the items. Pottery, cowhide, turtle shell, cacao. Who knew they shipped this stuff around the world back then? "And who would care about recovering it now?" Celeste asked. "Maybe not that stuff, but look at the bottom," Jake said, between mouthfuls of shrimp. Morgan skipped down to the bottom of the page, and her heart jerked in her chest. Gold and silver coins, copper ingots, silver bars. She looked up at her sisters. "Now that's worth recovering." Fiona raised her brows. "For sure. But that was stuff on his ship. It's not like he brought it home and buried it in the yard. He had to deliver that stuff to wherever it was supposed to go, didn't he?" Morgan nodded. "And we don't even know if this is really an authentic ship's manifest." "But it does give us a lead as to why the guy was on our cliff," Celeste said. Morgan pursed her lips. "True, but not why he was killed." "Do we even need to know that? I say it can't hurt to do a little treasure hunting ourselves. I mean, that guy certainly went to a lot of trouble to get killed on our cliff. Maybe there is something to this whole buried treasure thing." Fiona tore a piece of bread from the loaf on the table and used it to sop up what was left on her plate. Jake looked up at them. "You might have to figure out why he was killed, or at least who killed him. Overton is all fired up about the manifest, linking the dead guy to your family. I eavesdropped on one of his conversations, and he was talking about getting a search warrant." Morgan's stomach clenched. Someone had planted evidence in their yard to try to frame her for Prudence Littlefield's murder earlier in the summer, and she suspected it was Overton. If he gets a search warrant, who knows what kind of evidence he might plant. We can't let that happen. Jake nodded. "You guys need to be careful, though. If that guy got killed looking for the treasure, it might be dangerous for you to look for it, not to mention how dangerous it would be to try to track down his killer." Morgan's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced over at Celeste, the memory of the guys who tried to grab them earlier that morning fresh in her head. Celeste tapped her finger to her lips. "Either someone thinks this supposed treasure is worth killing over,
or someone had a beef with this guy and just happened to kill him in our yard. Either way, I think we need to find out more about these treasure hunters. Maybe we can get Jolene to do some research online, Morgan said. I think we need to find out more about the Ocean's Revenge. If we can get a clue as to why this guy was interested in the ship, we might uncover a motive for someone wanting to kill him, Celeste offered.
And a motive could lead us to the killer, Jake added. But be forewarned, you might find out your relative wasn't the honorable merchant you've been led to believe.
The girls exchanged a look. Was it possible their relative was some sort of pirate? I think I know one way we can find out, Celeste said, glancing up at the ceiling toward the attic. Morgan's stomach fluttered nervously as she followed Celeste's gaze. She never liked going up in the attic, but Celeste was right. If there were secrets to be uncovered about their ancestors, the attic was the place to find them. Chapter 8. I say there's no time like the present, Fiona said, as she loaded the last of the dinner dishes into the dishwasher. To go into the attic? Celeste asked. Why are you going in the attic? Jolene appeared in the pantry doorway. Oh, there you are, Fiona said. We just finished eating. Are you hungry? No, I ate at the restaurant. Recently graduated from high school, Jolene had a summer job at Barnacle Bill's, a local restaurant, until she figured out what she wanted to do with her life. The side benefit was that she was fed well and often surprised them with some great takeout. What's this about going in the attic? She persisted. Fiona glanced at Morgan. The two oldest sisters were used to sheltering Jolene from anything unpleasant, but Morgan figured Jolene was all grown up now, and if they wanted her to act like an adult, they should treat her like one. She nodded her head. We've got some more information on the dead guy Morgan found, Fiona said, then filled Jolene in about the pirate treasure hunters and the ship's manifest. We were hoping you could do some research online about these treasure hunter guys, Morgan added. Of course, whatever you guys need, just ask. Celeste stood up and started over toward the back stairs that led to the attic. I'm heading up. Who's coming?
Meow!
Belladonna streaked by her and ran up the stairs in a flash of white, causing everyone in the room to laugh. Well, I guess one of us is excited, Morgan said, as she followed behind Celeste. The stairs, originally built for servants to travel from their quarters to the other floors without using the main staircase, were narrow. They ascended in single file amidst the groaning and creaking of the centuries-old wood. At each floor, the stairway opened up into a hallway for access. They went up 4 flights, each one seeming 10 degrees warmer than the last. By the time they got to the top, Morgan was breathing heavy. She bent over and put her hands on her knees. Sweat drenched her t-shirt. Sheesh, Celeste, you must be in good shape. You aren't winded at all, she said, sucking in a deep breath and flapping the bottom of her shirt to let some air in. Celeste smiled at her, and Morgan smiled back, despite the butterflies that were swarming in her stomach. The attic always made her feel this way. All that old stuff piled up, with God knows what hiding behind it, creeped her out. Morgan looked around. It was dark out, and the lighting in the attic wasn't that great, which made it even creepier. She suddenly had an image of them in old-fashioned dresses, carrying torches and lanterns to light the way. She was glad they didn't have to resort to using torches, even though the image seemed quite real for a split second. Where was the book? Do you remember? Jake, Fiona, and Jolene had caught up to them, and the 5 of them stood in the doorway, squinting into the attic. The space was immense, taking up the whole 4th floor, and consisted of a main room with alcoves and other rooms beyond it.
The stairs dumped them out into the main room, which ran the width of the house and was just about as long as it was wide. "It looks different up here now, because there's not as much light, I suppose." Fiona stood on her tiptoes and swiveled her head around. "I think it was in that direction, over by the window." They picked their way through the various piles toward the window. The attic was crammed full of old furniture, trunks, rugs, and boxes. Morgan could tell they were on the right path, as she recognized some of the boxes they had opened on their trip up there earlier in the summer. "That's it." Celeste pointed to a bookcase near one of the dormer windows. Morgan wasn't surprised to find Belladonna sleeping right on top of it. The cat opened one eye lazily, then closed it again. Celeste carefully took the thick, leather-bound book out of the shelf and set it on a nearby table. She opened the cover, gently lifting the first page. Morgan held her breath, afraid the old paper might disintegrate into dust with each touch. They gathered behind Celeste, peeking over her shoulder as she turned the yellow pages. "That looks like gibberish," Fiona said. Morgan leaned closer, her brows creasing together, and tried to make sense of the writing. It had clearly been done with some sort of quill or fountain pen. The ink had faded almost to nothing, and there were swirly flourishes and splotches that made it hard to make out the words. "Can you understand any of this? The words are so strange." "Well, they did have different words and spellings back then, but this seems like the words don't go together." Celeste leaned even closer. "I think it might be some sort of code," Jolene said. Everyone turned to her. "Code?" "Yeah, you know, like a secret message where you use code words and then have a key that tells you what the words mean." Morgan felt her stomach sink. "Well, how the heck are we going to figure that out?" "Maybe the key is around here somewhere." Fiona started poking in the bookcase. "Would it be a paper or something else?" "There could be a piece of paper that tells you how to decode it, but it's probably a code that he knew by heart. I doubt you would find anything here that's going to help you break the code," Jolene said. Morgan felt her shoulders slump. "So we'll never know what it says?" "There's some well-known codes that have been used for ages. You know, like replacing the letters of the alphabet with a number, and so on. There were many ways people used to encode writing. We should find out some of the most common methods and see if they work on this book," Jake offered. "I bet Cal will know about that," Celeste said, then looked at her watch. "It's too late to call him, and I don't want to take the book anywhere. It's too fragile. Someone get me a paper and pen, and I'll copy some of it down, then hook up with him tomorrow and see if he recognizes any of it." Jolene scampered off, and Morgan turned her attention to the rest of the room. It was filled with cast-offs from previous generations. Family heirlooms or junk. She wasn't sure which. Over on the bookcase, Belladonna stretched lazily, then jumped off and brushed past Morgan with a flick of her tail and a quick look over her shoulder. Morgan followed her. The cat weaved her way through the maze, and Morgan trailed along, mesmerized by her ancestors' belongings that she passed along the way. A beautiful oak bureau with a marble top, a full-length mirror with Baroque gilt frame, an old playpen, Morgan wondered if it had been hers, and dozens of boxes and trunks. Belladonna stopped at a small box and started sniffing. Morgan crouched down beside her and studied it. It was shaped like a miniature dome-top trunk, about a foot long and 4 inches tall. It looked ancient. Belladonna scratched at it, and Morgan picked it up. It looked to be made from some sort of shiny, hard, mottled substance. Turtle shell? Morgan felt a familiar tingle in her gut as she remembered the manifest from the Ocean's Revenge. "Morgan, where are you?" Celeste's voice startled her. and she looked around, noticing Jake and her sisters were rather far away, on the other side of the attic. Had she really strayed that far? Oh, there you are. We're done here, so we're heading back down. Are you going to stay up here alone? Morgan's heart jerked in her chest. No way was she staying up here alone. I'm coming, she said, then put the box back where she had found it and hurried to catch up to the rest of them. Chapter 9. It's a gorgeous day today, Morgan said, as she opened one of the back windows at Sticks and Stones. She poked her head out the window and inhaled the sharp, salty ocean air. The cottage was up on a cliff and set quite a ways in from the ocean, but she could still smell it as well as see the brilliant patch of blue sparkling through the trees. That it is. Fiona joined her at the window, her vanilla latte in hand. The woods behind the cottage were filled with old, thick trees, and they watched the birds flitter between the branches, their chirps echoing through the forest. One tree in particular was Morgan's favorite, because someone had carved a heart with an X and 2 sets of initials in it generations ago. So long ago that the carving was now 20 feet high off the ground. Did you sleep good last night? I was up all night with nightmares about the attic. Fiona broke into her thoughts. Oh, I thought all that thrashing had something to do with Jake being in your room, Morgan teased her sister, whose cheeks turned bright red. But to answer your question, I did sleep very well, surprisingly enough. Yeah, all this pirate stuff is a little disturbing, Fiona said, as she headed back to her work table. I mean, what if the dead guy on the cliff isn't just some unrelated incident, and more things are going to happen? Morgan thought back to the attack on her and Celeste the day before, but said nothing. What good would it do to get Fiona more worried? Well, hopefully Jolene will be able to find something on those guys that hunt for treasure, and that will give us a lead on the dead guy, so we can put all this behind us, Morgan said, slipping in behind her work table. Yeah, Jake said he was getting off early today, and he was going to get together with Joe and see what they could come up with. Hopefully they'll have some answers by the time we get home tonight. Morgan nodded her agreement. The sooner they got to the bottom of this, the better. That tingly feeling of being watched was getting to her. She was starting to feel like she was just waiting for the next attack, which made her all nervous and jumpy. The bell on the shop door tingled, and Anastasia LePage floated inside, her aqua and lime-green caftan fluttering around her like a cloud. Girls, I need your help. Morgan raised her brow at the elderly, somewhat eccentric woman. One of their regular customers, Anastasia's quirky personality and repeat business had quickly made her one of Morgan's favorites. What do you need, Anastasia? Oh, I desperately need something for the gout. My big toe is all swollen, and the pain is excruciating. She shoved her foot out from underneath her dress to illustrate. Morgan caught a glimpse of aqua rhinestone sandals and blue nail polish. Her toe did look a tad swollen. Oh, that looks painful, Morgan said. Devil's Claw is good for gout. I think I have some in stock. Would you like me to get you some? Oh, please, dear. A big bag, if you will. Morgan turned to rummage through her shelves, then said over her shoulder, Oh, and eat lots of tart cherries and drink cherry juice. They'll help reduce the uric acid that causes gout. I'll have extra cherries in my cocktails, then. Anastasia winked at her. Labradorite can help with gout, too. Fiona held up an aqua and gray stone that glowed iridescent when the light hit it. Wrap it in a bandage and put it right on the joint, or use it in a foot bath. It can also help you have prophetic dreams if you sleep with it under your pillow. Anastasia crossed over to Fiona and reached out for the gem. It's so pretty. And I sure could use some dreams. If I can sleep at all, that is. The lights from those damn boats were shining in my windows all night last night."
"Boats?" Fiona and Morgan asked at the same time.
"Yes, out near the entrance to Perkins Cove, on the ocean side of you girls' house. My cottage faces there, and the lights glared right into my window. Woke me up about 2 in the morning. Back and forth, it went on for hours."
Morgan and Fiona exchanged a look.
None of the boats went out at that time of night, and they certainly didn't go back and forth in the mouth of the cove like Anastasia was describing. Could the boats have something to do with everything that was going on?
"I can give you some chamomile and valerian for sleeping, if you want," Morgan offered.
"Oh, that would be lovely. I hope those boats aren't back again tonight."
"How many nights has this happened?"
"Just last night, as far as I remember. Or if they were there previously, it didn't wake me up. I'll take this lovely stone, too." Anastasia handed the labradorite back to Fiona, and the girls packaged up her purchases and sent her on her way. Morgan looked at Fiona as soon as the door shut. "We have to find out more about those boats. Do you think it could have something to do with the dead guy?"
"Well, it's certainly unusual. Have you ever heard of boats out at that time of night like that?"
"Nope, never."
"No lobsterman I know would be out in the dark."
"Right. I think I'll look into it after work. It could turn out to be the lead we've been waiting for."
Chapter 10. Morgan decided to stop down at Perkins Cove as soon as she got home to see if she could find out anything about the boats. If they had moored in the cove, the fishermen were sure to know about it. Perkins Cove was a cluster of weathered buildings set on a finger of land that had the ocean on one side and an inlet on the other. Once old fishermen's shacks, they had been turned into quaint shops that sold everything from sweatshirts to jewelry to clam rolls. The shopping area was shaped in a horseshoe. The cove itself was on one side of the horseshoe and dotted with boats, making a postcard-perfect scene. There was a cluster of shops in the middle of the U and more shops on the other side, which backed up to the Atlantic Ocean. A white, wooden, self-serve drawbridge spanned across the narrowest part of the cove, and tourists delighted in walking across it in the hopes a tall boat would come in, and they could raise the bridge by pressing the button on one side. The shopping area was small, with about 14 shops, but tourists loved it. The street, which was barely wide enough for one car, was usually packed with window shoppers. The Blackmoore house was just beyond the top of the horseshoe, at the very peak of land that separated the cove from the ocean. Rather than try to find a parking spot, Morgan walked the short 1/8 mile from her house. The summer activity in the cove always picked up her spirits. Happy tourists, kids eating ice cream, shoppers buying souvenirs, and the smell of fried clams and seaweed made her smile as she made her way past the shops to the small parking lot reserved for fishermen that docked their boats in the cove. A couple of fishermen were gathered around the carcass of a giant tuna. Morgan joined them. "Hi, Brian. Is that your catch?" Morgan asked a tall, dark-haired man, one of her high school classmates.
"Yep," Brian grinned with good reason. A tuna that size made for a nice payday.
"Hey, Morgan, heard you had some trouble over at your place."
This from Josiah Littlefield, an old weathered lobsterman Morgan had known since she was a little girl.
"Yeah, the guy on the cliff. Any of you know anything about him?"
Morgan glanced around the group, but they all shook their heads. "Have there been any new boats docking in the cove the past few nights?" she ventured. More head shaking. "Have you guys heard anything about any boats trolling the waters on the ocean side near the cove?" She raised her eyebrows at them.
"Are you thinking that has something to do with the body you found?" Josiah asked.
Yeah, one of my customers at Sticks and Stones said she saw boats going back and forth near the mouth of the cove last night, in the middle of the night. Who would do that?
No one here would.
Brian looked around the group. That's kind of crazy. I know. I was wondering if they moored the boats in the cove, whoever they are. Morgan, Brian, and Josiah turned to look at the boats stacked up in their moorings.
Nope, nothing but the usual boats in there, Josiah said.
And you haven't heard about any strange boat activity?
Nope.
Morgan took a deep breath and blew it out. Okay. Well, if you hear anything, let me know. The police haven't been able to identify the deceased, and it could be important.
Sure, and we will.
Morgan turned back toward home, her stomach sinking. If the boats weren't moored in Perkins Cove, then where were they? Morgan trudged back to the house, barely noticing the sights and smells of the cove. She was so occupied with her thoughts of how she could find out more about the boats that she almost didn't notice a movement to the left by the stand of trees that lined the cliff. Almost. She jerked her head in that direction. Was someone over there? She stopped and squinted into the trees for a minute, but didn't see anyone. Continuing up the driveway, she chastised herself for being so jittery. It wasn't like her to get all jumpy over nothing. Inside, Fiona, Jake, and Jolene were gathered around Jolene's laptop in the informal living room, one of the smaller rooms in the 24-room home. This room was Morgan's favorite. She found the gray and blue decor to be soothing, and the view of the Atlantic Ocean from the large bay window stunning. The giant starfish, seashells, and rustic painted furnishings with overstuffed cushions made it comfy and homey. Fiona looked up at her as she entered the room. "Did they know anything about the boats?" Morgan shook her head. "What boats?" Jolene asked. "One of our customers said she saw boats trolling around out there in the middle of the night." Morgan tilted her chin toward the ocean. "Trolling around? What do you mean?" "She said they were going back and forth in a pattern around 2 a.m. The lights woke her up," Fiona said. "I think I might know why," Jake cut in, and everyone looked in his direction. "Jolene and I did a lot of research this afternoon, and one of the things that treasure hunters can do to look for sunken treasure is to ping the bottom with sonar or boat-towed marine metal detectors. If those boats were going back and forth in a pattern, then that could have been what they were doing. And if it's the treasure stealers, then that would explain why they were doing it at 2 a.m. They didn't want anyone to know," Jolene added. Morgan glanced out the window at the Atlantic. Had there been a sunken treasure just a stone's throw from their house all this time? "What else did you guys find out?" Morgan asked. "Well, there really isn't much online about these treasure pirates. They're sort of an underground group. Well, actually, there are several groups. They get leads on where there might be some treasure, and they try to go and steal it. They are very secretive because they don't want anyone to know what they are after or even to know they have it once they get it." Jolene looked up at Morgan, her ice blue eyes turning serious. "They're very dangerous people, so you better be careful if you plan to mess with them." Morgan felt the funny feeling in the pit of her stomach intensify. "Well, it appears they think we have some treasure around here, so I don't see we have much choice." "Yeah, if only we knew where it was. We could sure use the money ourselves. And if we found it first, that might solve our problems with the treasure stealers and the tax office." "I think we might be able to help with that," Celeste said from where she stood in the doorway with Cal. "What do you mean?" Morgan raised an eyebrow in their direction. "I showed Cal the code from the journal, and he says it's something called a book cipher," Celeste said. Basically, the words in the journal indicate the chapter, verse, and word in a second book. You use the second book, which is called the key, to decode what the journal says, Cal added. So we need the second book to decode it? How do we know which book it is? Cal ran his fingers through his hair. Well, it would have to be a book that was as old as or older than the journal. We need to look at the journal and see if it has a date, then try out any other books we can find that were published near that date. It's really a long shot that you'll have the key book here. Morgan felt a spark of enthusiasm. Judging by the contents of the attic, her ancestors never threw anything away. There were a lot of books up there, and she had a gut feeling the key book they needed was among them. And she was learning her gut feelings were usually right. Well, let's get a move on, she said, heading for the stairs. That journal could lead us to the treasure, and if there's a treasure out there from the Ocean's Revenge, then it belongs to us. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not going to sit around doing nothing while some treasure-stealing pirates take it right from under our noses. Morgan sprinted up the stairs to the attic, the others close behind. They headed straight for the bookshelf where the journal was. No one was surprised to find Belladonna lying on top of it, watching them lazily. Let's see if this thing has a date, Celeste said, taking the journal gently from the shelf. Cal cringed when she opened it and leafed through the brittle pages. You should think about wearing gloves when you handle that. The oils from your fingers could damage it. Oh, Celeste looked down at her fingers. I didn't think about that. Lucky for you. There's a pair right here. Fiona picked up a pair of white lace gloves from a pile of antique clothing and handed them to Celeste. Geez, these are tiny, she said, stuffing her hands into the gloves. Morgan got busy at the bookcase, pulling out anything that looked as ancient as the journal. Belladonna jumped off the shelf, twirled herself around Celeste's feet, then meandered off toward the back of the room. This one looks pretty old. Morgan picked up a leather-bound book that was falling apart at the spine and glanced at Celeste. She noticed her sister's fingers were poised over the book, and she was looking toward the window, almost in a trance. Celeste? Celeste nodded her head, but not at Morgan. Eartha Celeste, Fiona said from her position, crouched on the other side of the bookcase. What? Oh, sorry. She turned the pages in the book, then pointed. Here's the date, August 10, 1722. The same year as that ship's manifest. Morgan's heart beat a little faster. Celeste turned ice-blue eyes on Morgan. Yes, but the key book isn't in this bookshelf. It's back there. She pointed toward the back of the room, in the direction Belladonna had headed. Huh? How do you know that? Jolene furrowed her brow at Celeste. Oh, no. Not Nana again? Fiona asked. Celeste just smiled. Let's just look back there, okay? Morgan shrugged and started toward the back. What's this about your Nana? Cal asked. We'll fill you in later, Morgan said over her shoulder. They stopped at a stack of books. She was half expecting Belladonna to be there, pointing at the book with her tail or something, but the cat was nowhere to be seen. She looked through the stack. The top ones were canvas-bound. The books toward the bottom of the stack had leather spines. She carefully moved the books off the top and handed the leather ones out to Fiona, Jolene, Jake, and Cal. She took the last one for herself, and Celeste bent over her shoulder. This one's dated 1795. Too new. Cal put the book down gently on the pile. This one is too, Jake said. This one is 1717. Jolene held up a book. The binding was cracked and dusty, the pages thick and rough. Cal took the book. It's a poetry book, perfect for a cipher key. Do you think that's the key? It could be. We might as well try it, right? Morgan felt a tingle run through her veins. Finding a treasure would be cool. But would that help her find the killer? She glanced out the attic window at the ocean. It had grown dark, and the sea was black. The full moon's light sparkled on the caps of the waves. There were no boats out there. Yet. You guys go ahead and work on deciphering the book, Morgan said. I'm going to keep a watch and see if those boats show up again. Maybe I can get a name or a registration number. We still need to get a handle on the killer. And I have a funny feeling the closer we get to finding a treasure, if there even is one, the more dangerous it could be for us. Morgan caught the look from Celeste. She was almost certain the attack the other day wasn't a random mugging, and from the look her sister was giving her, she felt the same way. And everyone, please be careful. Morgan looked around. These were the people she loved most in the world. Her heart ached at the thought of anything happening to one of them. If the treasure pirates Jolene told us about are the ones who killed the guy on the cliff, and they're after pirate treasure on our land, then I'm pretty sure they won't think twice about killing one of us to get it. Chapter 11. Morgan jerked awake in the dark, her heart pounding against her ribs. Was that a noise or a bad dream? She glanced out the window of the turret room toward the Atlantic. No boats were out there. Looking at her watch, she saw it was 1:45. And then she heard it again. It came from the ground floor, smashing glass and loud voices. She was up from her seat in an instant and running downstairs. She skidded into the living room at the same time as Fiona and Jake. It was pitch black, and Morgan could only see shadowy figures. There was a fight going on, but she couldn't make out exactly who was fighting. Someone grabbed her arm, and she reached behind her, grabbing a thick crystal vase she knew was on the sideboard. She swung it toward her assailant and was rewarded when they let go of her, uttering a string of curse words. The moonlight filtered in through the smashed side window, and her eyes strained to adjust to the dark. She could see men in dark clothing, some with ski masks. Surprisingly, it seemed like they were fighting each other. How many people were in here? She glanced around in time to see Celeste's blonde hair. One of the masked men was reaching for her. "Celeste, look out!" Morgan bolted across the room and launched herself at Celeste's assailant. He went down in a heap on the floor, Morgan on top of him. She kicked at him as he tried to grab her. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw someone push over the china cabinet with a resounding crash. Broken glass and china spilled out all over the floor. Belladonna ran hissing from the room. Someone grabbed her by the waist and pulled her back. She squirmed around, clawing at him, trying to get in a good position to inflict some damage, but he was too strong. Her heart raced as she kicked back, but her efforts only resounded in a muffled grunt and a tighter hold on her. "Hey, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm here to help you." Morgan froze in mid-kick. She recognized that voice. Spinning around, she yanked off the mask. Her heart jerked wildly in her chest when her eyes confirmed what her ears had already told her. The man holding her was her high school sweetheart, the man who had left her a decade ago, Luke Hunter. She pushed away from him, hauled her arm back, and slapped him across the face as hard as she could. Luke's hand flew up to his cheek. She still had a mean slap. He wasn't sure what stung more, his cheek or his heart. It wasn't exactly the greeting he'd been hoping for. He could hardly blame her, though. Showing up like this, after all these years, she was sure to be mad at him. "What are you doing here?" Morgan backed away from him, and he stood where he was, even though he ached to go after her. "Like I said, I'm here to help you." "What are you talking about? You broke into my house." Morgan spread her arms to indicate the chaotic room. The lights had come on, and Luke could see smashed glass, broken windows, and 5 of his men dressed all in black wrestling 2 other men into handcuffs. "We didn't break in." Luke nodded toward the 2 men being forced into the cuffs. "They did. We just followed them in so we could capture them." The Blackmoore sisters huddled against the opposite wall, staring at him with wide eyes. "Luke Hunter?" Fiona's eyes darted from Luke to Morgan. Luke spread his hands. "In the flesh." "But what are you doing here? I thought you were in Afghanistan or something." "I was. My tour ended, and now I'm back. Well, for a little while." He glanced over at Morgan, who was shooting daggers at him from her eyes. "Luke is Morgan's, he grew up here." Fiona turned to explain to a man who was standing with a protective arm around her. Luke wondered who he was, but figured it wasn't the time for him to ask questions. He couldn't help but smile when he noticed there was no man with a protective arm around Morgan. "So, what is he doing in your house in the middle of the night?" The man stepped forward. "Yeah, what are you doing here?" Morgan stood with her hands on her hips, looking ridiculously cute in pink pajamas with French poodles on them. "And who are these other guys?" the blonde, who Luke recognized as Celeste, said. She had only been a teenager when he'd left, and she'd grown into a beautiful woman. Not as beautiful as Morgan, though. Luke rubbed his hands through his day-old stubble. Morgan used to like that stubble. He found himself wondering if she still felt anything for him, then immediately pushed those thoughts aside. He was only in Noquit to do a job, and then his work would take him somewhere else, possibly to the other side of the world. This job didn't leave any room for relationships, and he wished he hadn't had to let Morgan know he was here. He wished he'd never gotten this close to her, to touch her. But he had to, in order to stop the guys that had broken in. And now that he had, he let out a long breath, wondering how to explain just why he was there. He decided the simplest way was the best. He nodded toward the handcuffed men who were being dragged out. "Those men are after something they think you have, and my job is to stop them." "What, so you're like some sort of secret police force?" Morgan's brow was all scrunched up. "Sort of. Have you guys noticed anything strange going on?" "Hell yeah," a voice said from the other side of the room. Luke's eyes widened when he realized the petite brunette must be Jolene. She'd only been around 9 years old the last time he saw her, but she had those ice-blue eyes, the same as Morgan and all the Blackmoore sisters. First, a dead guy shows up on the cliff. Then we start hearing stories about pirates, and next thing you know, we're getting broken into. She spread her arms to indicate the mess around them, and Luke noticed she was bleeding. "You're bleeding!" Fiona rushed over to the girl's side and took her arm, looking at the wound below the elbow. Jolene looked down at her arm. "No, that's not so bad." "I'll get a bandage and some stuff to clean it off." Fiona rushed out of the room. "Anyway, what exactly do you have to do with any of this?" Morgan stared him down. "My company tracks down people that steal treasure and stops them. Your company? What kind of company is that? And just how do you find out where to track those people down?" The man that had been with Fiona narrowed his eyes at Luke, and Luke figured he'd better make friends fast. He put his hand out toward the guy. "I'm sorry, we haven't been introduced. I'm Luke Hunter." The man reluctantly took his hand. "Jake Cooper." Luke nodded. "Nice to meet you." Jake's handshake was firm, and the guy definitely had some muscles. He looked like he could take care of himself, which was good. Luke might need his help protecting the Blackmoore girls if the shit hit the fan like he thought it was going to. Fiona came back with some cotton swabs, alcohol, bandages, and a big orange rock. Luke raised an eyebrow at the rock, but kept silent. "Jake works on the no-quit police force," Fiona said over her shoulder as she cleaned Jolene's arm and applied the bandage. Luke raised his brows. "Oh? How do you like that?" "It's okay." Luke could tell by the look on Jake's face that he didn't like it much at all, which was good because Luke had a feeling Sheriff Overton wasn't to be trusted. And if Jake didn't get along with Overton, that probably meant Jake could be trusted. Everyone was silent for a moment, watching Fiona wrap Jolene's arm. It was a deep, nasty gash. Fiona put the rock on the wound and wrapped gauze around it. "Keep the stone wrapped close to it until we can get some herbs and medicines from the pharmacy. It should help you heal," Fiona said. Then, noticing everyone was looking at her with raised brows, she shrugged and added, "It's carnelian, which is good for healing wounds. At least it can't hurt." Everyone's attention was drawn toward the window, where the men in black outfits were now nailing a large sheet of plywood in place. "We'll get that glass replaced for you tomorrow and clean up this mess," Luke said. "You guys might want to think about getting an alarm system." "Can we move into the kitchen?" Fiona asked. "I could use some coffee, and since Luke still hasn't fully explained himself, I think we're going to be up for a while." The group moved into the kitchen. Luke noticed that Morgan kept her distance from him. He leaned against the counter, while the others took positions standing and sitting around the island. Fiona grabbed some mugs from the cabinet and popped a K-cup in the coffee maker. "So, Luke, you were saying?" Celeste gestured for him to continue the explanation he'd started in the other room. "Yes, tell us more about your company," Jake said. By the way Jake was studying him, Luke knew it wasn't going to be easy to earn the other man's trust. "The men that broke in here aren't nice people. They belong to a group of treasure hunters that scour the world for long-lost treasure and take it by any means they can. They're kind of like modern-day pirates," Luke said. "The people that invest in my company pay me to get rid of them. We read up about them online. But why are they here? They figure out where to go by digging into old documents and archives. As far as we can tell, they got a lead that there is treasure from an old ship here somewhere." "Does this tie into the dead guy on the cliff?" Morgan asked. "There are two groups of treasure hunters here in town, rivals. One of the groups killed a member from the other group as a warning to back off." Celeste's face brightened. "Well, that's good to know. We can just tell Overton and he'll stop bothering us." "Bothering you? About the murder?" Luke narrowed his eyes at Celeste. "Yes, he seems to want to pin every murder in town on Morgan." "Every murder?" Morgan waved her hand. "I don't think Luke needs to know about all that." Luke raised his brows at her. "It's old news," she said, "but he did threaten us about the guy on the cliff." "So tell us how to find these pirate guys, and Jake can let him know they did the killing, and then Overton will leave us alone. At least about that, anyway." "It might not be that simple. These guys hide out. It's not like they have an address or anything. They're practically invisible." Luke took a chance and said to Jake, "I'm not so sure Overton can be trusted to do the right thing. What do you think?" Jake nodded, his stance relaxing a bit. "I agree. What makes you say that, though?" "Just a feeling." Luke stared at Jake, and he felt like he'd moved up a notch on the trust scale. "Okay, so now that you have those guys," Jolene nodded toward the living room, "no one will be bothering us, right?" "I wish it was that easy. Unfortunately, there are more where they came from." "Sheesh, how many of these guys are there?" Fiona handed Luke a coffee. "Quite a few. But I have quite a few guys, too, and we're going to keep a close eye on them, and on you, to make sure nothing more happens." Morgan snorted. I don't think you need to keep an eye on us. We're perfectly capable of taking care of ourselves. Unless you're after the treasure, too?" Luke's heart clenched at the look of mistrust she gave him. These guys are very dangerous, and the fact that the two groups are in a fight for this treasure makes them even more so. You do need our help, whether you want to admit it or not. And we're not after the treasure. We get paid very well by the people that hire us. "I still don't understand what your job is, or why we should trust you," Morgan said. "Where did you take those men, anyway? To Overton?" "No, not to Overton. We have ways of dealing with them that you don't need to know about. Just be glad there's two less that will be bothering you. And my job is to wipe out these scum. Let's just say the people that pay me have a vested interest in getting rid of their kind, and leave it at that." He saw Morgan bite her bottom lip and knew he had his job cut out for him, getting her to trust him again. "Now, the more you guys can tell me about this supposed treasure, the better I can help you." Jolene looked up from her coffee mug. The dead guy had a copy of a ship's manifest in his pocket from the ancestor that originally built this house. We tried to decipher one of his journals. "We're not sure the journals have anything to do with it," Morgan interrupted. Luke raised an eyebrow. He knew they weren't telling him everything, but he hadn't expected them to right off the bat. "Well, the more I know, the easier it will be for me to anticipate what the treasure hunters will do, and the faster I'll be able to get rid of them." He noticed Fiona, Jolene, and Celeste flick their eyes over at Morgan, and she shook her head. "We'll let you know if we come up with something." She looked at the clock. "But now it's late, and I'd appreciate it if you, and your men, get out of my house." Luke put his coffee mug down on the counter and nodded at Morgan. "We'll get out of your house, but we'll still be watching. Those guys will make another attempt. Probably not tonight, but soon." He paused, his heart skipping a beat as he looked directly into her ice-blue eyes. "I know you know more than you're letting on, and I understand why you don't want to open up to me. But I think you're just going to have to trust me on this one. Your lives may depend on it." Then he turned and walked off toward the front door. Morgan's pulse raced as she stared at Luke Hunter's retreating back. Trust him? She didn't think so. He had a hell of a nerve showing up like this, after all these years, and not one letter or phone call. "We should listen to what he says," Celeste said quietly. Morgan ground her teeth together. "And just why would we do that? He's a stranger to us now. I see no reason to trust him." "But Morgan, Luke grew up here. You knew him better than any of us. Don't you think he's telling the truth?" "Knew him, as in used to. I don't know him anymore. We have no idea where he's been for the past 10 years or what he's been up to. I wouldn't trust him any more than I'd trust a perfect stranger." Morgan felt her cheeks flush with anger. "Well, he did bail us out tonight," Jolene offered. "Who knows what those men would have done if Luke and his guys weren't here?" Morgan shifted in her seat and looked across the hall into the living room. A chill crept up her spine thinking about the two men who broke in. What were they going to do? And what would have happened if Luke and his men weren't here? "It's a mess in there," she said. "The china cabinet and everything in it is ruined. Nana's probably rolling over in her grave with all her good china smashed on the floor like that." "No, she's not," Celeste offered. Everyone turned to stare at her. Celeste shrugged. "Well, she's not. She doesn't care about that stuff anymore. And she approves of Luke." Morgan narrowed her eyes at Celeste. She wasn't sure what she thought about Celeste talking to their dead grandmother. She decided to change the subject. "Did you guys have any luck deciphering the book?" Celeste's face brightened. "We didn't get it all figured out,
but we've made good progress. The poetry book seems to be the key, but the journal? Well, there's just so much of it, and it's mostly just a recording of the day's events, weather, rough seas, and so on. Oh, I was hoping there would be some sort of treasure clue. Jolene's face fell into a frown. I think that's too much to expect. All this talk of treasure and pirates is kind of silly. Most people don't have treasure buried in their yard, Morgan pointed out. Well, most people don't have an ancestor that sailed the seas in a ship either, Fiona said. Cal suggested we look at the book from a different angle. Try to find text that isn't in the format of the Daily Journal. There could be a clue. Celeste looked at Morgan. Those men didn't break in here for nothing. I think you might have to admit there might be something to all this treasure stuff. Morgan sighed. Well, I guess it won't hurt to look at the book some more. It's late and I'm tired. I'm heading off to bed, and I suggest you all do the same. Everyone murmured their agreement, and the group headed for the main stairway together. Morgan's stomach clenched when they passed the living room. She turned to her sisters and Jake. I'm really glad none of us were badly hurt tonight. Me too, Fiona added, then glanced at Morgan out of the corner of her eye. But I agree with Luke. This isn't the end of our troubles with these treasure hunters. Maybe we should think about getting him on board with what we're doing. Morgan sighed. Maybe. Let's see how it goes. I still don't see why we need him, and I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Yeah, we should think it over carefully, Celeste said as they made their way up the stairs. And don't forget to trust your gut feeling, Morgan. Morgan thought about that. Lately, it had turned out to be smart, life-saving even, to trust her gut feeling. But right now, her guts were all roiled up. The truth was she didn't know how she felt. Seeing Luke again had caused a variety of emotions. She was mad, for sure, but she also couldn't help but notice how he seemed to have gotten even more handsome in the past 10 years. She couldn't deny the way her stomach flip-flopped when she'd pulled off that mask, or the way her senses had reveled in his familiar, earthy clean smell. She reached her bedroom door, said good night, and tried to push all thoughts of Luke from her mind. She didn't want or need him to help them, and she'd be damned if she'd let him screw with her feelings again. The further away he stayed, the better. She'd done just fine these past 10 years without him, and she sure as heck didn't need him now. Chapter 12. The next morning, Morgan stumbled into the kitchen, heading straight for the coffee maker. She needed something stronger than her usual cup of herbal tea. Fiona was already sitting at the island, sipping from a steaming mug, her red hair pulled back neatly in a ponytail at the nape of her neck. The strong stuff is in the left drawer. Fiona pointed to one of the kitchen drawers, and Morgan grunted her thanks. She put the K-cup in the coffee maker. The 30 seconds it took to produce the strong brew seemed like an eternity, and she drummed her fingers on the counter, hoping to speed it up. Finally, the mug was full, and she took it over to the island. Closing her eyes, she inhaled the pungent aroma, then took a sip. "Ah, that's better," she said as the caffeine started to do its job. "Well, it's not vanilla latte, but it does the trick," Fiona said. "Still, I want to stop at the coffee shop on the way to work and get my regular." Morgan nodded. Fiona couldn't function without a latte of some sort in her bloodstream, and she'd settled on vanilla as her favorite of late. "Speaking of the shop, remind me to bring home some arnica and aloe vera to put on that cut Jolene got last night," Morgan said. "I don't think you need to bother," Jolene said from the doorway. Morgan's eyes widened when she saw Jolene's arm. She had unwrapped the bandage to reveal a long scar underneath.
The wound had almost completely healed. "But that's impossible," Morgan heard herself say as she and Fiona got up to inspect the wound. "Well, it should be," Jolene said, "but apparently it's not." "How did that happen?" Morgan asked as Fiona pulled the carnelian stone from the middle of the gauze wrappings. "Is that glowing?" Morgan squinted at the stone, which appeared to be glowing bright orange from the inside. Fiona and Jolene bent closer. "No, I think it's just the sunlight reflecting from the window." Jolene nodded toward the large kitchen window where the morning sun shone through. Morgan ran her fingers across the scar. "This is amazing. There's a lot of strange things going on around us," Fiona added. Morgan agreed. Cuts that heal themselves, gut feelings that prove to be accurate, pirates, buried treasure, a cat that seemed to know what they were talking about, and relatives that talked to Celeste from beyond the grave sure were strange. "That's true." Celeste appeared in the doorway with Luke. "A lot of things that shouldn't be happening are. Maybe we should just accept it and go with the flow." Morgan felt heat rise in her body at the sight of Luke. Anger or something else. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. Luke pointed in the direction of the living room. "The window, remember?" "Oh, right." Morgan looked toward the living room. "Hopefully that won't take long." "About an hour. There's a real mess in there. Should we just pick everything up and toss it, or do you want to save it?" Morgan's brow furrowed, and she turned to ask her sisters, only to find they'd snuck out of the room. "I don't know. Let me look." They walked to the living room together. Morgan took care not to get too close to Luke, as if he had some disease she could catch. Her heart clenched when she looked at the mess. The oak china cabinet lay on its front, the rounded glass doors shattered. She knew getting replacement glass would be expensive, but that was nothing compared to the antique china and crystal, family heirlooms that now lay in pieces on the floor. Those were priceless. Battling the tears that stung the backs of her eyes, she squatted down and picked through the shards. There was nothing worth saving. "I guess we should throw it out. The china cabinet we'll have repaired, but everything else is broken." She ran her fingers through the pile, jerking her hand back when she felt the sharp sting of a shard of glass. "Ouch!" She looked at her finger as it turned bright red. Luke was next to her in an instant, grabbing her hand before she could react. "You cut yourself. Let me see." Their eyes met, and the past 10 years melted away. Morgan's heart fluttered like a frightened bird. Then she remembered how hurt she'd been when Luke had chosen the military over her. She wrenched her hand away. "It's nothing," she said, standing up and going back to the kitchen, feeling annoyed when she noticed Luke was following her. She ran her finger under water, then turned to face him. "Is there something else?" "I was hoping you would have changed your mind about trusting me." Luke's green eyes stared into hers. "And why would I do that? We're both after the same thing. If we keep the lines of communication open, it will be easier for both of us." Morgan snorted. "Communication? I hope you're better at it now than you have been for the past 10 years. Luke ran his hands through his short-cropped hair, while Morgan wrapped her finger in a paper towel. "Morgan, I'm sorry about all that. I couldn't stay here and lead a cushy life while others were fighting for our country. I wanted to talk to you, to write or call, but I figured it was better for you if I didn't." Morgan ripped her gaze from the pleading look in his eyes. She never could resist that look, and he knew it. He was probably using it on purpose now, to get her to tell him about the treasure. "Well, I didn't need you to decide what was best for me then, and I certainly don't need you to do it now." She started toward the stairs, turning to look at him over her shoulder as she left the room. "I trust you can show yourself out?" Then, before the tears that were threatening could fall, she ran up to her room. Chapter 13. Morgan breathed a sigh of relief when they pulled into the driveway after work. The day had been torturous. She was overtired and couldn't concentrate on anything. She'd had to toss out several herbal mixtures because she'd made them wrong. And the worst part was, unwanted thoughts about Luke kept forming in her mind, no matter how hard she tried to stop them. When Celeste called to announce that she and Cal had found something in the journal, it was just the excuse Morgan and Fiona needed to close up early for the day. As she walked up the porch steps into the house, Morgan felt a tingle in the back of her neck that was starting to become all too familiar. She whirled around, but no one was there. Was Luke watching her? Or the bad guys? Inside, Jolene, Cal, and Celeste were huddled over a piece of paper on the kitchen island. "I hope you guys can help us decipher this poem. It's a haiku," Celeste said. Morgan and Fiona crossed over to the island, and Celeste slid the paper around so they could read it. "Those seeking the map find joy in the turtle's dome and under the rhomb." Morgan's brows mashed together. "Huh? What's this mean?" "That's what we're trying to figure out," Jolene said. "Turtle? What turtle?" Fiona asked. "And what the hell is a rhomb?" Morgan added. "Who knows?" Jolene shrugged as she tapped something into her smartphone. "Oh, here it says it's another word for rhombus. You know, the geometric figure." Morgan raised her brows. "This poem doesn't even make any sense. Could it be another code of some sort?" "It could," Cal said. "Don't forget it was written long ago and probably meant for someone who would understand the hidden meaning." "The important thing is it seems to verify there is some sort of map." Celeste pointed to the first line of the poem. "Or was," Morgan said. "Right. Now, if we only knew what it meant by turtle dome, we might be on to something." Jolene settled back into her chair with a sigh. Morgan felt something niggle at the back of her brain. Turtle. Dome. Why did that seem familiar? Morgan snapped her fingers. "I've got it." She ran for the stairs to the attic, with everyone following. At the top, she surveyed the space, trying to remember where she had seen the little trunk. Mew. She should have known Belladonna would be up here, and she followed the sound. "What is it?" Fiona's slightly out-of-breath voice came from behind her. "I saw a domed box when I was up here before, and I think it was made of tortoise. That could be the turtle's dome mentioned in the poem." The cat led them to an alcove, and Morgan's heart clenched when she saw the box. She reached down and picked it up, holding it in front of her for the others to see. Cal reached out, and she handed it to him. "This is really old," Cal said. "It definitely could be from the era of the poem." His words sent a chill up Morgan's spine. Could there really be a treasure map inside? "What are you waiting for? Open it up," Jolene said, leaning over Cal's shoulder to look at the box. Cal held it out to Morgan. "Go ahead." Morgan took the box in her hand, thinking how delicate it looked. A ripple of excitement surged through her like an electric current as she held the box. She grabbed the top and pulled. Her heart sunk like a stone. "It won't open." She tried to pull harder, but the box was sealed tight. "It's probably locked." Cal pointed to the tiny keyhole on the front. Morgan's excitement deflated. What are the odds of finding the key in this? She spread her hands to indicate the vast space. "Let me see." Jolene held out her hand, and Morgan placed the box in it. Jolene squinted at the lock, turned the box this way and that, then rummaged in an open trunk that was sitting on the floor. She pulled out an antique hairpin, which was about 8 inches long and had a large pearl on the end. She stuck the pin end into the keyhole, wiggled it around, and the box popped open. Morgan's heart dropped when she looked inside. It was empty. "Hey, where'd you learn to do that?" Fiona furrowed her brow at Jolene. "Oh, I've been looking into some private investigator stuff online. Just a little trick I picked up." Jolene shrugged. "Figures, it's empty," Morgan said. "I guess it was silly to think an old treasure map would still be in here after all these years." "It's a nice box, though." Celeste took the box from Jolene. "Very nice, and very valuable," Cal said. Morgan shrugged. "I guess we should put it back." "Wait," Cal said. "A lot of times, these old boxes had false bottoms." Morgan peered over Celeste's shoulder into the box. "It doesn't look like it has a false bottom," she said, bending down to look at the box from underneath. She held out her hand, and Celeste put the box in it. The inside bottom was an indigo blue velvety material, worn and faded over the years. She could barely make out the pattern, oddly shaped diamonds in gold. A jolt of electricity shot through her heart as she remembered the last line of the poem, "and under the rhomb." She jerked her head in Jolene's direction. "What shape is a rhombus?" Jolene made a face. "I think it's like a diamond with equal sides or something." "Why?" Morgan didn't answer. She was too busy ripping out the velvet lining. Her stomach flip-flopped when she saw the aged parchment underneath. Gently, she reached into the box and pulled it out. Celeste, Fiona, and Jolene gasped as she held it up by the corner. "It's the map." "Careful, that looks awfully brittle," Cal said. "Let's bring it over to this bureau." He indicated a large Eastlake-style bureau a few feet away, and Morgan carried it over and spread it out on the marble top. The dry parchment was tattered on the edges, the ink faded, but there was enough for them to make out a small map and some writing. The map depicted a point of land with water on 3 sides. Arrows pointed toward a large tree, and the writing gave further directions. "That looks like our land." Fiona looked out the window. "Yes," Jolene pointed excitedly. "Here's the Atlantic on this side, and the channel leading to the cove on the other. There's no big tree there, though." "Maybe there was a tree 300 years ago," Celeste offered. "We need to copy this so that we don't damage the original," Cal said. "Right," Morgan agreed, looking around for a paper and pencil. "There's a paper and pencil over by the bookcase where I copied some of the journal," Celeste said, and Cal started off in that direction. "Do you really think this is our yard?" Fiona asked. "Sure looks like it." Jolene's eyes sparkled as she studied the map. "There could be buried treasure right out there." Celeste pointed out the window. Morgan looked out to where Celeste was pointing, a familiar tingle forming in her lower belly. Even though her logical brain kept telling her the thought of pirate treasure being buried in her yard was ridiculous, her gut instincts were telling her something big was about to happen. Chapter 14. The sun was about to set by the time Celeste had copied the map. They stood in the side yard, huddled around the copy, shovels at the ready. The wind from the ocean licked at the edges of the paper, threatening to tear it from Cal's hand. "It says, 'Start at the tree.' Anyone know where the tree was?" Cal asked. Morgan didn't remember any tree, so she tried to figure it out by looking at the map.
Meow.
Belladonna sat off to the left, her tail twitching in the grass. From looking at the map, it looks like the tree was right about where Belladonna is. Morgan was getting used to the cat showing up in the exact right spot and at the right time. Okay, it looks like it says 30 paces east. Cal walked over to Belladonna's spot, then turned east and took 30 steps. Everyone ran over to stand beside him. Then 10 steps toward the point. What's that mean? Celeste asked. I assume the point of the cliff. Cal took the 10 steps. Now 3/4 turn as the sun rises. Does that mean toward the east? That's where the sun rises, Jolene said. I guess so. Let's try that. Morgan watched Cal turn, then take a few more steps indicated by the directions on the map. After a few more turns and paces, he stopped. Well, if I follow the directions correctly, this is the spot. Cal pointed to an area of grass right in front of him. The 5 of them looked at each other uncertainly. Should they start digging? Jolene broke the ice by plunging her shovel into the grass, and the rest followed suit. Morgan jabbed her shovel into the rocky ground. It wasn't as easy as she thought it was going to be, and she had to jump on the edge of the blade in order to get it to sink in. She removed a small shovelful of dirt and placed it aside. How deep do you think this thing is buried? Cal shrugged. Who knows? Probably not too deep. I mean, it's not like whoever buried it in 1722 had machinery. They would have had to dig by hand, just like we are. Morgan wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Well, I hope he went easy with the digging. This could take a long time. That's why I called in a favor from a friend, Jolene said as her cell phone chimed. She looked at the display, then jogged toward the front of the house. Morgan raised an eyebrow at Fiona, who shrugged and continued digging. Morgan's enthusiasm waned as she looked in the hole. I don't see any sign of treasure, she said. We're not that far down yet. Fiona's words were cut off by the sound of an engine coming from the side of the house, and Morgan turned to see Jolene directing a small bobcat bulldozer toward them. She gladly set her shovel aside and waved them over. This is the favor you called in? Yep, Jolene said. It pays to have friends that owe you. This is Randy. Jolene went through the round of introductions between her sisters, Cal, and the bobcat operator. They stood back while Randy operated the machine, expertly digging just a little bit at a time so as not to damage whatever might be in there. Out of the corner of her eye, Morgan could see Belladonna about 15 feet away, watching them, her tail flicking animatedly. She tried to focus on the digging, but her attention was drawn more and more toward the cat, who was now digging furiously. Morgan walked over and squatted next to her. What are you doing, Belladonna? Meow! The cat glanced over at her, then resumed her frenzied digging. Morgan reached out to pet her, but the cat moved away, looked at her reproachfully, and attacked the hole from another angle. Morgan noticed she'd dug about 6 inches down. Peering into the hole, her heart lurched when she saw a sliver of light reflecting off something. What was that? She reached into the hole, and Belladonna sat back on her haunches, proceeding to clean the dirt from her front paws. Morgan's fingers closed on something cool and smooth, about the size of a quarter. She pulled it out. Adrenaline shot through her body as she held it up to the light. The fading sun glinted off the small round object like it was gold. Morgan's heartbeat quickened when she realized it probably was gold. But what was it? She laid it flat in her palm to take a better look.
It looked like it could be some sort of coin, but the edges were unevenly cut. There was writing and images on it, but they were well worn. One side had what looked like a cross in the middle, the other a grid, which reminded her of tic-tac-toe. "Hey, guys?" She rose to her feet, holding the coin out for them to see. Cal's eyes grew wide. He came over and held his hand out for the coin. "Where did you get this?" "In the hole Belladonna was digging." Morgan gestured toward the hole, and Cal looked down at it, then back at the coin. "This is an 8 escudo, a gold Spanish coin. It dates to the early 1700s. This thing is worth about 10 grand. Morgan looked at the bobcat, then down at the little hole that had produced the coin. "Do you think we could be digging in the wrong spot?" "I don't know. We're digging where the map said." Cal rubbed his chin. "Unless the map was in some sort of code, like instead of going right, we should have gone left." He whistled toward the other group, and they stopped and turned to look at him. "Hey, bring that thing over here. Morgan found something." He held up the coin, and everyone came over to admire it. "I found it in this hole. We should dig it out, just in case there's more." "What made you decide to dig over here?" Fiona asked. "I didn't. It was Belladonna." Morgan nodded toward the cat, who was now laying on the top granite step at the kitchen door. Fiona raised an eyebrow, and Belladonna stared at them, flicking her tail. The bobcat started up, and Cal directed the operator to dig slowly, only a little bit at a time. Morgan and her sisters stared anxiously into the hole, waiting. For what, she had no idea, but she had a feeling she'd know it when she saw it. It didn't take long. She heard a metallic scrape and saw something silver flash in the hole. Cal must have heard it too, because he held up his hand. "Hold up!" The bobcat shovel stopped in midair. Cal bent down and reached into the hole, lifting out a silver box. It was beautiful, with a flowery carved repoussé design and gold details on the corners. Beautiful, but small, Morgan thought. Cal passed it around, handing it to Celeste, who admired it for a minute, then handed it to Jolene. How much treasure could that thing possibly hold? She was about to reach for the box when a voice cut through the air behind her and stopped her cold.
"Hold it, right there."
Chapter 15. Morgan's heart froze as she turned toward the sound of the voice. Sheriff Overton. He ambled over to them, the ever-present toothpick sticking out of the side of his mouth, a satisfied smirk plastered on his face.
"Do you have a permit to dig here?"
He gestured toward the 2 holes. "Permit? Why would we need that? It's our property." Morgan stood with her hands on her hips. She could see Jolene with the box sneaking away off to the side behind Overton, and tried her best to draw his attention away from her.
"Town ordinance. A permit is required for all machined digging."
He nodded toward the bobcat. Morgan flicked her eyes toward Fiona, who shrugged. Was he telling the truth? Morgan wished she'd paid more attention to the town laws. Overton walked over to the hole and looked in.
"What are you digging for? Or are you digging a hole to hide your next dead body?"
Morgan's shoulders stiffened, and she fought the desire to slap the smirk off his face. "We're testing out soil conditions for a special herb garden," Morgan lied, sending a warning glance to the others. Overton furrowed his brow.
"Is that so?"
Morgan nodded. "Yep. We're going to plant some herbs that need deep, sandy soil, so we were digging around to find the best spot." "Yeah,
You know how hard it is to grow plants without the right conditions, Fiona added, amidst nods from everyone else. Overton walked over to the other hole and peered in, then turned and narrowed his eyes at Morgan. He took a pad of paper out of his pocket.
I'll have to write you up. That's a $500 fine.
Overton smiled. Morgan's heart plummeted. They barely had enough to pay the taxes on the house, and now this? But we're only digging a couple of little holes. We're filling them in right away, she protested.
Don't matter.
He wiggled the toothpick back and forth as he wrote. Morgan's cheeks grew warm with anger, but she held herself back from doing something she might regret later. At least Overton hadn't seen the coin or the box. Her gut feeling told her it was better to just take the ticket and get him out of there as soon as possible than to instigate something that might cause him to linger.
This needs to be paid in 10 days, or I might have to exercise my right to put out a warrant on you.
Overton stared at Morgan as he ripped the paper from the pad.
And put you in jail, where you belong.
Morgan stared Overton down as she took the paper. Is that all?
I think I have cause to look around some.
Morgan's stomach lurched as he started over by the house. She knew he was looking for any little thing he could find to use as an excuse to get some sort of warrant to look inside. "Sheriff, dispatch just called in. There's an accident over on Route 1, one of the uniformed cops yelled from the side of the house. Overton grunted, then spun around and ambled off, turning only long enough to shoot Morgan a warning glance.
Don't forget to pay that, promptly.
Morgan's shoulders relaxed as he rounded the side of the house. What was that all about? I've never had that happen before, Randy asked. Don't ask, Morgan said. Overton doesn't like us, and he'll use any excuse to hassle us. The boy shrugged. It's getting pretty dark. I assume you guys are done with the bobcat, right? Yes, we got what we were looking for. Thanks so much for helping us. You won't say anything about what we dug up, will you? Celeste added. Mum's the word. Jolene already swore me to secrecy. He gave a scout's honor sign, started up the bobcat, and headed toward the front. Speaking of Jolene, where did she run off to with that box? Fiona asked. I don't know, but I have a feeling it's a good thing Overton didn't see that fancy box, or the coin. The less he knows about what's going on here, the better. Cal grabbed a shovel. I'll fill these holes back in. You guys go inside. Fiona and Celeste headed toward the kitchen door on the side, but Morgan went toward the front. She wanted to make sure Overton was really gone. Her mind started to wander to the box they had pulled from the hole. What was in it? She couldn't help but think it seemed pretty small to contain much of a treasure. She glanced back. Maybe there was more buried deeper in the hole? She hesitated between going forward to the front or back to look deeper into the hole. The front door won. She wanted to see what was in the box, and they could always dig it out more later. She stepped forward before looking where she was going and ran smack into Luke Hunter. What the? Whoa! You should watch where you're going. Luke smiled at her, causing her heart to skitter around in her rib cage. He had put his arm on her waist to keep her from toppling over, and she noticed he hadn't bothered to remove it. It felt familiar, exciting, and annoying all at the same time. You scared the crap out of me. You shouldn't sneak up on people like that. She took a step backward, and Luke dropped his hand to his side. Sorry, I saw the ruckus and wanted to know what was going on. Luke thrust his chin toward the holes. Morgan bit her bottom lip. Should she tell him? She didn't want to.
Probably because she was still hurt about the way he left 10 years ago. She felt like he'd betrayed her then and didn't see what would stop him from doing it now. Then again, he had saved them the other night, and he was too smart to accept the lame gardening excuse she'd given to Overton. "We found a map in the attic. A treasure map," she said. Luke raised his eyebrows. "And did you find a treasure in one of those holes?" Morgan shrugged. "Not really. We found a coin and a small box." Luke cursed under his breath, making Morgan's stomach clench. "What?" She narrowed her eyes. Was he mad they found something, or mad that it was so small? "I'm sure those treasure hunters are watching you from somewhere." Luke glanced out into the Atlantic Ocean. "They probably saw that you dug something up, and now they will be coming after you for it." "Well, they already broke into our house once. I figured they'd be coming back." Morgan looked out at the wooded area, then past it to the ocean. Was there a boat out there, beyond her scope of vision, with high-powered binoculars trained on her house? Luke grabbed her upper arms, forcing her to look back at him. She noticed his green eyes were hard and cold. "Morgan, this is serious. These guys are killers." She saw his eyes soften. He reached out and brushed a lock of hair away from her forehead, causing a riot of emotions to run through her. "I couldn't stand it if anything happened to you. You have to come clean with me and tell me everything you know. And let me know what you plan to do next." She let out a sigh. "I don't know what was in the box, and I'm not sure what we'll do next. I guess it depends on what's in the box." "And what about Overton? What did he want?" "To hassle us, as usual. I told you before how he has it in for us, and I have no idea why." "Yeah, I don't trust him. What about this Jake guy that was with Fiona? Can you trust him, or is he in close with Overton?" Morgan thought back to how Jake had risked his own job and gone against Overton to help prove she was innocent in the Littlefield murder. She'd trust him with her life. "Jake is totally trustworthy. He doesn't like Overton either. In fact, Overton is doing everything he can to keep Jake away from the case of the dead guy on the cliff." Luke nodded. "Okay, good. We need all the people on our side we can get." Morgan shuffled her feet. She felt awkward and unsure of herself. Part of her wanted to bolt into the house, and the other part of her wanted to stand here with Luke all night. She gave herself a mental head slap. What was she thinking? "We cleaned up the mess in your living room, and we're getting the glass replaced in the china cabinet. Sorry about your grandma's china. I remember how much you loved it." Morgan's heart softened another notch toward him. He remembered how much she loved that china. A variety of words tried to battle their way from her brain to her mouth, but she only managed to get one out. "Thanks." "Okay. Well, if you find out anything else or see anyone or anything suspicious, call me right away." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a black business card with nothing but a phone number on it in silver. Morgan turned the card over. The back was blank. "That's my private cell number. Call me no matter what time of day or night." Morgan's stomach did a somersault as he turned to go, and she stared at his back, unable to move. After a few steps, he turned to face her again. "In the meantime, my man and I will be keeping a close eye on you and your sisters." Then he turned and trotted off toward the woods. She almost called after him. Then she remembered that she had no idea where he'd been or what he'd been doing for the past 10 years. For all she knew,
He was the head of these treasure-hunting pirates and was just trying to worm the information out of her. Still, for a few minutes, it had seemed like old times. Like the Luke she'd once loved. She'd have to be careful. She couldn't let herself get hurt by him again. Stuffing his business card in her back pocket, she ran up the porch steps into the house, pausing only for a second to glance over in the direction that Luke had disappeared in. Was he watching her now? The thought made her feel safe, and a little creeped out at the same time. She turned back and opened the front door, heading in the direction of the kitchen, where she could hear everyone talking. "Can you guys believe this? What a jerk!" She slapped the citation Overton had given her on the counter. "I know. He really hates you guys," Cal said. "Good thing we dug up this coin. Looks like we're going to need some extra money." Celeste held up the escudo and turned to Cal. "Are you sure this is real?" "Of course. I am an expert, you know." He raised his eyebrows at Celeste. Celeste laughed. "I know. Sorry." "I can lend you guys some money if you needed to pay that right away. I'm sure I can find a buyer for the coin." He pointed at the citation. Morgan looked at her sisters. "Should we sell the coin? I'm not sure what to do, but I know the money would sure come in handy." "Fine by me. Hopefully there'll be plenty more inside this box." Jolene held up the little box they had taken from the hole and shook it carefully. "I don't hear anything rattling around inside." Morgan's brow creased as she looked at the box. "Did you open it?" "We were waiting for you." Fiona looked at Morgan out of the corner of her eye. "What were you doing out there with Luke?" Morgan felt her cheeks grow warm. "What? He wanted to know what was going on. That's all." "Oh?" Morgan turned to the cupboard on the pretense of getting a coffee mug. "He saw us digging and was wondering what we were up to. Anyone want tea?" "What did you tell him?" Celeste asked. Morgan shrugged as she rummaged for a tea bag. "I kinda had to tell him we dug up the box there, but I didn't tell him much else." "Why not? He bailed us out last night." Celeste tapped her finger on her lips. "Come to think of it, that was probably him that chased off those muggers." "What muggers?" Cal wrinkled his brows at Celeste. "Yeah, what muggers?" Fiona and Jolene said at the same time. "Oops," Celeste shrugged. "Well, there's really no sense in keeping it from everyone. I think we all know that we're in danger here with the break-in last night and all." "I guess you're right," Morgan said. "Celeste and I got jumped the other day when we went to see Cal." "What? Why didn't you say something?" Cal's eyes clouded over with concern. "Well, we got away. Celeste kicked the crap out of the guys, and we ran off. Then some other guys came out of nowhere, and I guess they took care of the attackers." "Hey, I wonder if those other guys were Luke's guys," Celeste said. Morgan remembered how she had thought she'd seen Luke that day. "I think it might have been, now that I remember. I thought one of them looked like Luke." "And you still don't trust him?" Fiona raised an eyebrow at her. "You don't trust Luke?" Cal turned to Morgan. "Well, it's not that I don't trust him. It's just that we don't know anything about him anymore." Cal shrugged. "Geez, Morgan, we've known Luke since we were kids, and he was always a good guy. A few years in the military probably hasn't changed that. Are you sure you aren't letting your emotions get in the way of your better judgment?" Morgan bristled. "I just think we need to be really careful. I know you're still hurt about the way he left, but I think he was doing what he thought was best for you," Cal said. "Yeah, he seems like he really is on our side," Fiona added. "Well, we'll see. I know we can trust each other, and anything else, Well, Morgan shrugged, looking at the little box that Jolene had set on the breakfast bar island in front of her. Forget about Luke. Let's open this thing up and see what's inside. Jolene pushed the box toward Morgan. Go ahead. Morgan stared at it. It wasn't very big. Not much bigger than a couple of decks of cards. It doesn't look like it could hold much of a treasure. Fiona sounded disappointed. You can say that again. I was wondering if there might be more in the holes, Morgan said. I mean, a tiny box like this hardly seems worth all the trouble we've had with these pirate guys and everything. Are you going to open it and find out, or what? Jolene's fingers drummed on the counter. Morgan looked at the front. This one didn't have a lock like the last one. It had a button. Morgan pressed it, and the lid flew open. Her stomach dropped. The box was empty, except for a brittle piece of paper. Fiona, Jolene, Cal, and Celeste bent their heads over the box to look inside. That's it? Jolene scrunched up her face. Maybe this one has a false bottom, too? Fiona crouched down so that the bottom of the box was eye level. Morgan carefully picked out the piece of paper and laid it on the island in front of her. The faded, swirly writing was similar to that in the journal. You'll find the key you seek beneath the tree we vowed our love. Oh, geez, another cryptic clue. What the heck does that mean? Jolene blew out a breath strong enough to cause her wavy bangs to puff out. I don't know. What tree do you think it means? Fiona asked. Who knows? That tree could be long gone by now. The note was written almost 300 years ago, Morgan pointed out. Fiona picked up the box, inspecting it from all angles. I don't think there's any hidden compartment in this one. Geez, what a letdown. Yeah, I knew all this pirate stuff was silly, Morgan added. Well, I guess it gives us something to think about, Cal said. In the meantime, I'm going to set up camp in the spare bedroom. What? Morgan scrunched her eyebrows at him. Are you being stalked by one of your girlfriends and need to hide out here? Everyone giggled. Cal was known for being a ladies' man, but he often had a couple of girls going at the same time, which sometimes got dangerous for him. No, Miss Smarty Pants. I'm staying here until you guys are out of danger. I don't want to leave you guys alone to get attacked again. And Jake is staying, too. In fact, he should be here any minute, Fiona added. Morgan pursed her lips. Normally she would argue. As the oldest Blackmoore, she felt like she could take care of her sisters by herself. But her common sense prevailed. They'd already been attacked and broken into. Having two strong guys here couldn't hurt. Okay, thanks, she smiled at Cal. Come on, I'll help you pick out a room. Celeste stood up. The house had 12 bedrooms. Some were closed off, but they still had quite a few guest rooms for Cal to choose from. Morgan suppressed a yawn. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. I think I'll go upstairs and read or something. Maybe I'll get an inspiration about what the tree we vowed our love means. Let's hope so, Fiona said. I don't want to be looking over my shoulder for pirates for much longer. Morgan nodded. Or worrying about finding dead guys on the cliff. Chapter 16. Morgan was surprised that she'd slept so well the night before. She hated to admit it, but knowing that Cal and Jake were in the house and Luke had an army of men watching them made her feel secure. Too bad she hadn't come up with any ideas about what the writing on the paper meant. I think today is going to be a good day, Fiona said, as she opened the door to sticks and stones.
Well, no one tried to break in, and no dead bodies appeared on the cliff, so it's already shaping up to be pretty good in my eyes, Morgan replied, as she turned the sign on the door to open. I have something for you. Fiona rummaged in her jewelry case, coming up with a pendant on a chain. The stone was a rich honey brown, shaded from dark to light. Morgan held her hand out, and the gemstone sparked as one sister handed it to another. It's tiger's eye, Fiona said. It will help protect you. Morgan narrowed her eyes at the stone. A week ago, she might have scoffed at the idea of a rock protecting her against anything. But after seeing Jolene's wound heal so quickly, and the odd things that had been happening, she didn't know what to think anymore. She fastened the necklace around her neck as she looked out the back window of the shop. Hopefully, I won't need to be protected. Fiona shrugged. Better safe than sorry. Morgan pursed her lips as she looked into the forest behind the shop. The birds hopped between branches. Squirrels scurried around on the ground. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw something white streak by. Was that who she thought it was? She opened the window and poked her head out. What are you doing? Fiona asked. You won't believe who I thought I just saw. In the woods? Who would be there? Oh, wait. You don't mean... Yep, it's her. Morgan stared at Belladonna, who sat at the bottom of the ancient oak tree, staring back at her. This wasn't the first time the cat had shown up here, and Morgan had no idea how she even knew the way. Granted, it was only about a mile from their house, but Morgan's stomach clenched at the thought of the cat running around in traffic. Fiona came to the window. I don't know what gets into her. Who knows? Morgan shrugged. I guess we should bring her inside. At least we can make sure she gets a ride home with us and isn't out wandering the streets. Morgan went out through the back door of the cottage. Belladonna had started digging under the tree and scooted away from Morgan when she tried to pick her up. Belladonna, come! The cat ignored her. Want a treat? Belladonna dug even faster. You know cats don't fall for that stuff, Fiona said. What is she digging for? I have no idea. Probably a mouse or something. Mew! The cat glanced back at them, then returned to digging. Well, it's an old tree. Morgan didn't hear the rest of the sentence. She was busy looking up at the initials carved in the tree. Her heart jerked as if someone had zapped it with electricity. You'll find the key you seek beneath the tree we vowed our love. This is it, Morgan's mind whirled. Did they have any shovels here? Huh? Fiona frowned at her. This is the tree from the clue in the box. Look at the initials. She pointed upwards, and Fiona bent her head back. I.B. and M.B. Do you think that's Isaiah Blackmoore? Morgan nodded. Yep, this land has been in our family for generations. In fact, I think we owned all of it around here at one time. Morgan grabbed a hoe and trowel they used for putting flowers in the front garden from the side of the cottage. Here, you use the hoe to loosen stuff up. I'll dig with the trowel. Morgan handed the hoe to Fiona. Belladonna sat back and watched the sisters dig. They fell into a rhythm, Fiona churning up the dirt and Morgan digging around after her. Morgan was just starting to wonder if they should close the shop when her trowel scraped against metal. I've got something. She reached into the hole, her stomach flipping as her fingers slid over cold metal. She brushed away the dirt to reveal gleaming silver. What is it? Fiona had squatted beside her. I think it's a box. Morgan wiggled the corner, and it slid out of the dirt. She held it up, feeling slightly disappointed. The box was small, smaller than the last one. It fit in the palm of her hand and was only about an inch high. The finish looked like a match to the last box, finely detailed silver in a flower pattern. "That's kind of small. What's in it?" Fiona asked. Morgan looked at the front. It had a push clasp, similar to the other box. She felt a stab of disappointment. The box was too small for any real treasure. She pressed the clasp, and the box popped open as if the hinges were just oiled yesterday. Morgan stared at the contents. An old skeleton key sat gleaming on a blue velvet lining. "A key?" Fiona asked. "I wonder what it goes to. I hope it's something good. This treasure hunt is getting tedious." Morgan nodded. Maybe her ancestor had a warped sense of humor, and all these clues led to nothing. Or maybe the treasure had been taken years ago. But if it was, why would the treasure hunters be so keen to find it? They must have something pretty solid to think the treasure was still around. Morgan felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Her heart lurched. In her excitement of figuring out the clue, she'd forgotten that the treasure hunters could be watching. "We'd better get inside," she said, glancing around. "They could be watching us, and we don't want them to know we dug up another clue." "Right," Fiona said, as they quickly shoved the dirt back into place, then scurried in the back door, leaving the trowel and hoe leaning against the cottage. Belladonna squeaked through, in between their feet, and found a sunny spot to curl up and sleep in. The girls stood in the center of the shop, looking at the shiny key that lay flat in the palm of Morgan's hand. "I wonder what it goes to," Morgan asked. "I hope it's something good. This treasure hunt is getting tedious. The logical place to look would be—" Morgan was interrupted by the sound of the door being jerked open. The girls swiveled their heads toward the door, and Morgan's stomach dropped when she saw a giant of a man standing inside the doorway. "I'll take that," the giant said, as he turned the shop sign to closed and slammed the door shut. Morgan closed her hand and took a step backwards as the man lunged for the key. Her heart pounded as he advanced on them, backing the girls further into the shop. "Hand it over, and I won't have to hurt you." His harsh, angry voice sent chills up Morgan's spine. "No," she said. His eyebrows shot up, and his face turned red. Then he lurched forward, grabbing for her arm. Some of Celeste's quick moves must have worn off on her, because Morgan shot her elbow out at exactly the right moment, and it connected with his nose, making a sickening crunching sound. Blood spurted out of the giant's nose, and his hands flew up to cover it. He bent forward at the waist, stumbled, and stepped on Belladonna's tail. Belladonna screeched and flew through the air, landing on his back with her claws fully extended. He let out a wail, flailing with one hand toward his back as he straightened up. Morgan saw Belladonna slide down his back, leaving a trail of claw marks. He spun around, reaching for the cat. "Damn cat!" Belladonna flew up to the top of the bookcase and sat there hissing and spitting at him. Out of the corner of her eye, Morgan could see Fiona grappling behind her, her hands flailing around the display where she kept her geodes. Her right hand found the largest one, which was about twice the size of a candlepin bowling ball. The giant turned his attention back toward the girls. His face was twisted in anger as he closed the distance between them quicker than seemed humanly possible. His arm shot out toward Morgan. Her heart lurched in her chest as his large hand wrapped around her throat and squeezed. She tried to struggle, but that only made it worse. Her vision started to fade. Pinpricks of stars floated in front of her eyes as she watched Fiona smash the geode right into the giant's face. He went down with a crash and lay still on the floor. Morgan sucked in a deep breath. "Are you okay?" Fiona stared at her. "Yeah." Her voice sounded raspy, and her fingers flew to her throat, which felt raw. "We better tie him up, in case he wakes up before I can call Luke," Morgan said, thankful she had put Luke's card in her pocket this morning before work. Fiona ripped open a drawer and pulled out some twine. "I hope he's not dead." She looked at him uncertainly. Morgan bent over the still body. Belladonna hopped onto his stomach and sat there. "He's breathing. He's not dead." Morgan held out her hand for the twine. She had no idea how to tie someone up to restrain them, but she'd have to do her best. "Help me flip him over, and then we can tie his arms behind him." The girls got on one side and pried him over onto his back. Morgan caught a glimpse of Fiona's wrist as they pushed him over, and her heartbeat quickened. The stones on Fiona's bracelet were glowing. "Look at your bracelet." Fiona looked down. "What the heck? It's never done that before." The girls were staring down at the bracelet when the door to their shop jerked open a second time. Chapter 17. Morgan's heart jolted, and she ripped her gaze away from the bracelet, bracing herself for another fight. "Luke!" "What happened? Are you okay?" Luke was at her side in a second, his green eyes clouded with concern. "I'm fine," she said, her voice still a little raspy. Then she motioned toward the giant on the floor. "This guy must be one of those treasure hunters." "Your throat is all red. Did he hurt you?" Luke put his hand tenderly on her neck to inspect it. Morgan's pulse quickened, a warm glow spreading throughout her body. Her hand flew up to her throat on instinct. "He tried to strangle me, but I'm okay." Luke stared at her for a few seconds more, and then narrowed his eyes at the guy on the floor. "What did he want?" Morgan caught Fiona's glance and knew her sister was right. It was time to tell Luke everything. "Remember the box we dug up yesterday?" Morgan asked, as Luke opened the door, making hand motions apparently to someone outside. "Yes." He glanced at her while he held the door open for 3 guys who got busy tying up the giant. "It only had a piece of paper in it, but that paper was a clue," Fiona added. "A clue that led us to the giant tree out back. We dug around and found this." Morgan opened her fist to show him the key. "What does it go to?" Luke asked. "We don't know." Morgan flipped the key over. "We've been going on some sort of treasure hunt. First, we found a passage in this old journal we had in the attic. That led us to an old box that had a map in it. We followed the map and dug the holes yesterday, which had another box where the clue was to dig under the tree here." Luke raised his eyebrows at her. "And the dead pirate in your yard. What do you know about him?" "Nothing," Morgan said. "Well, except that Overton said he was found with a manifest from a ship called the Ocean's Revenge that was supposedly captained by some relative of ours. That's why we went to look in the journal in the attic in the first place." Luke nodded. "Is there anything else I should know?" Morgan shook her head. "Well, there is one thing. Maybe 2, Fiona interjected. "Morgan and Celeste were attacked the other day." "Yeah, I saw that. Celeste has a mean karate kick." "So you were there," Morgan said. "Yep. We've been here, watching things for a while." Luke stepped aside to let the men drag the giant outside. "What was the other thing?" "Oh, I think Fiona is talking about the boats, right?" Morgan cocked an eyebrow at her sister. "Yep. A customer said she saw boats going back and forth in the water around the entrance to the cove at 2 in the morning, Fiona explained. Luke frowned.
Have you seen the boats? How many nights did they do this?"
"We haven't seen them." Morgan looked at Fiona. "I think it was only one night, right?" Fiona nodded. "As far as I know." Luke rubbed his chin.
"They were probably trolling for sunken treasure."
"That's what Jake said."
Luke nodded. "Sometimes pirates would sink their ships on purpose in an out-of-the-way place so no one would get the treasure. They would come back and retrieve it later. The treasure hunters were looking for a sunken ship, but if they haven't come back, that probably means they didn't find any evidence of one."
"So then, why are they still bugging us?" Fiona asked.
"They didn't find any evidence in the water, but they sure do think there is something in this area. So now they are going to focus on the land."
Morgan shuddered. "So we just have to find it first, then, right?"
"It's not really that simple, and you guys shouldn't be digging around without talking to me." In addition to sinking their ships, pirates were well known for booby-trapping the places they buried their treasure to protect it from thieves. Whoever came digging around to steal it would meet with an untimely and unpleasant end. You guys need to be careful that you don't get caught in a booby trap when you are digging."
Morgan's eyes went wide, and she ventured a look out to the tree in back. Luke read her mind.
"That's right, you could have been hurt.
Or killed today or last night.
The treasure hunters aren't your only worry here."
Luke paused, and his green eyes turned serious as he looked at Fiona and then back at Morgan.
"Now that they know you are getting closer to the treasure, they'll probably step up their efforts. We've reduced their numbers, but I think there are still a few of them out there, and they'll stop at nothing. I know you guys like to take care of yourselves, but I'd like to have some of my guys in the house with you," Luke said.
"We have Cal and Jake staying over." Morgan stuck out her chin stubbornly.
Luke nodded. "So far, nothing too bad has happened. We defused the situation with a break-in, and you and Celeste were able to outwit the attackers the other day. But you might not always be so lucky."
He narrowed his eyes at Morgan.
"By the way, how did you know to pull Celeste back from that alley just at the right moment?"
Morgan felt her stomach clench. Should she tell him the truth about the strange things that were happening? Her gut instincts told her yes. "I just had a gut feeling, and Celeste said that Nana told her to tell me to trust my gut feelings. It worked out pretty good in that case."
"Your Nana? Isn't she dead?"
Luke switched his gaze from Morgan to Fiona. "Yes," Fiona said. "Apparently Celeste has been talking to dead people. You know how she was always kind of spiritual, what with all her meditation and stuff? I guess she connected with the other side."
Luke looked down at Morgan and shook his head. "Carnelian stones that heal wounds, dead people giving you guys advice, and gut feelings that save you from getting abducted? I guess it's going to be a challenge for me to get reacquainted with the Blackmoore girls."
Luke took Morgan's hand, and her heart fluttered as he pulled her to him.
"I have some things to take care of, but I'm coming to your house tonight. By the way things are heating up, I think I need to keep you girls under very close surveillance, and I'm not taking no for an answer."
Then he kissed her cheek, turned on his heel, and left. Morgan's heart took off like a thoroughbred at the starting gate. She felt that familiar pull in her lower belly. She had to admit, the thought of Luke keeping them under close surveillance wasn't really all that unpleasant. But then she felt a warning tingle in her gut. After all the hurt he had caused her 10 years ago, she couldn't let herself fall for Luke Hunter all over again. Could she? Chapter 18.
We need to get home and into the attic to look for the box that key opens." Fiona picked up the geode that still lay on the floor and returned it to its place on the shelf. "Right." Morgan stood staring at the door Luke had just disappeared through, wondering what his kiss on the cheek meant. It was really just a peck, but was it a friendly peck or something more? Earth to Morgan. Fiona was standing at the door, belladonna under one arm. "Oh, sorry." Morgan followed her out the door, and the three of them climbed into Fiona's old truck. "We should call Celeste and Jolene and tell them what we found, and about the attack," Fiona said, as she pulled out onto the main road. Morgan pulled out her cell phone and made the calls. "They're both home, and so is Cal. Looks like we'll have plenty of help." Belladonna had curled up in Morgan's lap, and she stroked her silky fur with one hand as she looked at the key with the other. "I have no idea what this would go to. A trunk or another box?" Fiona glanced over as she turned onto the road leading to Perkins Cove. "I don't know. I mean, what are the odds that whatever it opens is even in the attic?" Morgan nodded. "But we really don't have any place else to try." They made the rest of the short drive in silence, and Celeste, Jolene, and Cal were standing at the door when they pulled into their driveway. Celeste and Jolene ran over and hugged them. "I can't believe you guys got attacked," Jolene said. "Are you all right?" "Yes, it turns out we can take pretty good care of ourselves," Morgan said. "But I'm still thankful Luke was there to pick up the pieces." Fiona winked at Morgan, and she felt her cheeks grow warm. "Let's see this key." Cal held out his hand, and Morgan put the key in it. "Oh, yeah, this is an oldie." He held the long skeleton key up to the light, squinted at it, then handed it back to Morgan. "Geez, Cal, I hope we aren't keeping you from going to work. You don't have to watch over us day and night," Fiona said as they started up the main stairway. "It's okay," he answered. "I have plenty of people to keep the shop running, and I could use a little break. Plus, I'll take any excuse to get back up into your attic and get my hands on all those antiques." The girls laughed, and Celeste swatted at him as they emerged into the attic. Morgan stood at the top of the stairs and looked around. "I have no idea where to start." She looked tentatively at Belladonna. She felt a little silly thinking the cat could show her the way, but Belladonna had led them to many important finds in the past. This time, though, the cat simply curled up by the window, gave Morgan a blank stare, and started cleaning herself. "Follow your intuition, Morgan," Celeste said. "I mean, really dig deep and see if you get a feeling for where we should look." Morgan took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She tried to focus on her feelings. Was there a specific part of the attic that stood out? She felt herself drawn toward an area in the very back and started moving toward it. She stopped in front of a door and looked back at Cal and her sisters. "I think it's in here." Her pulse kicked into high gear as she pushed the door open, the hinges squealing in the silent attic. Inside was a small room, probably 10 feet by 8. It looked like it had once been one of the servants' rooms, but now it held boxes stacked almost from floor to ceiling, along with haphazard piles of stuff. Cal walked over to one corner and started rummaging in a pile. "These are really old," he said, holding up a silver creamer and sugar. "And look at this thing." Jolene pointed to a long sword that stood against the wall. Fiona had started looking through one of the trunks, and Celeste rifled a pile of linens. Morgan was busy sorting through a box of what looked like old pewter cups when she heard Fiona gasp. She jerked her head in Fiona's direction. Her sister was sitting on the floor, staring into a box. "What is it?" Morgan shuffled over to see what was so interesting. Fiona pulled what looked like a pile of burlap out of the box and laid it on the floor. Morgan's stomach flittered with butterflies as she watched her sister slowly open the flaps. An array of gemstones and crystals lay inside. Morgan marveled at how they sparkled in the light, and then her stomach squeezed when she realized the ones closest to Fiona were actually glowing. "They're beautiful," Morgan said, watching as Fiona reached for a brown stone in the corner. Morgan recognized it as Tiger's Eye, the same stone in the pendant Fiona had given her. Her hand flew up to the pendant and closed around it. It felt warm, and she drew in a sharp breath when she saw the stone on the burlap glow as Fiona's hand touched it. "What's that?" Celeste joined them. "Old crystals." Fiona dropped the Tiger's Eye and looked up at them. "Well, all crystals are old, but these look like they have been here for centuries." "They probably have, judging by the age of the other stuff in this room," Cal said. "Looks like one of our ancestors was into crystals and gemstones, just like you," Jolene added. "Yeah, I guess so." Fiona folded the burlap flaps back over the crystals, and Morgan noticed the faint outline of printing on the material. "Wait, what's that?" She pointed to the letters. Fiona squinted down at it. "Looks like initials? MB. Guess I'll have to research who that was. Do you guys mind if I take these?" No one minded. Fiona wrapped the crystals back up, and the group got busy rummaging through the items. Morgan was just starting to feel like the whole exercise had been for nothing when she heard a sharp intake of breath from the other side of the room. "Hey, guys, I think I found something." Jolene was crouched down in the corner, boxes pushed out of the way on either side of her. Morgan rushed over and looked down, her heart lurching up into her throat when she saw what had caused Jolene to call out. There, on the floor in front of them, was a box very similar to the other boxes they had found. Like the others, this one was silver, with gold on the corners and an ornate carved flower design. But it was much bigger, about 1.5 feet long and 6 inches wide. Morgan reached down and picked it up, her pulse picking up speed as she held it. "Wowzer, that's one nice box," Cal said. "Does the key fit it?" Celeste asked. Morgan found a table off to the side and put the box on top, then took the key out of her pocket. She held her breath as she lined the key up with the hole in the lock. She inserted and turned. Click. The top flew open. Inside was a long piece of leather rolled up tight. The outside was dry and cracked with age. "Be careful with that," Cal warned. "Old leather can be very brittle." She lifted the leather out and placed it on the table, then unrolled it very slowly. Her heart beat faster and faster as the images and writing inside were revealed. It was a treasure map. Chapter 19. By the time they brought the map down to the informal living room, Jake had come home from work and joined them. They spread it out flat on the coffee table. Morgan inhaled the smell of old leather as she bent over to study the lines of the map, which had been crudely burned into it. "This looks like our yard, but it's shaped different," Jolene said. "The geography of this area was changed about 100 years ago, when the area started becoming attractive to tourists," Cal replied. "Yeah, I remember reading about how the channel to the cove was made deeper, and the cove itself much wider. Then, on the other side, Some land was filled in near Oreweed Cove, where it abuts our land. Celeste pointed to the different parts of the map as she talked. So, our land, as it sits now, is here and here? Morgan drew a circle with her finger to indicate where she thought the land was. I think so, Cal said. So part of this isn't even our land. You're right, but the important part looks like it is. Cal pointed to the big X in the middle of the map where the supposed treasure was. Morgan squinted at the map. It did look like the treasure was buried somewhere near the point of land at the edge of their property, near where the body had been found. She glanced outside. Plenty of daylight left. We should start dig... The knock on the door interrupted her, and she raised an eyebrow at the group. Anyone expecting company? Nobody was. We should hide this just in case. She gestured to the map, and Celeste and Jolene got busy rolling it up and finding a hiding spot. Morgan and Fiona went to answer the door that the insistent visitor was now pounding on. Hold your horses, I'm coming! She ripped the door open, and her heart froze when she saw who was standing there. Sheriff Overton. And he wasn't alone. He had several uniformed policemen with him, and they looked like they were there for backup. But why would he need backup?
Well, 'bout time. Hope you aren't trying to hide any evidence, because it's too late,
Overton said with a smug smile on his face. What are you talking about? Morgan stood feet apart, fists on her hips. She didn't invite Overton in, but he opened the screen door and stepped in anyway. The commotion had caused everyone else to gather in the hall.
Oh, good, I see you're all here. That'll make it easy to arrest the killer.
Morgan's heart clenched. What was he talking about? Fiona narrowed her eyes at the sheriff. No one invited you in, so you can turn around and leave.
Oh, I don't think so. See, I got this little piece of paper here that says I got probable cause to bring the killer in for questioning.
The toothpick switched from one side of his mouth to the other as he pulled some papers from his front pocket and shoved them in Fiona's face. Morgan felt her anger rising. I already told you I had nothing to do with killing that guy. Overton looked at her and nodded.
Yep, and much to my surprise, you were telling the truth.
Morgan scrunched her face at him.
It's not you I'm here to arrest. It's her.
Overton pointed past Morgan's shoulder. Her heart squeezed as she turned to follow the direction of his finger. It was pointing straight at Celeste. What? Cal boomed, putting a protective arm around Celeste. You can't just come in here and arrest people with no evidence.
Oh, I have evidence.
Overton smiled his Cheshire cat smile.
Found the murder weapon right in little Blondie's car.
What are you talking about? Morgan shot a glance at Celeste, who looked as baffled as she was.
Yep, the coroner got back to us this morning. The victim's head was bashed in with a round object. Oh, about this big.
Overton cupped his hands to illustrate a circumference of about 6 or 7 inches. Morgan narrowed her eyes. And you found one in Celeste's car?
Yep, just happened to notice it when we were here last night.
He turned to one of the uniforms behind him.
Show her.
Morgan's eyes widened as the gangly kid held up a large plastic bag with one of Celeste's kettlebells inside.
The handle makes 'em perfect for getting a good swing for bashing someone's head in, wouldn't you say?
Overton raised his eyebrows at Morgan. Those are for exercising. Morgan louvered her eyes between Overton and Celeste. This had to be some sort of mistake, or one of Overton's tricks. Let me see that. Jake pushed forward and grabbed at the paper Overton had shown to Fiona. He glanced over it, then looked at the kettlebell. Is there forensic evidence on that?
We haven't run it through the lab yet, but I'm sure it will prove to be the weapon.
Overton stepped over toward Jake, taking the toothpick out of his mouth.
You better keep your nose out of this. In fact, I think I'll put you on administrative leave until this case is over.
Jake opened his mouth to protest, but Overton put up his hand to stop him.
I should have you fired for consorting with known criminals, he said, jerking his chin toward Morgan and Celeste.
He turned to the uniforms behind him.
Now, cuff her and take her away.
Cal stepped in front of Celeste. Now, just wait a minute. The uniforms froze and looked back at Overton uncertainly.
Better step aside, Reed, or I'll have you brought in for obstruction of justice.
Celeste pushed in front of Cal, holding her wrists out together in front of her. It's okay. I'll go with them, and you guys can come and post bail. I'm not worried, since I didn't kill anyone. Morgan was impressed with her sister's calm demeanor. It took everything she had to step aside while they cuffed Celeste and brought her out to the car, but she knew it was the best thing to do. As soon as they were gone, she'd be on the phone to the lawyer and working to get Celeste out of jail. There was nothing she could do right now to stop it, though, so she let them take her. "We'll be down right behind you," she said to Celeste as they led her by. Celeste nodded. "No hurry." Morgan stood in the doorway, her fists clenched and the map all but forgotten, as she watched them shove Celeste into the back of the police car and drive away. She'd never felt so helpless in all her life. "We have to get her out right away. I don't want her spending one night in there." Morgan turned to face the group, her mind whirling. "I'll get on the phone to Delphine," Fiona said. Delphine Jones was the sharp-witted lawyer they had used when Morgan had been accused of murder earlier in the summer. She'd done a fantastic job, and Morgan couldn't think of anyone better to help Celeste. "I'll put in a call to some of my friends at the station." Jake whipped out his cell phone. "We'll need money for a retainer," Morgan said. "Don't worry about that," Cal replied. "I'll give you whatever you need for the lawyer." "We're not taking your money. Consider it a loan, then. What you have in the attic is worth plenty of money. You can sell some of it later if you want, but for now, I have cash at the ready, and we don't want to hold up getting Celeste out." Morgan nodded. He was right. "Delphine's going to meet us down there," Fiona said as she headed out the door. Morgan, Cal, and Jolene followed. Jake stayed behind. His presence at the station wouldn't help things after the run-in he'd just had with Overton. Delphine Jones was already in the police station parking lot when they pulled up in Cal's pearl-white Lincoln Navigator. She was on her cell phone, pacing back and forth in front of her car, arms gesturing wildly. Her hot pink jacket and pink, white, and orange broom skirt fluttered in the breeze behind her. She hung up when they pulled up next to her. "Okay, give me the quick version." She tapped her nails on the hood of the Lincoln as Morgan told her how Celeste's kettlebells were the suspected murder weapon for the dead body on the cliff. "Was there any evidence on the weapon?" Overton said they hadn't run them through the lab yet. Delphine narrowed her eyes in the direction of the police station. "Jerk." She spat the word out like it was sour yogurt. Morgan knew from their previous dealings that there was no love lost between Delphine and the sheriff. She didn't know why, but Overton seemed afraid of the feisty lawyer, and Morgan knew that worked to their advantage. "Can you get her out?" Fiona asked. "Sure. Well, I might need a judge, especially if Overton is playing games with the murder weapon and delaying the testing. But I'll do my damn best to get her out tonight." They started off toward the police station entrance. "I'll go straight into Overton and see if I can get him to release her, and you guys can go down for a visit." A blast of cool air hit Morgan as they entered the lobby, and her stomach clenched, remembering when she had been arrested. Delphine headed off to see Overton, and Fiona demanded that they be allowed to visit Celeste. Someone came out and led them down to the cells. Morgan's nerves grew more tense with each step. They filed past 4 empty cells. Celeste was in the last one, the same one Morgan had been in. Morgan peered into the cell, her heart pounding, wondering what kind of condition her sister was in. Celeste sat on the bed, cross-legged, her eyes closed, breathing steady. She opened one eye, then the other, as a smile lit her face. "Oh, hi, guys. You didn't have to come so fast," she said, as if they had dropped in for a leisurely Sunday afternoon visit. "Celeste, are you okay? Did they hurt you?" Cal's face was lined with concern. Morgan narrowed her eyes at him. They were all concerned about Celeste, but Cal seemed overly so. What was up with that? "Oh, I'm fine," she waved her hand. "It's not that bad here. The bed is comfortable, and it's a great place to meditate. Very quiet, and lots of emotional energy." "We brought Delphine, and she's going to get you out," Fiona said. Celeste got up from the bed and came over to the edge of the cell, looking out at them through the bars. "I think I might be staying here tonight, but I don't want you guys to worry. I didn't kill that guy, so I won't be here long. You need to focus on taking care of the guys that are after us. I have it on good authority. It's only going to get worse." "What? You're not going to have to stay here," Jolene said. "I'm afraid she is." Delphine came rushing toward them. "I need a judge to let her out, and they've all gone home, but I promise I'll get her out first thing in the morning." Morgan felt like she'd been punched in the gut. "Seriously? But she didn't do anything." "I know. Sometimes the wheels of justice move backwards." Delphine patted Morgan's arm. "It's okay, guys, really. Go, take care of things at home. Brandon's bringing me a lobster dinner, and I'll be quite comfortable here." Celeste waved them off, and Morgan saw Cal and her sisters reluctantly turn toward the door, their tense faces echoing Morgan's worries. They filed past Celeste, hugging her through the bars and saying goodbye. Delphine was already halfway down the hall when Morgan got her turn. Celeste grabbed her arm and held her back. "Make sure you study that map. I don't know why you need to, but you do." Celeste's ice-blue eyes drilled into her own, and Morgan felt an electrical current surge through her veins. She nodded, and Celeste let go of her arm. "Now, get out of here. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and Nana says, be nice to your guest." Morgan frowned at her. Guest? She was still wondering what Celeste meant when she climbed into Cal's car in the parking lot. Chapter 20. She didn't have to wonder for long. Luke was waiting on the front porch when they got home, sitting in the white wicker settee, drinking a beer next to Jake, who was in one of the rockers, making himself right at home. Cal ran over, and the two of them got reacquainted with the usual backslapping and handshaking. They'd been friends before Luke left, and as far as Morgan knew, hadn't seen each other since. Morgan's stomach flip-flopped as she approached the porch. Probably from all the excitement with Celeste, she reasoned. Surely it had nothing to do with how good Luke looked, sitting on her porch, drinking one of her beers. "How did it go? Where's Celeste?" Jake stood up from his rocking chair, greeting Fiona with a peck on the cheek. "Delphine couldn't get her out until tomorrow." Morgan felt her chest squeeze as she said it, and she realized she was surprisingly close to tears. Cal paced the porch. "Is there nothing we can do?" "Short of going down with a nail file and a cake and breaking her out, I don't think so," Jake said. "She'll be okay. Is there anyone else in there?" "The other cells were empty," Jolene replied. "She'll be fine.
We don't get too many criminals in there, so she'll probably be alone. I guess I should say they don't, since I'm officially on leave. Jake pressed his lips together. Besides, my contact at the station assured me they'd treat her like a queen. Probably be like a vacation for her.
Yeah, she did say someone named Brandon was bringing her lobster. Cal frowned.
Jake nodded. That's Brandon Burchard. He'll take good care of her.
Morgan noticed Cal's frown deepen.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I could use a drink.
Fiona reached for the door handle, and everyone lined up behind her. Except Luke.
Does someone want to fill me in on what's going on?
He frowned over his beer.
Morgan will. Fiona shot over her shoulder as she went inside.
Morgan glanced at the door, then at Luke, her stomach flopping around like a fish out of water. They were alone on the porch. Why did that make her so nervous? Luke reached over and grabbed her hand, pulling her to the settee beside him.
What's wrong?
You look upset. He brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, sending her pulse skittering like a frightened rabbit. Celeste got arrested for murder. Her voice cracked on the last word, and the tears she felt sting her eyes earlier threatened to spill out. It made her feel vulnerable. She hated feeling that way. She noticed that Luke had pulled her down close to him, and she slid away to the other side of the settee. At least she could think better over there.
Jake filled me in a little. He didn't tell me too much, though. Probably didn't know how much he should tell me. I guess he doesn't trust me fully.
Luke turned his sea-green eyes on her.
Do you?
Morgan's breath caught in her throat. Did she? Well, you have helped us out of a few spots now. But you've been gone for so long. I don't feel like I know you anymore. She picked at the wicker arm of the settee, avoiding his gaze.
I'm the same person I always was, just a little better traveled.
Morgan looked at him and realized he had slid a little closer to her. She pressed herself into the corner. Well, you'll excuse me if I'm not brimming over with trust.
You disappeared out of my life 10 years ago, and I haven't heard a word from you since.
Morgan tried to ignore the flutter in her stomach and act nonchalant, as if that was old news that barely affected her now. He sighed and took a pull on his beer. Staring out at the ocean, he rubbed his dark, short-cropped hair, which made it stick out as if he'd just got up, out of bed. Morgan tried to push the memories of other times when she'd seen his hair like that out of her mind. He put his beer down and turned to face her, his arm up on the back of the settee. She suddenly became very interested in studying her hands, which were clasped in her lap. I didn't want to just walk out of your life, but I had to do what was right for you. It wasn't fair for me to expect you to wait for me. He put his thumb under her chin and gently turned her face toward him. I thought about you every day. Her heart squeezed in her chest. Did he really? She realized he'd slid over even closer to her. Suddenly he was leaning toward her. She could smell the spicy scent of his aftershave and feel the heat radiating from his body. She flattened her palm on his chest to push him away, except she didn't push very hard. Beneath his thin shirt, she could feel hard muscle and the steady beat of his heart. She wondered if it was beating as fast as hers as she watched his lips get closer. Before she knew what was happening, her eyes were drifting shut, and his lips were brushing against hers. Tenderly at first, then pressing harder. She sighed and relaxed into his kiss.
Meow.
Belladonna jumped up onto Luke's lap, and they jerked apart like two teenagers caught necking behind the rectory. Hey, this looks just like the cat you used to have. Luke reached down to pet the cat, who had curled up in his lap and was staring up at him adoringly. It is. Luke wrinkled his brow at her. It's the same cat? She must be ancient by now. Morgan bit her lip as she thought about that. How old was Belladonna? She'd had her since she was a kid, which would make the cat in her late teens. How long did cats live, anyway? Her stomach clenched, thinking her cat might be nearing old age. She'd never thought much about it, but Belladonna had always been around. She didn't know what she'd do without her. Morgan realized her earliest memories included the cat. That's impossible, she thought. It must have been a different cat. Her mother always doted on the cat, and probably got another one that looked just like her when the first one passed. Her thoughts were interrupted by the cat thwacking her arm with her tail as Luke petted her. She'd never heard Belladonna purr so loud. So, anyway, tell me about the key. Did you find the lock it fits in? Morgan took a deep breath and told him about the search in the attic and the leather map. In fact, we were trying to figure it out when Overton came to the door and arrested Celeste. Can I see the map? Sure, it's right inside. Luke dislodged Belladonna from his lap, and she grunted out a discontented meow as the two of them went inside. The map's in the informal living room. You remember where that is? Luke smiled that disarming smile he had, and Morgan's stomach turned inside out. Why did he have to be so damn handsome? He started walking toward the room, and she couldn't help but check him out. He'd always been tall and well-built, but she could see that he'd put on some weight in the past 10 years. And judging by what she'd felt through his T-shirt, it was pure muscle. Thinking of that reminded her of their brief kiss, and she felt her cheeks heat up. She pushed away any of those type of thoughts about Luke before the heat could spread to other parts of her body. It was just as well the cat had interrupted their kiss. She couldn't deny she was still attracted to Luke. But he'd be gone after this was all over, and where would that leave her? In the living room, the map had been spread out on the table again, and everyone was discussing the various instructions so intently they barely noticed Luke and Morgan. Jake glanced over. Hey, Luke, what do you make of this? It says 2 steps as the crow flies. What does that mean? Luke rubbed the stubble on his chin. Usually it means straight ahead, without having to go around an obstacle. That's strange. There's no obstacle there. Jake pointed to a spot on the map, then looked out the window. Well, sometimes they wrote up trick maps, or put the instructions in backwards, or in code, Luke said, in case the map fell into the wrong hands. I guess that explains why we dug the hole in the wrong place last time, Morgan said. That's right. I thought we had followed it wrong, but what really happened is that it was written backwards. Jolene pointed out the window to where they had dug up the box. See how we were digging over there? But the box was found on the opposite side of the yard. So, do you think this map could be written backwards or in some sort of code? Fiona raised a brow at Luke. It could be. He stared down at the map. It's impossible to tell, but the thing is, you need to be really careful in case the treasure is booby-trapped. Oh, that's right. Cal looked up at them wide-eyed. I had forgotten that pirates routinely did that. We could blow ourselves up. Not only that, but now that the pirates know you have the key and are getting close, I'm sure they are going to step up their efforts to try to get the treasure from you. Morgan's heart squeezed. Luke was right. The danger was getting worse, and there was no sign of it letting up.
She knew she had to do something to stop it. She just wasn't sure exactly what. I'm not sure I like the way things are heading. We need to be proactive instead of waiting for them to attack us. Fiona echoed Morgan's thoughts.
What prompted Overton to arrest Celeste? Luke asked. He was poking around in her car and saw something the same shape as the murder weapon, Fiona replied. And what was that? Kettlebells. Huh? Luke cocked an eyebrow at her. They're like weights for exercising, but they have a handle and a round ball on the bottom. You kind of swing them around. Jolene made swinging motions with her arms. Luke ruffled his hair and looked out the window. After a few seconds, he turned back to the group. Are they about this big? He cupped his hands, making about a 7-inch circle. Yes. He nodded, then did more staring out the window. Okay. I think I have an idea that might help us get the treasure hunters off your back and give Overton the real murder weapon, which will clear Celeste and put the real killer in jail. He looked around the group, staring each of them directly in the eye in turn. But I'm going to need one of you to act as a decoy.
Chapter 21. Morgan felt bats flapping around in her stomach as everyone stared at Luke in silence. A decoy. That sounded dangerous. I'll do it, she blurted out. Luke narrowed his eyes at her. Morgan, it could be dangerous. Duh. No, it should be me, Jake volunteered. Or me, Cal added. Luke sighed. It has to be one of the girls, otherwise I'd do it. The treasure hunters won't bite if it's a guy. They'll be expecting it to be one of the Blackmoore sisters, and, well, they won't be as intimidated by a woman. Well, that settles it then. I'll be the decoy. I'm not letting Fiona or Jolene do it. Morgan's mind was made up. Luke raised his hands in a gesture of defeat. I guess you're right. I don't like it, but there's no other way. So, what do I do? I need you to lure the treasure hunters out into the open. I haven't been able to get the ones we captured to talk, and I can't figure out where the rest of them are hiding. I think they are on those boats you guys saw, but they could be docking them anywhere, and they're probably moving them around all the time. I'm not sure I like the sounds of this. Fiona narrowed her eyes at Luke. Me either, he said. But they know you guys are getting close, and I think they realize they won't have many more chances. They'll probably send most of their guys, considering what's happened the last 2 times. All I need is for Morgan to pretend like she has some sort of a lead, and that will get them swarming. What do you mean? Jake asked. We know they are watching, because they were on Morgan and Fiona pretty quick today when they dug up the key. So I'm thinking that Morgan can act like she's onto the treasure or has another clue and start digging. I figure if we do it at sticks and stones, we won't lead them to the real treasure here. Luke turned to look at Morgan, and if Morgan is alone, she'll make an easy target. Morgan's stomach clenched, but she straightened her back. She wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Okay, let's go. Well, hold on. I need to put my men in place. We'll be watching you every second, of course, and I'm also going to have you wear a wire so we can hear you and rush in as soon as possible. That will be the safest way. I could never forgive myself if anything happened to you. Morgan's heart melted at the tender look in Luke's eyes. So, we'll do it tomorrow, he said, then turned to the rest of the group. If everyone agrees. Only if you're sure Morgan won't get hurt. Jolene's blue eyes challenged Luke. I won't let anything happen to her. Jolene nodded. Okay by me, then. I guess we don't have much of a choice, Fiona said. The sooner we can get this all over with, the better. Agreed.
Jake said, and Cal nodded. Okay, then. I better get things going, Luke said. I'm going to leave through the side door, over by the cove. I can use the cover of the hedges in case the bad guys are watching. We don't want to tip them off that we've been planning anything. I'll show you out, Morgan heard herself say, then convinced herself that it wasn't that she wanted to be alone with him, it was the polite thing to do. They crossed the hallway and went through the kitchen to the butler's pantry that led to the side door. The small area on this side of the house had been one of Morgan's favorite places since childhood. It was like a secret garden. A rounded trellis covered in pink roses framed the door. Colorful flowers sprouted up on either side, and 2 honeysuckle bushes sent a sweet perfume through the air. The shrubs, about 10 feet away, enclosed the area in a private cocoon, and a wrought iron bench with a stuffed canvas cushion tucked away under a large oak tree made a perfect place for reading. Morgan stood on the top step, and Luke a step down, his eyes level with hers. "Are you sure you're okay doing this?" Luke had caught her by the wrist, and her heart skipped a beat. "Yeah, of course. We need to do something, right?" She shrugged. Luke looked thoughtful for a few seconds, and Morgan felt a warm summer breeze flirt with her cheek. It was dusk, that magical moment when the daylight fades and the moonlight takes over. She could smell the flowery perfume of the honeysuckle and hear the summer peepers cheeping away. How many other nights had she and Luke spent listening to peepers in the dusk? She could feel the heat where his hand encircled her wrist and was suddenly intensely aware of him. She saw indecision in his eyes, and then they turned dark with desire. His hand left her wrist, and he wrapped it in her hair as he pulled her toward him. She didn't resist, even though she knew she should. Instead, she met his lips eagerly, her arms snaking around his neck, her body pressing closer to his. His lips were warm and tasted sweetly salty. They were familiar, but different somehow. She briefly wondered how many other women had tasted those lips in the past 10 years, as Luke's arm encircled her waist, pulling her in even closer. The feel of his hands on her body sent tiny frissons of pleasure shooting through her, reawakening the passion that had lain dormant all these years. Luke curled his hand around Morgan's soft, silky hair as she responded to his kisses, heating his veins with passion. He let his hand fall to her slim waist, her hips, and then down her backside. He pulled her hard against him, and her moan of pleasure almost brought him to the brink of no return. He shouldn't be kissing her like this, but he couldn't help it. In the past 10 years, he hadn't met anyone else that could even come close to matching his feelings for Morgan. He was beginning to question why he ever left here in the first place, and in the back of his mind was already coming up with a plan for sticking around after this was all over. But first, he had to do whatever he could to make sure Morgan was safe tomorrow, and that was going to take a lot of thinking and planning, which meant he better stop kissing her while he could still think. Reluctantly, he pulled away. Looking at her in the twilight, his heart flipped in his chest at how beautiful she was. Her raven-colored hair shone in the moonlight. He brushed a silky strand away from her face and gazed into her half-closed, ice-blue eyes. Desire burned in his veins as his thumb traced the line of her bottom lip, all pouty and swollen from their kiss. He fought off the urge to pull her close and kiss her again. He knew this time he wouldn't be able to stop, so he stepped away, plunging his hands into the pockets of his cargo pants. "You don't have to do this, you know," The decoy thing? Tomorrow, I mean. I can figure out another way to get rid of the treasure hunters." He hoped she'd change her mind and decide not to, but he knew she wouldn't. He would have called the whole thing off, but he also knew how stubborn she could be, and figured she'd do something crazy on her own, especially if it helped prove Celeste wasn't the killer. It was better to follow through with his plan so he could keep an eye on her. Luke saw her dreamy, half-closed eyes snap wide open and her back stiffen. "No, I want to do it. I'm not afraid of some old pirates. Don't even think about trying to talk me out of it." Luke took his hands out of his pockets, spreading them wide. "I wouldn't dream of it, but I want to make sure you're comfortable with doing this. And I also want to make sure you don't get hurt." He reached out, running his fingers lightly down her arm. He could see suspicion lurking behind her narrowed eyes. "Better quit while you're ahead." He backed away, his heart squeezing tighter with each step. He suddenly felt like a schoolboy after his first kiss, not knowing the right thing to say. He cleared his throat, taking another backward step. "I'll be here first thing tomorrow, then, to let you know the exact plan." Morgan nodded. "Okay." Then he turned, his heart pounding as he disappeared through the shrubs. The job he had ahead of him was probably the most important one he'd ever had. He had to make sure the plan was perfect. His whole future depended on it. Morgan stared at Luke's retreating back and kicked herself for falling under his spell so easily. Her fingers flew to her lips that were still burning from his kiss. He sure kissed her like he meant it. But what Morgan couldn't figure out was why. The past 10 years had made it perfectly clear that he didn't have room for her in his life, and she certainly had no intention of being just a passing dalliance. Her hand closed around the cold metal of the doorknob. Better to get on with the task at hand than to stand there wondering. The sooner all this pirate stuff was over with, the sooner Luke Hunter would be gone from her life. Hopefully, this time for good. But right now she had something more important to do. She slipped inside to the butler's pantry and made her way to the informal living room. She was glad to find it empty. She didn't want to answer any embarrassing questions about her and Luke tonight. The map was still laid out on the table. She sat down on the couch to study it. Celeste's parting words echoed in her head, and she was learning that it was smart to follow Celeste's advice. Staring down at the lines in the map, she realized something wasn't quite right. The map was a series of markers with lines leading from one to the next, and some sparse instructions. Presumably, you would follow the lines and find the treasure at the end. But something about the lines wasn't right. She could feel it in her gut. Morgan closed her eyes and pictured the map in her mind. It seemed to float, almost three-dimensionally, as if the map was drawn for terrain that was at different elevations, instead of a straight line on flat ground. A sudden sound in front of her made her heart lurch. Her eyes flew open, her body tensing. She relaxed when she saw it was only Belladonna. The cat had hopped up on the table and sat on the map, her tail swishing over the corner of it, blue eyes staring intently at Morgan. Morgan remembered how the cat threw herself at Luke earlier. Traitor. Belladonna simply blinked at Morgan, licked her paw, washed her ear a couple of times, then continued staring. Morgan returned her attention to the map, studying it as she was instructed. Belladonna sat patiently on the table, and Morgan couldn't help but wonder if the cat knew something she didn't. Morgan could feel her eyes growing heavy. It had been a long day, and an even longer one was in store tomorrow. Her chest constricted at the thought of being a decoy, but she had to do it. Her family was being threatened, and if she could make it go away, then it was worth the risk. She wandered into the kitchen and made a cup of chamomile tea to help her sleep. Where was everyone? A quick glance at the clock told her it was late. They were probably in bed, and that's exactly where she should be, trying to get a good night's sleep. She'd need her wits about her tomorrow to deal with the bad guys. And Luke Hunter. Chapter 22. Morgan was up early the next day, anxiety seeping into her every pore, making her jumpy and jittery. She hadn't slept well, but figured coffee was a bad idea, so she padded down to the kitchen in her bare feet, black tank top, and favorite pair of faded jeans for some tea. Fiona, Cal, Jake, and Jolene were quietly sitting at the kitchen island, staring into steaming mugs of coffee. "I guess I'm not the only one up early," Morgan said, as she hunted in the cabinet for her favorite mug. "Yeah, who can sleep with Celeste in jail and you acting as some sort of decoy?" Fiona raised a sleepy eyebrow. Morgan shrugged. "I'm sure I'll be fine, and Delphine will get Celeste out today." "Yeah, we're going to meet her in a little bit," Cal said, looking at his watch. Morgan's heart thumped. They were all going off to get Celeste out of jail, and she'd be going off to get captured by pirates. "Morgan will be perfectly safe, and under our watchful eye with these gadgets," Luke said from the kitchen doorway, as if reading her mind. Everyone swiveled in his direction. He was dressed in a black T-shirt that somehow managed to show off every muscle in his chest and arms, along with black cargo pants and big steel-toed boots, also in black. Morgan's heart thumped even harder. "How did you get in here?" "Oh, sorry, I snuck in. Didn't want to come to the front door in case anyone was watching." Luke shrugged. "I wasn't kidding when I said you guys should get an alarm system." Morgan narrowed her eyes at him, taking in the 3 small items he was holding in his hand. "What are those?" "These are your lifeline. This will allow us to see everything going on around you." He held up what looked like a barrette in his right hand. "And these will let us hear everything." He held up a pair of earrings in his left. Jolene went over to inspect the items. "These are pretty cool, unobtrusive. Do they really work?" "Like a charm. You want to try them out?" "I'd love to. Actually, I was hoping I could kind of tag along and see how the whole process works." Luke frowned at her. "I'm taking some private investigator courses and a computer forensics course. It would be really helpful for me to see some real-life stuff." Morgan noticed that she was giving Luke that wide-eyed look she always gave Morgan whenever she wanted to talk her into something. Apparently, it worked on Luke, too. Luke pursed his lips. "Okay, but don't be alarmed by my men. They can be kind of gruff. And don't get in the way." "I won't. I've seen gruff guys before." Jolene winked at him. Morgan realized there was a whole bunch she didn't know about her little sister. Luke crossed the room and leaned against the counter next to Morgan, who focused on sipping her tea while trying not to notice how good he smelled or looked. "Okay, so here's how we're going to do this. We'll set Morgan up with the camera and audio. I have several guys in strategic locations, and we can monitor her on these." He reached into his cargo pants and pulled out a small tablet. "That looks like an iPad." Jolene craned her neck to check out the device. "It's very similar, but specialized for surveillance work." "Cool." "I'll also be watching Morgan directly with high-powered binoculars, as will a couple of my associates. We should be able to see and hear everything and rush in
as soon as the other guys try to grab her."
Morgan took a deep breath, setting down her mug. "Well, it all sounds very simple and easy. When do we get started?" Luke looked at his watch.
"What time do you usually open the shop?"
"Around 8.
You should go there like normal. Open the shop and then walk around out back in the woods like you are looking for something. Maybe it would be a good idea to take a piece of paper like you are following a map. Bring a shovel like you did the other day and start digging."
Luke shrugged.
"Then just let things happen."
"We better run." Fiona got up from her chair and hugged Morgan. "Good luck." Morgan's heart squeezed and her stomach felt heavy with dread. She shook off the brief thought that this could be the last time she talked to her sisters. "Thanks. Say hi to Celeste for me." Cal and Jake hugged Morgan, then slapped Luke on the back and filed out. Luke looked at Jolene.
"You can come with me, but you need to change into all black so you'll be less noticeable."
Jolene's eyes lit up, and she jumped off her chair. "I have just the outfit." She raced out of the room, leaving Morgan and Luke alone. Morgan feigned interest in her mug of tea, her heart racing like an overwound toy. Luke moved closer to her, holding the earrings and barrette.
"Let me help you get these on."
"I can do it." She grabbed the items, accidentally brushing his hand with hers, sending sparks running up her arm. Her hands were shaking as she stabbed the earrings at the holes in her ears. Luke leaned back, hands crossed over his chest, with an amused look on his face as she rammed the barrette into her hair.
"It's crooked,"
he said, reaching over to straighten it. He let his hand linger, then ran his fingers down the length of her hair, all the while moving closer and looking at her with those damn sea-green eyes. He leaned in. Was he going to kiss her? Did she want him to? Morgan's heart jerked in her chest, either from the task ahead of her or the closeness of Luke. She didn't know which. But either way, kissing him wasn't on her agenda this morning. She backed away, ignoring the look of disappointment and confusion in his eyes. "Let's get this over with." She grabbed her purse and headed for the door. Morgan's pulse raced as she punched in the security code at Sticks and Stones. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled. She knew Luke and his men were watching, but who else was? Inside, the shop seemed unusually quiet. Every creak and groan of the old floorboards set Morgan's heart skittering. She wasn't used to being alone in the shop, and she felt a heavy weight in the pit of her stomach, wishing Fiona was there with her. She puffed her cheeks and blew out a long breath of air. Better get to it. Digging in her purse, she pulled out a piece of paper that would serve as her fake map and made her way to the back door. The trowel she'd used the day before was still leaning against the cottage, and she grabbed it, then headed off into the woods. Morgan's heart raced as she wound her way through the trees, pretending like she was following instructions on the map. She clutched at the pendant Fiona had given her the day before. It felt warm, pulsating with energy. Holding the paper in front of her, she walked east a few paces, then turned and walked north. The woods, that always seemed so friendly and inviting, took on a dark and foreboding air. Every noise set her nerves on edge. A movement to her left set her heart jerking wildly. She whipped her head around and sighed when she realized it was only a squirrel scurrying up a tree. She stopped at a giant pine that looked like it had been there for centuries. Squatting down, she placed the map on the ground next to her and cleared away the leaves and pine needles before shoving the trowel into the dirt.
Her heart was beating so loudly, she wondered if Luke could hear it in the audio. Surely he could hear her raspy breath and see her shaky hands as she dug. She tried to push away the heavy feeling of doom that was growing in the pit of her stomach. The bad guys would come. Then Luke would rush in and capture them, and it would all be over. At least, that was what was supposed to happen. But why did she feel like there wasn't going to be a happy ending? A movement to her right caught her attention. Another squirrel? Then a movement behind her caused her to jerk her head in that direction. Her heart exploded in her chest when she saw them rushing at her from all directions. She bolted up and tried to run, but strong, hairy arms grabbed her. Morgan struggled, kicking out, trying to wriggle out of his grasp. Her eyes darted around frantically. Where was Luke? Her nose twitched as it was struck by a cloyingly sweet smell. She saw a red bandana rushing up to her face. She tried to jerk her head away, but the hairy paw held it in place as the bandana covered her nose and mouth. Morgan's eyes bulged. Her lungs gasped for fresh air. Her struggles grew weaker, and then everything went black. Luke jabbed at the buttons on the tablet in frustration. Why wasn't this thing working? He'd seen Morgan go into the shop, but once she was inside, the video feed had turned to static. He couldn't hear the audio either, but that was probably because she wasn't saying anything. Is something wrong? Jolene peered over his shoulder. This feed isn't working right. Luke turned the display on the tablet toward her. Jolene looked at it, then glanced through the shrubs toward sticks and stones. Electromagnetic interference, she said. What? Luke wrinkled his brow at her. There's something weird going on at Sticks and Stones. I'm not sure if it's the building or the land, but every time I go there, I feel a surge of energy. My hair gets all staticky and stands on end. It's weird. Jolene turned to face him. If there was some strange energy field there, would that interfere with your device? Luke pursed his lips together. An electromagnetic energy field? It seemed rather far-fetched, but then some of the other things going on around the Blackmoore sisters were pretty far-fetched, so why should this be any different? I suppose it could. Luke tapped on his headset to communicate with the rest of the team. Does anyone have a good display? He got 5 negative responses. So, no one can see or hear what's going on? More negative responses. Anyone have a visual with binocs? I think she's still inside. I'm looking at the back door, a voice replied in his ear. Luke grabbed his binoculars and trained them on the cottage. They were situated about 1/8 mile away, on a ridge behind some shrubs facing the south end. He didn't see anyone. He jabbed at his tablet again, his stomach clenching when neither the visual or sound worked. If he couldn't see or hear Morgan, then she could be in real danger. There she is, a voice in his ear announced, and Luke picked up the binoculars again. This time, he could see Morgan come out the back door of the shop with a piece of paper in hand. He watched her grab a trowel and head off to the east. Beside him, Jolene raised her binoculars, pointing them in the same direction as his. He scanned the woods, looking for movement. No one else was near. He turned the binoculars back on Morgan just in time to see her turn and disappear behind a tree. Shit, Jolene muttered beside him. The thick tree trunk blocked their line of vision. Morgan must have been traveling straight north, because Luke couldn't see her at all. He glanced down at the tablet, his heart thudding against his ribcage.
It was mostly static, but he could see flashes of video now. The woods looked clear. Another flash of video, and the angle changed, as if Morgan was bending down. In the next flash, he saw the trowel move toward the dirt. Luke alternated between the binoculars and the tablet, his muscles tense, heart racing. And then he saw an explosion of activity from several places in the woods. His heart lurched in his chest as he saw the men were dangerously close to Morgan. He dropped the tablet and binoculars and burst out of his hiding spot, heading straight for the woods as he gave the command on his headset. "Go, go! They've got her!" As he ran toward the woods, his heart sank to his stomach. The static on the video had caused them to miss the bad guy's arrival and had given them an advantage. He hadn't planned on letting them get anywhere near Morgan, and now it looked like they had gotten very close. He burst into high gear, his legs pumping faster than they ever had. He didn't know if the GPS tracker on his devices would work with all the static interference, and he had to get to Morgan before they took her anywhere. Otherwise, he might not be able to track her. He just hoped he wasn't already too late. Chapter 23. Morgan slowly drifted out of darkness to consciousness. Her back pressed against something hard and damp. Her nostrils stung with the sharpness of the salty sea air. She opened her eyes for a second, then had to squeeze them shut to fight a wave of nausea. Where was she? Through half-opened eyes, she saw that it was dark wherever she was, but she could see a light a few feet away. Some sort of lantern. She opened her eyes all the way. Above her was solid black, no stars or moon. She was inside somewhere. No, not inside. Underground. She rolled to a sitting position, thankful the nausea seemed to be disappearing. Her pulse quickened as she looked around. She was in some sort of cave. The walls were rock, and the floor hard, compacted dirt. It was damp and smelled of the sea. Was she below sea level? The room, if you could call it that, was big, with a few empty crates in the middle, and a large iron door that was set into a stone opening on one end. She could see a tunnel and flickering light through the open bars. Her heart stuttered when she saw iron chains bolted onto large metal plaques in the stone wall in various places around the room. Was she in an old pirate's dungeon? She heard voices coming from the direction of the iron door, and her blood turned cold. Was it the men who captured her? What did they want with her? She could hear them laughing, and her nerves zinged with anxiety as the voices drew closer.
"Oh, I see you're awake."
A large man with an unruly red beard unlocked the padlock on the door and came into the room along with another dark-haired man. Morgan backed up as they approached her. Redbeard stopped about a foot from her. He smelled like he hadn't bathed in a month, and she could see crumbs in his beard. Her stomach turned over, and she tried not to gag. "What do you want?" She tried to make her voice sound strong and powerful, but it came out in more of a squeak. The two men looked at each other and laughed.
"We want to know where the treasure is,"
Dark Hair said, stepping a little closer. "I don't know where it is." Morgan touched her earrings, wondering if Luke could hear what was going on. Did these things work in caves? She tilted her head to the side so the barrette faced the two men, just in case.
"Sure you do. You found the map by now, didn't you? The real map, I mean. Not that fake one you had when we nabbed you."
Morgan's heart squeezed, and she thought about the leather map. She hesitated too long before answering, which set off more laughter. Then Redbeard got right in her face, and his eyes weren't laughing or smiling. They were hard and cold. Her blood froze in her veins. No more games now. You're gonna show us what's on the map, or that young sister of yours is gonna have a very bad day. Morgan's heart clenched. What do you mean? Have you done something to her? Blackhair laughed.
Not yet, but if you don't give us what we want, she'll wish she was never born.
Redbeard looked at Blackhair out of the corner of his eye.
Yeah, and she's just your type, isn't she?
The two men laughed lewdly, and Morgan remembered Celeste's warning to memorize the map. Could this be why? Was she supposed to tell them where the treasure was? If I tell you what's on the map, how do I know you still won't hurt my sister?
You don't, but you also don't have any choice, so you might as well spill, or we'll let you watch us hurt all of your sisters before we do the same to you.
Morgan's heart dropped in her chest. She didn't have much of a choice, and drawing them a map would buy her time, and hopefully, in that time, Luke would be able to find her and dispense with the bad guys. Okay, I'll draw it for you. Redbeard produced paper and a pencil, and Morgan used one of the boxes as a surface for the drawing. She contemplated drawing the map wrong, but her gut feeling told her to go with what was exactly on the leather map, as she had memorized it. When she was done, she handed in the paper. Are you going to let me go now? The two men laughed.
You think we're stupid? We're going to check this out, and then maybe we'll let you go, he said, then glanced down at the paper. Unless you tried to trick us with a fake map. Then we'll come back and make you wish you hadn't.
Morgan shivered at his words, rubbing her upper arms as the men turned to leave. She watched them slam the iron door shut and lock it, then listened to their retreating footsteps echo off the walls. As soon as they were out of earshot, she ran over to the door. She pushed. She pulled. It wouldn't budge. She looked down at the lock, remembering how Jolene had popped the lock on the box with a hairpin in the attic. It wasn't the same kind of lock, but she took the barrette out of her hair and tried anyway. The only thing she succeeded in doing was mangling the barrette. Morgan pressed her back against the wall, her stomach sinking like a lead ball. She was trapped. She slid down the wall to a sitting position and put her face in her hands. Meow. What was that? Morgan jerked her head up and looked toward the iron door. Nothing was there. Meow. More insistent this time, but the cave-like walls acted as an echo chamber, and she couldn't tell where it was coming from. Meow. That sounded just like Belladonna. Morgan stood up, swiveling her head from side to side. She walked to the far end of the room, the one that was furthest away from the lantern. Her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and she saw the cat sitting near one of the chains that hung from the wall. Where did you come from? Morgan bent down to pet her. She must have snuck in through the bars of the door when Morgan had her head in her hands. Did that mean Luke was coming? The cat weaved her way around Morgan's ankles, then headed over toward the wall. Meow. Morgan looked over. The cat was in front of a giant iron plaque that held in one of the chains that came out of the wall. Then suddenly, she was gone. Then back again. Belladonna was going in and out of a big hole in the wall just behind the plaque. Morgan rushed over and poked her head in. It looked like there was some kind of passageway or tunnel behind there. Too bad the opening was only big enough for her head. If she could just move the plaque a little more. She pushed, but it didn't budge. Belladonna poked her head out of the opening.
Meow.
Okay, I'm trying. Morgan braced herself against the floor and pushed on the plaque with her feet. It moved an inch. She pushed harder. Another inch. She pulled back her leg and kicked out with all her might, and the plaque slid about 6 inches. Just enough to fit her body through. Belladonna poked her head out again, then turned around and flicked her tail, as if for Morgan to follow. Morgan took one backwards glance at the room, then wriggled through the hole into the tiny tunnel on the other side. The smell of rotting seaweed and dead fish made her want to vomit. Morgan had to crawl on her hands and knees, as the tunnel wasn't big enough to stand in. The bottom was slimy, and she shuddered to think what that slime was. Every so often, her fingers would touch something squishy, and her stomach churned, wondering what icky creatures lived there. It was dark in the tunnel. She could barely see Belladonna's white tail, like a flag, waving in front of her. As she crawled along behind it, she realized she had no idea where she was. Underground somewhere, but where? And how far underground? The smell of the ocean was strong, so she figured she must be on the coast, but that could be a dozen places near where she was captured. She realized she had no idea how long she was unconscious. They could have taken her anywhere. It seemed like she was going uphill, hopefully toward the surface. She'd had about enough of the damp underground. The passage got increasingly larger until she could almost stand up. Her hands and knees were bruised and bleeding from crawling, so she stood as best she could. She still had to bend over a little, but walking upright was much faster. After a minute or two, she noticed it was getting brighter in the tunnel, as if there was an opening not too far ahead. At least, she hoped that's what it was. She picked up the pace. Suddenly, Belladonna stopped short in front of her. Morgan felt the floor beneath her shake. She heard a strange rumbling sound. Belladonna looked back at her, then started forward at a trot. Morgan did the same, her heart beating wildly against her chest as she noticed small rocks becoming dislodged from the sides and top of the passage. Bang! The explosion rocked the passage. Morgan watched in horror as the walls and ceiling seemed to cave in before her eyes. Her heart seized as she looked in front of her, just in time to see a large rock hit Belladonna. The cat fell, then sprang up again, but Morgan could see more rocks heading toward her. Without thinking, she threw herself on top of Belladonna to shield the small cat from the onslaught of rocks. 2 seconds later, the entire tunnel collapsed, burying them both. So this is what it feels like to be buried alive. The stones and dirt lay heavy on Morgan, pressing the air out of her lungs as she waited to die. She could hear voices and wondered if they were spirits welcoming her to the other side. Maybe her mother and grandmother would be there. She wondered if she'd come back as a ghost and start talking to Celeste. The voices were getting louder, the air in her lungs getting smaller. Was the pile on top of her getting lighter, or was that her spirit departing? She could hear rocks scraping. Then she felt someone tugging at her arms. "I've got her." Was that Luke? Morgan tried to open her eyes as she felt the pile being cleared away on top of her. Strong arms tried to turn her over. Someone brushed the hair away from her face.
"Morgan, can you hear me?"
She nodded, then slitted her eyes open. Luke's face was hovering above her, his eyes clouded with concern. He reached down and tenderly touched her face.
"Let's get you out of here,"
he said, scraping at the rest of the rocks. Morgan's heart lurched when she remembered Belladonna. The cat was right underneath her, but she didn't feel her moving. Her heart dropped. Was Belladonna dead? Tears stung her eyes as she wriggled free from the debris, looking underneath where she had been for a sign of the cat, but there was none. Luke pulled her the rest of the way out and took her in his arms, kissing her face, her lips, her forehead. Jolene was hugging her from behind, but Morgan was still thinking about the cat. "Wait!" Morgan pushed away from them, and they looked at her with alarm. "Belladonna is still in there. She may be hurt." Morgan practically sobbed out the words. "What are you talking about?" Jolene raised an eyebrow at her. "She's sitting right here." Morgan looked over to where Jolene was pointing. Belladonna sat on the grass next to the rubble-filled hole Morgan had just come out of, her fur white as snow, no sign of injury, calmly licking her paw as if it was just another regular day. Morgan felt a surge of relief run through her body as Belladonna looked up at her with big ice-blue eyes. And then she could have sworn the darn cat winked at her. Epilogue. 2 days later, Morgan settled into the most comfortable chair in the informal living room, a cup of tea in her hand, and Belladonna in her lap. Somehow, she'd only sustained minor cuts when the tunnel caved in on her, and those were bandaged, along with some small carnelian stones Fiona had shoved in under the gauze. "How did you figure out what the real murder weapon was?" Fiona looked at Luke, who hovered around Morgan, making sure her teacup was full and her bandages were secure. "That was easy. When I heard the description of the kettlebells, I knew that it matched the size and shape of old cannonballs. And what better thing for a pirate treasure hunter to use to bash in a rival's skull than an old cannonball?" He spread his hands. "Then, once we found the bad guys' boats, it was easy to get on board and find the actual cannonball that did it. We figure the treasure hunters from one group must have killed him on their boat and put him on the cliff as a warning to the members of the other group. I'm just glad you could turn all that over to Overton and get Celeste cleared," Cal said, "and put the group of pirates that didn't blow themselves up in jail, so we won't have to worry about them anymore," Jolene added. "Well, Overton didn't seem very happy about the evidence. He seemed rather disappointed, but he couldn't argue with it. The two rival groups kind of helped us, since they were getting in the way of each other's efforts. Thankfully, they have both now been neutralized," Luke said. "Too bad it took blowing up half our yard to do it." Celeste jerked her chin toward the window, and Morgan felt her stomach clench as she looked outside. The yard was about 20 feet shorter now. A giant half-moon-shaped crater had been blown out of the cliff facing the Atlantic during the explosion which had caused the tunnel on the other end of the yard that Morgan had been in to cave in. Luckily, she'd been near the surface. Otherwise, she might not be sitting here today. She shivered and scratched Belladonna behind the ears. The cat had saved her. That old treasure was booby-trapped, just like you said it might be. Morgan looked up at Luke. I guess I got lucky that I was far enough away. I'm still not sure exactly how you found me, though.
You can thank Jolene for that,
Luke said.
The tracking devices didn't work because of some strange interference at Sticks and Stones, so I didn't see the treasure hunters sneak in. I tried to run over there when they grabbed you, but I wasn't fast enough. Jolene was the one who figured out to watch the road, and then we knew which direction they took you in.
Morgan looked at Jolene, her heart swelling with pride. Thanks, Jolene laughed. Well, I guess those private investigator classes are paying off.
And then Jake was smart enough to take a dinghy out from the cove, and he noticed the tunnel in the cliff. It's just above the low tide mark, so it's underwater most of the time. Or, well, it was until it got blown up. They must have been planning to grab you right at low tide to get you in there the whole time.
Morgan's stomach churned, remembering the dank ocean smell inside the tunnel. No wonder the smell was so strong.
Then the GPS in the barrette started working, and we were practically on top of you when the explosion happened.
Luke looked out the window.
There must be a warren of caves and passages out there. If they brought you in on the side of the cliff, and you came out down by the end of your driveway.
Morgan remembered the room she had been in with the iron door. There was a passage leading to it, presumably the one from the cliff, and then the tunnel that she crawled out of. She hadn't seen any sign of other passages, but it was certainly possible. She was just glad she was out of there, safe and sound, with her family. It sounds like you guys did some awesome teamwork to find me. I'm really overwhelmed and grateful, she said, tears pricking the back of her eyes.
It was scary down there. We did pretty good work together, Jake said, which helped me make an important decision.
Morgan's eyes widened. Oh, really?
Yes, I'm quitting the police force and going into private investigation. Jolene is going to work with me.
Oh, that's wonderful. Morgan was genuinely pleased. Are you sure you won't miss Overton too much? Everyone laughed.
Not in the least. Jake winked at Morgan. Although, I am sorry I won't be there to keep you girls company when you get arrested.
Morgan widened her eyes in mock consternation, and Celeste swatted at Jake playfully.
Well, that works out good for me, then, Luke said. And why is that?
Jake narrowed his eyes at him.
Well,
Luke looked hesitantly at Morgan, and her stomach flip-flopped. What was he up to?
I might have to hire you, because I'm going to be needing some extra help, since I'm going to be spending less time traveling and more time right here in Noquit.
Morgan's heart thumped loudly against her rib cage as he put his hand over hers.
Well, I'm glad everyone is safe, and the pirates won't be bothering us anymore. I was kind of hoping we could recover the treasure, but now I guess it's been blown to smithereens.
Fiona gazed out the window. You have plenty of treasure right up in your attic. Just these boxes alone are worth a lot of money. Cal gestured to the silver box on the table in front of Morgan that had contained the map. Morgan picked it up. It was a beautiful box. Cal had verified it was solid sterling silver, with 20-carat gold edging. Worth a lot, just for the metal content alone, but the design and age of the box made the value skyrocket. She opened it up. The inside was lined in blue velvet and was just as beautiful as the outside. Belladonna sat up in her lap and sniffed the edge. Even Belladonna likes it, Morgan said, as the cat pushed her head further into the box.
Meow.
Belladonna poked her paw into the box, pushing at the lining. Then, with a swipe of her claw, She ripped the lining from the side of the box. "Belladonna!" Morgan jerked the box away from the cat. Something that had been hidden inside the lining caught her attention. She gingerly pulled the small piece of paper out. "What's that?" Celeste asked. "Looks like a note." Morgan unfolded the aging paper to reveal old-fashioned writing on the inside. "The sea is my love. The ocean's revenge lies below my love." Jolene peered over her shoulder. "What's that mean?" Morgan put the note on the coffee table. "I'm not sure. The ocean's revenge was the ship that Isaiah Blackmoore captained." "Does that mean the ship is below the sea? Like sunken?" Fiona cocked an eyebrow at the note. "No," Luke said, gazing out the window at the Atlantic. "I saw the sonar readings on the treasure hunter ship, and there's no sunken treasure out there." Morgan frowned at the note. Maybe it was out there once, and has since been recovered. I mean, the note was written 300 years ago. "Yeah, you're probably right," Fiona said. "Anyway, I don't know about the rest of you, but I've had enough of pirates and treasure hunts to last me a lifetime. Maybe some things are better off staying dead and buried." "Hear, hear," Celeste said, raising her juice glass for a toast. Morgan clinked her tea mug against the coffee, tea, and juice glasses of everyone else. She'd had enough of pirates and treasure, too. Besides, with 300 years of family members and treasure hunters searching for it, the treasure was probably long gone. Morgan settled back into her chair, ignoring the niggling of doubt that was tugging at her gut. She had everything she needed right in this room. Her sisters, her good friends Jake and Cal, Belladonna, and Luke. And since it looked like Luke was going to be sticking around for a while, she had a feeling that she wasn't going to be very interested in spending her time digging around for buried treasure. No matter what her gut feeling was telling her. The end. This has been Dead and Buried, Blackmoore Sisters Cozy Mystery Series, Volume 2. Written by Leanne Dobbs. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Produced by Star Cloud Audio. Copyright 2013 by Lee Dobbins. Production copyright 2014 by Lee Dobbins. Dead Tide, Blackmoore Sisters Cozy Mystery Series. Written by Leanne Dobbs. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Produced by Star Cloud Audio. Chapter 1. Celeste Blackmoore felt a thrill of excitement as she pushed open the door to Rita's Eats. She scanned the diner, her heart skipping just a little, when her eyes found the small, elderly man sitting in the last booth. She made her way down the aisle and slid into the bench opposite him, the red naugahyde seat squeaking as she scooted across it. "You have some news, Mr. Skinner?" Celeste raised an eyebrow at the man. Reinhard Skinner's eyes, magnified by the thick lenses of his round eyeglasses, glittered with excitement. He pushed his half-eaten sandwich to the side and leaned across the table toward her. "I may have found something very important in your journal," he said in a low voice. Celeste's heartbeat picked up speed. She'd hired the historian to decipher a 300-year-old journal that had belonged to a distant relative of hers. The journal had been found in the attic of the family home she shared with her 3 sisters, a home which had been the location of a deadly treasure hunt only months before. The journal had started the treasure hunt, and, while Celeste's sisters thought the treasure was long gone, she held out a hope that there might be something worthwhile in the journal. The only problem was that it was in some sort of code, Thus, the need for Reinhard Skinner. Oh? What? Skinner glanced around the diner. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead. He pulled a white linen handkerchief out of his pocket and swiped at his face. This may be the most important find of my career. He tugged at his red bow tie, pulling it out and loosening the top button of his crisp white shirt. What did you find? She persisted. Well, if what I think I have uncovered is true, this could be a find of historical importance. He gulped in a wheezy breath. Not to mention financial significance. Go on. Celeste bit back her impatience, feeling a jolt of concern at the man's red face and labored breathing. Skinner reached across the table, putting his clammy hand on top of hers, his black eyes boring into her blue ones. She could feel the excitement rippling off him, and her heart skittered in anticipation. Miss Blackmoore, it seems you might be sitting on top of... His eyes grew wide, and he jerked his hand away to clutch at his chest. Celeste's heart leapt into her throat as she heard him make a sickening gurgling sound. His eyes bulged in their sockets, and he slumped sideways in the booth. Celeste jumped out of her seat and ran to his side. Someone call 911. Celeste was still attempting CPR when the ambulance arrived, even though Mr. Skinner was clearly beyond help. The EMTs took over, and she collapsed into the booth. Well, well. Well, if it isn't one of the Blackmoores. You gals always seem to end up with a dead body on your hands. Celeste felt her stomach sink at the grating voice. She turned to see Sheriff Overton standing in the doorway, glaring at her. She cringed as he ambled toward her, his oversized belly protruding over his belt, a toothpick bobbing up and down in his mouth. What have we got? The question was directed at the EMT, but Overton kept his beady eyes on Celeste. Looks like a heart attack, the EMT said, as he started rolling the body away. Overton watched him go, then turned back to Celeste. And you're right in the middle of it. Big surprise. Celeste took a deep breath to squelch the spark of anger she felt. Overton had become sheriff in the seaside town of Noquit, Maine, 5 years ago, shortly after her mother had killed herself by jumping off a cliff into the ocean. Celeste had only been 18 and had watched the investigation through anguished teenage eyes. She hadn't been impressed with him then, and was even less so now. For some reason, Overton seemed to have it in for her and her sisters, and relished accusing them of almost every crime that happened in their small town. So tell me, why are you here? Overton switched the toothpick from one side of his mouth to the other. I was meeting Mr. Skinner for lunch. Overton's brows shot up. Kinda old for you, isn't he? Celeste suddenly became aware of the entire diner staring at her. She squirmed in her seat. We had hired him to validate some of our family heirlooms. She didn't need the whole town knowing they had a journal that might lead to treasure, or, if Skinner was right, an important historical find. Overton narrowed his eyes at her. And that's why you were here with him? Celeste nodded. He was telling me about, the items. And what were they? I don't see how that's relevant. The man had a heart attack, for crying out loud. He was pretty old. Overton's face tightened, and he wrote something in a notebook he had produced from the top pocket of his shirt. It appears that way, Ms. Blackmoore. But I have a feeling you're up to no good. We'll see what the medical examiner has to say, given the fact that you were just in my jail a few short months ago on murder charges. I'm going to have to treat this as a possible homicide. What? You know those murder charges were trumped up by you." Celeste rose from her seat, fists clenched at her side. "The real murderer was caught, and my name was cleared." Overton laughed, and Celeste's cheeks flamed, knowing she had played right into his hands, letting him get a rise out of her. "Well, be that as it may, I have a sneaking suspicion that any death that involves you Blackmoore girls has a lot more to it than meets the eye. I'd be willing to bet this isn't the last time I'll be questioning you," Overton said, shoving the notebook in his pocket and turning in the direction of the front door. Celeste stared after him, fighting the urge to stick her tongue out at his retreating back. As she watched him get into his cruiser in the parking lot, her thoughts turned to Reinhard Skinner. She hadn't known him well, but she was truly sorry that he was dead. Not only because she'd liked the old historian, but also because now she was going to have a heck of a time figuring out what the important find was that he was trying to tell her about just before his badly timed death. Chapter 2. Celeste closed the thick oak door of her oceanfront home and leaned against it with a sigh. The 24-room house had been in her family for 300 years, and it had a calming influence on her psyche. For some reason, just walking through the door always seemed to wash away the stresses of the day. And today, she needed that, especially with the way Reinhard Skinner had died right in front of her. Meow. Belladonna, the family cat, weaved figure eights between her ankles, and Celeste bent down to pet her silky white fur. "So, how was your day?" Belladonna just stared at her with ice blue eyes and flicked her tail. "Mine wasn't that great. I need a treat." Celeste made her way down the front hall to the kitchen. Like many of the rooms in the house, the spacious kitchen had been an add-on built sometime in the mid-1800s. It still had the original dark mahogany Victorian cabinets, which were offset by white marble counters. Stainless steel appliances were a newer addition, as was the island, which had a sink in the center. Celeste breezed past the island to a thick wooden door on the far wall. The door led to the basement. Celeste felt a chill run up her spine as she approached it. She yanked it open, her nose wrinkling at the damp smell that greeted her. The girls never went in the basement. It was dark and creepy, and their mother had threatened them with severe punishment if they even thought about going down there when they were little. As far as Celeste was concerned, the threats were unnecessary. She'd been down there once and remembered a cavernous room with a dirt floor. A big brick well stood in the middle, and spiders and other creepy crawlies skittered around in the corners. She'd had no desire to go down there when she was a little girl, and even less of a desire to do so now. It was, however, a great place to keep paper bags filled with the end-of-season garden tomatoes. The ones that you want to slowly ripen so that you can still have fresh tomatoes into the fall. They kept the bags 3 steps down, where it was cool enough to do the trick, but not far enough down so they had to venture into the basement. Celeste pushed the door open all the way and stood on the first step, bending down to reach the bag 2 steps below. Something brushed against her leg, and her heart stopped, then started up again when she realized it was only Belladonna. She grabbed the bag and was about to turn and rush into the safety of the kitchen when she noticed the cat was 5 steps down. "Meow." Belladonna looked over her shoulder at Celeste and flicked her tail. "Belladonna, get back up here." Celeste indicated the open door, but the cat just stared at her and took another step down. Celeste's heart crunched. She didn't want the cat to get stuck in the basement. She made swooshing noises and waved her hand toward the door. Belladonna sat down and licked her paw. Oh, for crying out loud! Celeste shoved the paper bag into the kitchen and tiptoed down to the fourth step. She bent down to scoop up the cat, making the mistake of looking into the darkness that loomed below them. Her heart froze when she saw a little wisp of vapor at the bottom of the steps, swirling around as if it was beckoning to her. She blinked, and it was gone. It might have just been her imagination, but she'd seen that type of vapor before and knew what it meant. A ghost. So far, all the ghosts she'd talked to had been friendly ones, her grandmother and her spirit guide, Andrew. But they always appeared in warm, comforting places. She had no idea if the basement ghost would be friendly or not, and she had no intention of sticking around to find out. Grabbing Belladonna, she lurched up the steps, into the kitchen, and slammed the door shut behind her. What the heck? Celeste jerked her head in the direction of the voice, dropped the cat on the floor, and got into her most defensive karate position, her heart beating wildly in her chest. What is going on? Her younger sister, Jolene, stood in the kitchen, her chocolate-brown curls matching her brows that were arched over ice-blue eyes. Celeste relaxed. Oh, sorry. That basement always spooks me. She didn't want to get into the whole ghost thing with Jolene. Her sisters were just barely accepting the notion that she talked to their dead grandmother. She didn't know what they would think if she told them she was seeing other ghosts, too. What are you doing home, anyway? I'm just doing some homework for my computer forensics course. Jolene, the youngest of the four sisters, had graduated high school the previous year and floated around most of the summer, trying to find herself. After doing some computer work that helped them clear their oldest sister from a bogus murder charge, she'd finally found her calling, computer forensics. Now she was taking